for a stream credit. The largest 32 stream, it was $895 million. Credits. That the you're going to be making at least per credit and profit. Merriweather, other site, they still, the Harris County, it was 41 acres, able to sell that into a mitigation, just a raw site, and they have credits on that investment that they 185, and so that will continue to generate credits for 0.85 wetland stream credits. Information is also in your retreat packet in more detail. All right, so other than the land and the mitigation assets, there was a transfer agreement in 2003 between the authority and Palmetto that in exchange for payment of bonds that the authority would take over the ownership of the Palmetto treatment plant. And so at this point, the authority has the treatment plant. And part of the water withdrawal permit is that this treatment plant will be decommissioned when the treatment plant associated with the water withdrawal for the authority is completed. And that is our summary of the assets and the timeline. There is just so you guys know, there is about a 30 to 40 page timeline in the retreat packet if you're looking for a more detailed timeline as well. All right, I will turn it over to Jared now.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'll wait just a moment for the slideshow to pull up. We've got to change slideshows over here. Thank you. Perfect. This is it. As I mentioned earlier, I'm Jared Jackson with Krebs Engineering. So I'm going to talk through some of the alternatives that were considered as a part of this project. But I'd first want to start by talking about the current conditions of each of the member cities. But more specifically, I'll talk about the current conditions here in Fairburn. So over this presentation, we'll talk about the member city's water demand and future water projections. We'll talk about each member city's water distribution system, your existing system, and then we'll talk about the City of Atlanta's connection that you guys have in their hydraulic grade line. So Krebs has been involved in the Middle Chattahoochee Regional Water and Sewer Authority probably since about 2010, and so some of the history that you heard from Laura and Andrea and Dennis we've been involved in, and these are some of the topics that we've been a part of. We assisted with the needs assessment, treatability analysis out of the Chattahoochee River, assisted with providing documentation, supporting documentation for the withdrawal permit, the raw water intake. And then back in 2021, we completed a preliminary engineering report that consisted of a 30% design and technical specifications package, along with the preliminary engineering report that was submitted to Georgia EPD. That was approved back in 2021. And more recently, within the last year, we've evaluated some additional water supply alternatives, so we'll go through some of those this evening as well. So this slide just shows the average daily water demand and water projections for each of the member cities and the Water Authority as a whole. The large blue line you see along each of those graphs is the Water Authority as a whole, and then what you'll see in orange is Fairburn's usage. So you'll see Fairburn's approximately at 1.5 million gallons per day of the overall 4 million gallons per day that makes up the member cities. And then you'll see as those projections of population and commercial industries that come to your member cities come to town, those growth projections project out through the 2065, I believe it shows there at the end. And ultimately what we're projecting out to, and this one doesn't quite get there, but is the ultimate needs assessment, the 50-year needs assessment that was previously mentioned for the 13.25 million gallons per day for the Water Authority as a whole. So this is just a quick member city distribution system overview. I'll focus mostly on City of Fairburn for you guys tonight, but you guys are solely supplied water by the City of Atlanta. You're supplied that water through 23 wholesale connections, so you have wholesale master meters between City of Atlanta and City of Fairburn. Inside your distribution system, you do not have any elevated storage tanks or a water treatment plant, and your current water use is around 1.5 million gallons per day. You'll also see you have quite a bit of pipe in the ground. You have almost 70 miles of pipe in the ground, ranging from 16-inch to 6-inch piping. This map is probably tough to see on the screen, but maybe you can see it a little bit better in your packet. It just shows the distribution systems of each of the member cities, and in red you will see City of Atlanta mains that we have information on. In the top right of the screen, you'll see a red circle just above Union City. That's the City of Atlanta's elevated storage tank that is nearest to the 3 member cities. That's the Stonewall elevated storage tank. It sits at a hydraulic grade line of 1175, so that means that's how high above sea level it is. And you'll see the red lines that move along Roosevelt Highway or Highway 29 through Union City, through Fairburn, and into Palmetto. What you'll see inside of Fairburn are some light blue dots. Those are your 23 metered connections with City of Atlanta. So they're spread throughout your city. You're supported by their distribution system at various connection points. The largest of the mains that you're supported by the City of Atlanta is along that Roosevelt Highway. I believe it varies from 12 and maybe a 16-inch. We'll look at that here shortly. So why are we looking at water supply alternatives? They gave a great history of why we're looking at those alternatives, but we've polled the member cities over the years, and this on this slide is a list of the current issues that we've heard from each of you guys. So we've heard lack of reliability and lack of a redundant water supply. We hear that some of the member cities, including Fairburn, experience low water pressure, boil water advisories that's caused the current City of Atlanta connection. We've heard of low fire flow availability for commercial and industrial industries that come to town. We've heard concerns of inability to support future growth as you have new developments come to town and request a certain amount of water. So our goal is to identify these issues and present solutions for them as well. And so we'll walk through those just a little bit. What contributes to these? So City of Atlanta is completing an investigation of their system after some of the recent water main breaks to look at the area, their entire distribution system, but including the South Fulton area. So as the demand increases, it puts an additional stress on the infrastructure in the ground. And so that increased demand is causing some of this low pressure issue and lack of reliability and redundancy. Proximity to the City of Atlanta infrastructure, and the infrastructure I mean are their water treatment plants, their booster pump stations, their elevated storage tanks. And so the further you are away from the source or the pressure source of the water, the way the distribution system works, as water flows through the pipes, it actually loses pressure by doing so. So the further away you are, the lower your pressure will ultimately be. And I've got a graph to show you a little bit about that later on. Lack of large Atlanta transmission mains. And so we'll speak a little bit about the size of those mains here in a minute, but the size of those mains matter. The smaller they are, with a large amount of water moving through them, again, they lose pressure more quickly. So adequately sized water mains make a large difference. And then lack of elevated storage tanks within the member city distribution systems. As I mentioned, City of Fairburn does not have an elevated storage tank, and so elevated storage tanks do several positive items for your water distribution system. They provide average day storage, they provide some fire flow storage, they help mitigate peak flow demands. Most importantly, elevated storage tanks are placed up in the air to provide pressure for your system. That's their goal, is to provide pressure and then to overcome some of the peak and fire flow demands that you experience. And so you guys are a decent distance away from the existing Stonewall tank of City of Atlanta. So what do these issues contribute to? They contribute to what we call a reduced hydraulic grade line, but in layman's terms, low pressure. Okay, that's what it equals. I'm going to attempt to describe this graph to you. I may have to step over here and point to the screen if you don't mind.
No,
But-
not at all.
Can you guys hear me if I come up here and point to the screen? It won't work. It works, but you can't see it on the screen. So this is a graph of, it's a hydraulic grade line graph is what it is. So I'll walk through it and describe it by colors. So what you see on the right-hand side of your screen is the existing City of Atlanta stone wall elevated tank. Okay, so between that tank and let's talk about Fairburn, for example, there are no booster pump stations. There's a pipeline that runs down Roosevelt Highway to support your system. Sorry, I'm having a hard time reading the size at the bottom of it right now. So it starts as a 12-inch main. So what you'll see at the bottom of the screen is I've got Union City is about 2.5 miles from the tank. Fairburn is that next 4.26 miles. And what you're seeing is a profile down Roosevelt Highway, okay? You'll see the black line towards the bottom of the tank is the ground surface elevation, okay, along Roosevelt Highway. That's showing you how the road goes up and down along Roosevelt Highway, and that's in relation to the 1175 overflow elevation. So hydraulics work by, like I said, raising water in the air creates pressure. Every about 2 feet of water that you have in the air creates about 1 psi, okay? So that's how pressure is made for your water distribution system. I also spoke about how water moving through a pipeline, it loses pressure by doing that. And so the more water you push through a pipeline, the faster the water travels, and the faster the water travels, the more quickly it loses pressure. That's just the laws of how hydraulics work. And so what you'll see is that City of Atlanta has a 12-inch main from a Roosevelt Highway serving City of Fairburn from that 1175 stone wall tank. And as it's moving, trying to provide water to Union City, to Fairburn, to Palmetto, and to the retail customers in and around your jurisdictions, it's losing pressure all along the way. Okay, so the top line that you see, the bluish line, is what I've modeled. This is a desktop model with the limited information we have from City of Atlanta system, but that's showing your average day conditions. And so we've heard of some industries on Roosevelt Highway near, I believe it's Bohannon Road, it's a high point in your area, that have some low pressures at times. And so what you'll see is I've noted that Bohannon Road area on the map, on the graph. And so on an average day, we're expecting that to be about 23 psi with the existing pipeline in the ground. And so like I mentioned to you earlier, as you move more flow through that pipeline, it loses additional pressure. So on that peak day, we would expect that pressure to be even lower. And this desktop model showing that to be down in the 10 psi range.
What is PSI, please?
PSI is, it's a pressure. It's the pressure that you experience. Pounds per square inch is what it means, but it's the pressure you experience when you open your tap at your home. And so minimum pressure that's allowed in a distribution system is 20 psi. Desired pressure varies based on authorities, but about 35 to 40 psi is desired, but 20 is minimum, okay? And so what I'm telling you is these smaller diameter pipelines moving from the Stonewall tank through your city limits are limiting the amount of pressure available at the high points within your system. And so my goal in this next part of the presentation is to show you the alternatives we've considered to mitigate that issue. So let's go through some of the water supply alternatives that we've considered. So why are we evaluating the alternatives? We just talked about it. The low pressure in the boil water notices, the lack of redundant supply and lack of storage tanks within the area. The goal of the authority is to be self-sufficient, provide a reliable and redundant source of water. So we're attempting to achieve that. A lot of the member cities need more water, so the water demands are nearing capacity. And I've heard some of the member cities, I don't know if they've completely denied service, but have considered or been hesitant to approve new large developments based on water consumption. So that's one of the items we looked at. We mentioned previously in the history that there was coordination with City of Atlanta, and our correspondence with them stated that at Atlanta needs $1 billion worth of investment in the South Fulton area, and that's planned to be completed over the next 10 years. And as you might have heard them mention previously, some of those $1 billion worth of investments are items like withdrawal permits that have not been achieved at this point that do take time to achieve. So we evaluated additional supply alternatives because of cost and inflation. Obviously, costs have gone up significantly in the last 5-6 years, and so the authority tasked us with looking at additional alternatives other than the preliminary engineering report alternative, which we'll go over today. And then operations, there was some consideration of operating a new water system is challenging. You have to have new staff, you have to have water treatment operators, you have to have treatment and distribution facilities that are more expensive to operate and maintain than the existing system that you have today, which is a pipeline and retail meters. And so that's why we're evaluating additional alternatives to make sure that we're making wise choices moving forward for your future. So when we evaluated different alternatives, what do we consider? So we considered standards, well-recognized standards, Georgia EPD, Georgia Environmental Protection Division, minimum water standards, and AWWA standards. That's the American Water Works Association. We want to make sure that we're keeping with good reliability, good redundancy. We want to make sure that each of the member cities has good connectivity with all of the options that we choose. And by that, I mean the ability to connect your retail distribution system to the wholesale water distribution system. We want to make sure that we're planning for the 50-year needs assessment of 13.25 million gallons per day. We took a look at the route of the pipelines, which we'll show you here shortly, and make sure that we tried to route them in areas that are easily accessible to your water distribution system and have minimal impact on your streetscapes in your cities. So I'll move through this one pretty quickly, but the methodology, we did hydraulic modeling for the pipe size, the booster pump stations, hydraulic profile. So we looked at all the hydraulics of the pipeline. We did many alternatives to consider route analysis that looked at constructability, laying conditions, utility conflicts, environmental concerns, permitting requirements. So we looked at all the impacts that are associated with the alternatives that we were looking at. We looked at project timelines because building a pipeline could be quicker than building a raw water intake treatment plant and a pipeline. We looked at the probable cost for construction of each alternative, and then we looked at operation and maintenance costs. So I'll go over some of those with you here too. So what supply alternatives were considered? No action, so keep with what you're doing, stay with the 23 City of Atlanta connections that you have. Coweta County Water and Sewer Authority, wholesale connection, and so that was, we'll go through that in more detail. We were tasked with looking at that alternative. We looked at 3 different options. I'll only present one of those tonight, which was the preferred alternative, but it's a connection and a pipeline to serve water to the entire authority. The PER option, so the preliminary engineering report option, which consisted of a raw water intake and pump station on the Chattahoochee River designed for 7 million gallons per day, a raw water transmission main from the river to the new water treatment plant, a raw water storage tank, a new water treatment plant designed to provide 6 million gallons per day. Finished water transmission mains, it was about 17 miles of transmission main, which I'll show you here in a map, and an elevated water storage tank for the authority. The other water supply alternative considered was Atlanta's capital improvements plan. And so we assumed that plan, and some of the maps that we saw from them were that they would do a new raw water intake on the Chattahoochee, construct a new treatment plant, and improve the distribution system in the South Fulton County area with larger mains. Okay, so quick overview of the Coweta County wholesale connection was that it would require a booster pump station there near the county line of Coweta County and Fulton County. Coweta sits at a lower gradient, a lower hydraulic gradient than the authority does, which means you have to pump the water up to fill the new tank. And then it looked at several pipeline routes, but the route that was chosen, approximately 10 miles of pipeline consisting of 30-inch and 12-inch pipeline, and then a 2 million gallon storage tank. So this is an overview of the alternative. that was chosen out of that alternatives analysis. Like I said, we had 3 alternatives, or 3 routes. We chose this route based on length, laying conditions, all those environmental and permitting conditions that I previously spoke about. And the route, as you'll see in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, is that booster pump station connection with Coweta County, and then a 30-inch pipeline that follows mostly a power easement, public right-of-way, and I think we stayed within those 2 for the whole time without requiring any additional private easements. You'll see that 1.7 miles of pipeline into Palmetto, the route that was chosen. We needed to provide an additional connection point into Palmetto. As you probably heard in my methodology previously, connectivity to the member cities is important, so we wanted to be sure that they had good connectivity. That text is pretty small for me from back there, so give me just a second. So the cost estimate for that project, option 1.1, was just over $57 million in construction costs for what you see on the screen. So booster pump station, pipeline, and elevated storage tank.
Question for you.
Yes.
In looking at what you have before us now, I notice over here, just at the Union City and Fairburn border, you have a tank location.
Yes.
Is that for the city of Fairburn?
So that tank is intended to be the authority's tank. And so I have a slide a little bit later on, but we would recommend that each of the member cities evaluate their distribution system as a whole to determine the level of effort required to connect to the authority's pipeline that will be moving through the city limits. As a part of that evaluation, it would be my assumption that each of the member cities would consider adding an additional elevated storage tank within their system. There's some additional language in the preliminary engineering report that speaks to that. Happy to discuss it more if you have any more questions.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead. You have the floor.
Yes, sir, you still got the floor, go ahead.
I know that there was discussions back 4 or 5 years ago
Yes, sir.
when I sat on the authority about
sir.
each municipality having a storage tank. I think
sir.
they have one in Palmetto, and I believe they have one in Union. They do not?
They do have one there, but it's not active.
Okay. So we're looking at possibly 2 cities that actually need them. But I was wondering, because if you have the authorities tank that is right there on the border of the 2 cities,
Yes, sir.
is it really necessary for another tank? And it sounds to me, based on what you just stated, that it would, just for the distribution throughout the city.
I think that would be the conclusion that your engineers would come to, yes, that it would be necessary for an additional tank within your distribution system, each member city's distribution system. That would be in accordance with AWWA guidelines and Georgia EPD minimum standards recommending finished water storage. And they have a calculation for it, but a rough rule of thumb, don't quote me on this, is an average day's demand of storage. And so you can see that we're planning for a 6 million gallon per day plant, and this tank on the screen is for 2 million gallons per day. And so it doesn't meet that rough rule of thumb. The intent is that each member city would provide additional storage as necessary.
Jones, you had a question?
No, sir.
Well,
Yeah, I
Ms.
did.
Davis, go ahead.
Yes, in reference to the elevated storage tank for Fairburn, my first question I jotted down was why we don't have one. And if it would be best if we did get one, what would be the cost and what would be the benefits of that investment to the city?
I'll throw out a rough cost for you, and then maybe we'll talk about the benefits as we get to another slide. But
okay.
The benefits would be you're looking to improve your reliability and redundancy. So you have storage for those average daily flows and for that peak flow that you're experiencing. And then you're also providing that source of pressure more centrally located in your city so that you don't have low pressures that I showed on that graph previously. A rough cost for you, depending on the storage that you choose, is about $5 per gallon. So it would be, so if you're putting 1 million gallons of storage in the air, you're roughly looking at $5 million. That
What would-
varies, but that's just a rough cost for your purposes today.
what would be the adequate amount to put in there to eliminate some of the issues that we have now?
So I would reference you to consult with your engineers that manage your distribution system, but AWWA guidelines and Georgia EPD guidelines have a rough rule of thumb of an average daily demand, and so you guys have 1.5 million gallons per day of usage. So that's a start.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So this slide here shows how the Coweta County wholesale connection would connect with the ultimate PER option, so the preliminary engineering report option that includes the raw water intake treatment plant and pipeline to the member cities. And so it's still the goal of the authority to be self-sufficient, to control their own destiny, to be able to have that reliable, redundant source of water. And so the intent of this alternative evaluation was that it would be a temporary solution until the authority chose to move forward with constructing the raw water intake and the treatment facility. And so the intent of this map is to show you that the route was properly planned such that the finished water pipeline out of the proposed treatment facility could easily tie into it and still serve the 3 member cities. So the same pipeline that would be the Coweta connection would be reused. That's the intent of this map for you. Okay, so what are the potential challenges? We may talk about some of these a little bit more, but with a wholesale connection, but there's a significant investment for the authority, right? I mentioned $57 million roughly. Also, there could be a significant investment for the wholesale provider. In this case, it was Coweta County. And so they've been asked, in this case, they were asked to serve the authority at 6 million gallons per day. And so they have to have a system that can serve that as well. There's necessary negotiations for a wholesale rate of water purchased from the wholesaler to the purchaser, which is the authority. And in this case, it requires booster pump stations. Okay, so moving on to the next alternative is the preliminary engineering report. As I mentioned previously, it includes the raw water intake on the Chattahoochee River and pump station. That's designed at 7 million gallons per day. It's got a transmission main there from the river to the treatment facilities. That's approximately a 1.5 mile pipeline. That's a 30-inch diameter pipeline. It includes a raw water storage tank, which was 1 million gallons. The treatment plant itself, a 6 million gallon per day water treatment plant. And then the finished water transmission mains to connect with the member cities. I've got a map to show you this here shortly, but it's roughly 17 miles of pipeline that varies from 30-inch diameter to 12-inch diameter piping. And then it includes the elevated water storage tank that we spoke about previously for the authority. And Mr. Whitmore, I think I didn't answer part of your question previously. There are some maps in the preliminary engineering report that show potential elevated storage tank sites within the member cities. However, they were not intended to be constructed by the authority. They were just potential locations for the member cities to construct. And that might be what you're referencing.
Not to be constructed by the authority, which means it would be the cost of the individual cities.
Yes, sir.
I think you use $5 per million.
Per gallon.
A gallon.
Gallon.
It's a very rough number, but it'll get you close. Okay, so here's the preliminary engineering report option. So you'll see in the top left-hand portion of your screen, in the green, there's that 1.5 miles of 30-inch pipeline from the raw water intake on the Chattahoochee to the water treatment plant there in orange. And then you'll see the finished water transmission pipeline that we're looking at here. There's the 30-inch diameter piping that's running primarily up Rivertown Road. Once it hits South Fulton Parkway, it transitions to a 24-inch until it gets to Highway 138, and then it goes southward along Highway 138 near the city limits of Fairburn and Union City, and then we're constructing the elevated storage tank. In this particular option, we're running a 12-inch diameter pipeline down Cascade Palmetto Highway to serve the city of Palmetto. So this is the route that was chosen in the preliminary engineering report option for the pipeline, finished water pipeline.
May I ask a question? Could you talk about how the pipeline would be constructed? Do you put water pipelines underground, or are they all elevated, running parallel to the street? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Yes, they'd be underground, approximately 4 to 6 feet underground. The majority of this alignment includes installing the pipeline along the public right-of-way to limit the number of easements necessary to construct the pipeline. The only elevated portion would be the tank itself, and then there's obviously we can look at some of the pieces that would be out of the ground on the treatment plant site itself, but all the pipelines would be underground.
And given that Rivertown Road is being proposed, would that be on the, what's the direction where there's not a sidewalk? Is that the south
Most of the
side of Rivertown? Go ahead.
Most of the section of Rivertown Road in which this route is proposed is within Chattahoochee Hills. Once the Rivertown Road connects with South Fulton Parkway, it would travel northeastern direction along South Fulton Parkway. It would not be a portion of Rivertown Road within the city of Fairburn city limits.
Oh, well, thank you, thank you.
Mr. Heath?
All
Then-
right, so
then
we're
Ms. Hudson.
basically looking at a cost on this plan of $160,500,000. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Man, this thing has gone astronomical.
So yes, it is expensive. You are correct. But let's maybe keep moving forward on the alternatives, and then we'll get into the cost and the comparison of the cost of the PER option and the wholesale purchase option. And you'll see, hopefully you'll see by the end of all of our presentations that each of those are much closer to one another than they may realize by just those first numbers.
Well, if you don't mind,
See, there-
go ahead, sir, after you, and then I'll let Ms. Hudson. Go ahead. You still got the floor.
They are, our citizens are complaining about the water rates now. I can only imagine what it would be like for the $160,500,000. I mean, that is just something I don't think that our citizens would be happy to pay that kind of a payment each month for water. So what does that work out to per gallon?
That's going to be in the presentation after my presentation here shortly. So we've got a good
okay.
breakdown of that we can go over with you.
Got it.
Okay. I'm not trying to avoid your question. I'm just
No,
trying
no,
to
I
wait until we
understand.
get to that section of the
Okay,
presentation,
not
if
a
that's all
problem.
right.
Go ahead, Ms. Hudson.
I think it's clear to me that this presentation is going to be long, so I don't know how much time we're really going to have to ask questions. So I've been watching and I've been reviewing the Water Authority now for 4 years, and I attended a lot of your meetings. And thus far, with the presentation that you brought forward, these are the questions that I have. The presentation, if I'm ahead of it, let me know. I'm not seeing a financial obligation breakdown per city. I'm not hearing anything about capital improvement and the investment there. I haven't, hold on, I got my questions. A part of the presentation I went through, I didn't see anything about audits. I know that we had a financial advisor that was assigned to the project. I would like for the authority to answer, why did you wait so long to hire a project manager? I understand that the original order allowed for it to happen, and that order basically said it was at the will of the authority. I don't see any of the salaries and the cost analysis in detail, because it's been extensive. I know Fairburn contribution just roughly is about $1.1 million a year. And so that's important. But one of the biggest concerns for me when I reviewed is there was a financial advisor by the name of Dan Post, who was the financial advisor, and up until 2017, that same person conducted audits. That, to me, raises a concern about the validity of how money is being reported. We don't have the original order for the Water Authority in the packet to give the council members some review and reflection of where we started and where we need to go now. I understand indebtedness. However, I do not believe that enough information has been provided, such as the audits and the cost analysis, for this council. Okay, this council has not been apprised of any expenses or invoices, and this information is very important. So I didn't know how long your presentation was going to be, so I wanted to make sure that I put these questions out on the floor. Maybe if you don't have them now, you can get them back to us.
Councilman President, if I may, I have requested all audits from the inception of the Water Authority to be provided. I've received some on Friday. I think they go back to 2013. I will forward those to the council, but I've not received them all.
Okay,
That request has been forwarded
okay,
to the authority.
all right. So that's where I am right now. I do have a question for Mr. Phillips and the mayor, but I'll wait until they're done. Hopefully, we'll have enough time to have that question. So, thank you.
Thank you. So I've still got several slides to cover, and there's one after me, so I'm going to move through these next couple of slides pretty quickly so we can complete the presentation for you.
Thank you.
So this is an overall site plan of the raw water intake, the 30-inch diameter pipeline to the treatment facility and the treatment facility itself off of Campbellton Redwine Road. You'll see the intake there on the river, and then the layout of the treatment facility as well. Like I mentioned previously, we completed a 30% set of plans and specifications for this plan. We'll tell you that the $160 million estimate that you previously mentioned includes emerging contaminants, and so since the PER was completed, the EPA and the EPD have included additional regulations on emerging contaminants, and so that cost estimate was updated to account for those as well. This I mentioned previously about the preliminary engineering report recommending that each member city proceed with evaluating the capital improvements needed within their individual distribution systems to connect to the authority source of supply. This is an alternatives matrix that I won't go through each of these now, but you guys will have that in your packet that shows the item 1.1 that we went through this evening, the PER improvements and the no action. The other alternatives you see in there were just alternative pipeline routes that were considered as a part of the alternatives evaluation. So this is the graph that I showed you previously where there were low hydraulic grade lines or low pressures. And so what I want to tell you is as the authority moves forward to completing improvements, whether it's through a wholesale connection or through the PER alternative, constructing the properly sized transmission mains and finished water pipelines and a elevated storage tank in close proximity to each of the member cities creates a hydraulic grade line to provide much better pressures and flow for you guys. And so what you can see in the green line across the top is now where Bohannon Road experienced low pressures on those peak days. That green line is showing a peak day hydraulic grade line that's much higher, and we're looking at about 56 PSI as opposed to the previous 10 PSI I mentioned. And so that's properly sized pipelines and that tank are what's creating those improvements. The cost comparison total, and so you guys have seen these costs. We talked about a wholesale connection of approximately $57 million and the PER option that includes the emerging contaminants is about $160 million. We evaluated the O&M cost, and so what you'll see on this O&M cost is that it is the wholesale distribution system is about $1 per 1,000 gallons to operate and maintain, while the PER option has more equipment, more staff, and more chemical usage, and so it's a little bit more expensive to operate at $2 and about 50 cents per 1,000 gallons. The project timeline, so what we presented here is the PER project timeline. It's anticipated to move forward with detailed design in February 2025. And you can see it to construct the infrastructure included in the PER takes some amount of time. Obviously, we're looking at 12 to 18 months of design and 36 months to build a treatment plant. And so overall, with some contingency time, it's about a 5-year project to completion from start to finish. So with that, that's the end of my presentation. There's one more to go, and so I appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you.
Okay.
Very good. Good evening. I am Tom Owens with Raymond James. I'm going to say I'm something to the authority right now, and I want to offer some explanation. Our firm has served as financial advisor to the authority strictly for bond financial matters. So we're not the auditor of the authority. We're not the business manager of the authority. I don't write checks to anybody. None of the operations day-to-day of the authority are underneath my purview. So I just want to the extent there are questions about Dan Post and the expenses of the authority, that's not really what we do. I do need to tell you a few things up front when we represent the authority. Although the authority is made up of the 3 member cities, our engagements with the authority, and so for instance, I have a fiduciary duty to the authority, not necessarily to the city individually. In your capacity as a member of the authority, our advice is given to the authority. So I'm here to give you information, but nothing I give you should be taken as advice for the city. And I just mean that in the way that the city has a relationship with the authority. They are a seller of water, you're a buyer of water. So I just put that out there. I am going to show you, I hope would answer some of those questions. What does all this cost? What does that translate into in terms of what we need to, at least what we would have to pay for wholesale water as a city? It shouldn't be taken as what you often hear is like a feasibility study or a rate study. This is largely me doing math. This is me taking a number that Jared says that this project's going to cost, saying if we were to issue bonds, debt in that amount to fund that project, what would those cost? What would an annual payment be? And then if we sell water, how much water do we have to sell and at what rate to cover that cost, right? So I'm not doing a rate study. A lot of times if the city does a rate study, you've got different tiers of usage. An authority is a wholesale seller of water. They're going to sell you water at a single flat rate, generally, no matter how much you take. So it's really less complicated than a rate study that the city may have had in its past. It's really, on some levels, a fairly simple exercise that I'm doing. Right? I'm taking a volume of water. If we sell that at a certain price per 1,000 gallons, we produce revenue. Is that enough revenue to pay our debt? Okay, so we're going to get to that in just a moment. I also think it's helpful, and again, I apologize if this is remedial for anyone, just to explain a little bit about what the authority is set up to do. Currently, the city of Atlanta, that means they do city responsible for a retail operation, meaning you take that wholesale water. You can almost think about it as if you bought a package of water at Costco, right? It's in bottles. Your job is to take those, bust them apart, and sell the individual bottles, right? Except for we're selling it through pipes. But Atlanta right now sells you a total quantity of water. Your responsibility on the retail side is to take that and distribute it out to the end users, into each and every person's house that receives city water service. And so the authority, when we talk about these plans, we're talking about substituting the authority as the wholesale provider of water to the city. All right, so the authority's responsibility in any of these plans is going to be to deliver water, still going to that in everyone's home. About this, hopefully can water at pressures in the end, for baseline purposes, everybody understand what problem lies where potentially. As we walk through this, you have 2 options, which one I've labeled the Coweta option and one a PER option. These are what Jared said. There are going to be some facts and figures throughout this. This presentation was developed back in August for a Water Authority work session. They had an all-day retreat where they looked at this issue. These numbers are the same from that. There's probably some minor differences. I don't think in the scheme of things, few cents one way or other is going to be that dramatic at this point. But they were presented there. They've been presented at a similar work session like this at Palmetto, and they're presented here. I don't want to put three different numbers out there, right? So we're and at this stage, these costs are approximate, and so therefore these numbers are approximate. So I want us to understand the level of precision we're working with. If we look at just simply the capital cost here, you've got obviously a substantial difference between the Coweta option and the self-supply PER option, right? In the Coweta option, you're essentially putting pipes in the ground and a few other items that make those pipes function. You'll get the pressures right, boosters to move the water along pumps. In the self-supply option, you are building an entire treatment plant, right? You are yourself taking water out of the river, treating it. You have to build that entire thing. Coweta's building that in the Coweta option, right? So it's necessarily a much more expensive proposition to go with this yourself. If we were just simply looking at that capital cost,
Considerable.
tried to make these as comparable as possible, you could see there's a substantial difference in the annual debt service. I think one's a little over 4 and one's about 11.5 million per year. Right? Those are big differences in cost. This is a little bit of a detailed breakdown, and y'all forgive me, I'm a little bit far away from this, but if we back into a wholesale water rate, in addition to the authority's cost, we've got to purchase water from Coweta in that option. Right? They're functioning like Atlanta does now to you. They are going to produce finished water. They're going to sell it to you at a price, and then you're responsible for moving it, or the authority would be responsible for moving it from there to each of the 3 member cities. So they've offered a price of somewhere around $6 per thousand would be the purchase price of that water from Coweta. That is before the authority takes that water, builds the infrastructure to move it from Coweta County to the 3 member cities. So when we do all of those things, I'm sorry, I've got a figure circled there. Does that say $9.68?
88.
88, thank you, I'm sorry. My eyes are failing me a little bit. That assumes you're selling around 4 million gallons per day. And so that is roughly, and again, these are rough figures, but that's roughly a minimum cost that the authority would need to charge for wholesale water in order to purchase water from Coweta, put the infrastructure, so we've got to pay the debt cost of the infrastructure we need to move that water from Coweta to the 3 cities, and then we have to pay to operate that system still. There's electricity cost, we've got to run pumps. When we build those 3 items in together, you also have to have a little bit of coverage. You can't do that just, you're not going to hit exactly the revenue number you need, so you got to overshoot just a little bit. The authority would need to charge the member cities roughly $9.88 per 1,000 gallons of water that they sell each city. And so again, I'm just doing math here, trying to quantify this for you. Now, obviously, as you sell more water, there is some fixed cost. That debt cost isn't getting more expensive. If the authority sells 4, 5, 6 million gallons per day, that price per 1,000 that you need to recover your cost would come down. I mean, again, we're doing math. But based on the current usage, if we don't grow from where we are right now, it's about $9.88 in that option. Why is that expensive? Well, again, Coweta's got $6 per thousand, so this just sort of breaks out, well, where does each of that, of that cost we talked about, where's that money spread around? Again, Coweta's got to do things on their end to produce an additional 6 million gallons per day. I know we're only buying 4. They've got to provide for the full contract, and so they have to expand their system. They've got to do some work to move that water from their plant up to the county line. So embedded in that, again, is about $6 for them. We've got our operating expense, we've got our debt expense, and we've got just a little small overage there. I've got that labeled, it would go into a renewal and extension fund. That's the way every water system should function. You cover all your costs and you make a little bit of money for future projects and to maintain your system. If we contrast that with the self-supply, what they call the PER option, it's similar, but what we don't have in this is we're not buying water from anywhere else, right? So we knock out the $6 that we have to purchase water. We don't have to purchase water, and when I say we the authority wouldn't be purchasing any water from an outside source. but it's more expensive to produce it ourselves because we have to cover the entire cost of that plant, right? So now we don't have any excess outside purchased water, but we do have to, we have to produce enough revenue to cover that debt cost, and essentially it's a good bit higher than what we were looking at before. So in that self-supply option, you're looking at something that exceeds $10 per thousand. And again, at this stage, a penny here, a penny there is not the level of precision I want to get across. What I'm trying to get across, because the project cost still has variance, interest rates still have variance. But it's again, it's a very expensive undertaking, but you end up somewhere around, call it $10.50. The authority, and I don't want to put words in the mouth of the authority members, but when the authority looked at these two options and said, well, these are very similar, really, in scope, in terms of what we cost at the end of the day. And I know that there's $1 worth of difference, so I don't mean to minimize that. But when the authority looked at this, they said, yes, one is slightly more expensive. However, at the end of the day, we own a plant. We are using that permit. We have a lot more control. Down the road, we can expand that plant as opposed to just buying more water from an external source. And so the authority at their retreat, and looking at these two options, the PER option was their preferred option because, again, it had a small bit more cost, but the authority owned something that they felt was much more useful for the long term. They have ownership of that plant. That plant will function for, 60 years was not unheard of for a plant. There'd be a lot more utility in this plan as opposed to the other one if you went forward with either plan. So this is the plan that the authority worked towards and is still investigating as preferred to the Coweta option. And that's the plan that Jared, I think, more focused on just a moment ago, showing you the parts of it. There's not a lot of slack in that number. You can see that the cost of that outside water very top goes to zero. We've got an operating expense number. You can see there's a lot more debt cost here, and then there's a minor amount that goes to a renewal and extension fund. Because you can't operate a water system just breaking even every year. Your bond documents are going to require that you have some amount of coverage in case you step on a banana peel at some point. Again, all this is based on selling 4 million gallons per day. If you use 6 million gallons per day, those fixed costs are spread across more sales. They're a little lower. It's hard for us to budget assuming that you're going to grow to $5 or $6 million on the front end. I hope, and I believe you will get there eventually, but I can't tell you how fast. It's hard for me to show you math that assumes that. This is just a side-by-side analysis, and you can really see if you focus on those blue bars, they're really fairly close, and again, the PER option having a bit of a benefit. There are ways that the cities can look at offsetting some of that in terms of the burden that falls onto the ratepayer versus elsewhere. Some places would contribute. You could contribute, and again, I don't want to suggest this is the way you think anybody's going, but if you decided, well, the ratepayer can't stand a particular rate, there are alternatives. This is if a mill of tax, you can see if a mill of tax from the 3 cities was contributed to try to offset some of the debt cost, there's an estimated reduction, again, based on how much you sell. Could be approaching $2 per thousand that would be worth. And again, all of this depends on your ultimate debt cost and the amount of sales and the value of the mills. But again, I'm trying to give you some kind of approximate ideas of because at the end of the day, what the city's looking at is what do we pay to get water from some source, right? That's what this comes down to. And then also the reliability of that source. Do we have pressure? Does the city have the water supply to grow? Can we continue issuing building permits? And so,
Oh, hold on. Oh,
Here's one question.
yes, ma'am. Happy to take questions.
Does that analysis, it's based on tax exempt bonds, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. Well, we are in a current environment where Congress is looking at and they've done it before, but it's highly likely that this kind of legislation will pass to make those taxable bonds, which would mean it would cost us a lot more money to
Yes.
go to the market. So I'm asking that we began the financial analysis looking at what it would cost us if the market was, if the bonds were taxable.
Sure.
Because that will be a huge hit to us, and that will provide a different financial analysis.
Yes, ma'am, it would certainly be more if bonds were taxable.
Okay.
And I know there are a lot of folks in our industry that are lobbying hard now to try to preserve that tax exemption.
Yes, and we are too, but we need to be realistic
Yes,
and
ma'am.
at
It
least
could happen.
know what that environment might look like.
Right. Now, I will tell you, what I've not done in this analysis is assumed any other sources of capital, meaning no federal loans, no GFA loans. There are potentially lower cost borrowing methods than just a bond. Problem is, it is hard to plan that we're going to receive something like that, right? I'm trying to give you what I hope is the higher end of where these came in that could potentially improve. If we, if you get a federal grant, that's fantastic. If we get low-cost GFA loans, that'd be fantastic. What I've tried to present you is what the authority could do without needing help from outside. I think they're certainly looking for those options to try to reduce this cost, but we tried to give the authority a picture of, what can the authority do if everybody said no to us?
Sure, well, those two items are more likely.
Yes, ma'am.
The other ones are maybe, maybe not.
Right.
And as the history has shown, our batting average hasn't been so good.
That's correct. And I would add that those federal sources come with federal requirements on that money as well, which you don't have if you entirely self-fund. So you could expect most likely some cost increase would come along with a federal loan, for instance. There are requirements for what types of materials you buy if it's got federal money in it, and prevailing wages and other things that your contractors have to at least document. So, there's some trade-off in that as well. It may be cheaper money, but it may have a slightly more expensive project as well if we do get those sources. So again, that's just too hard for me to plan for. So I've tried to present you something that the authority could execute without needing outside assistance.
Sure. And did we get this presentation? I didn't see it in my,
Yes,
Okay.
it's in the
okay,
packet that was provided.
all right, thank you.
Again,
Ladies and
it's very
gentlemen.
preliminary, but, at some point, we've got to run this, and we'll run it again as we know more. We'll keep updating it, but I hope it gives you a bit of a picture.
Let me clarify, there's a longer presentation package. They abbreviated what they presented tonight for the 90 minutes we had available. But what's on the online packet that you received is the longer version of this, which includes additional detailed cost estimates.
All right, thank you.
Members of council, if I can do this, because again, this was a 2-hour presentation, I guess, at Palmetto and Union City. If you don't mind, what I'd like to do, because again, you have additional questions that I felt requires answers. So what I'd like to do, if you don't mind, members of council, if you would send any additional questions that you have to the city manager. In this case, we're going to actually send it straight to the authority, the people that have sent before you, and we're going to get your authoritative answers from these people, from the staff, excuse me, and make sure you get it back as soon as possible. Again, in our efforts to make sure that they hear as much information. Again, Ms. Jones's question, the last question in particular was very, you kind of beat me to the punch, because I was going to ask you about the impact of the change in legislation as it relates to taxable bonds.
It would absolutely be
And
done.
if there's any other additional questions we didn't, please, members of council, send those questions, because I think at the end of the day, it's going to be important that your questions not just be for this body. My goal would be for the authority to turn around and send out to all the members, including the other two mayors, because when it's all said and done, the information is going to impact us as well as the other two cities. And so, with that,
Mayor, I'd ask, so what I don't know is, what do we need to do next? And so if you could provide us with a summary of what's the next step for, the foreseeable future and the next future, and how do we need to plan budgetarily? Because that becomes very, very important. And, some of those infrastructure and capital needs. because quite frankly, the Coweta option, from my perspective, is no different than the Atlanta option. I mean, we're going from one provider to the other where we're still dependent, right?
And this is why I want those questions in writing, so that the other members of council and the other two governments can actually see the questions that were you were asked. And basically, in this case, I can almost guarantee you that you got the same identical. Yes, sir.
And please bear in mind that there's also another element to this, which is our Fayette County discussions that we've had, which is going to be on the council's next agenda with the intergovernmental agreement that includes an elevated water tank. We can discuss more at that time. I would also share with you that in our negotiations, Fairburn and Atlanta, they have installed a booster pump right off of 92 that went into operation about 30 days ago. So far, it's improved pressures by about 10%. They are looking at the pump mechanism to see if they can push that even further. And that's the first of a requested 2 booster pumps that Atlanta's paying for. That's part of their system, but they installed it to increase pressure in Fairburn. And so I know there's more than we can cover in this discussion, and the will of council, we can re-engage this in whatever way council deems best, but there are other relevant issues we should add to the discussion.
Right.
So you're saying, Mayor, the next meeting, we're going to have the discussion on
Yes, ma'am.
the fair? All right, well, I would ask if we could continue discussion as well.
Absolutely.
If we, need to start early, I'm proposing that, because there's a lot of questions that I have, and I'm sure my colleagues do as well. And it's been a long time since we've been given an update on the Water Authority, and I'm actually learning some new information that I did not know, given, the amount of time that I've been on this council, and there's some critical decisions. So I think adequate time needs to be provided for us to be given the information and allow us to ask the detailed questions that we have.
Go ahead, sir.
As always, staff is prepared to follow the will of council if that's another presentation. I will tell you, as a board member, I have submitted several questions that are still pending, as I am seeking additional information as a board member to understand more clearly the 24 years that have transpired and a lot of the questions that require answers moving forward. I'm working directly with the staff, and so that's an ongoing process as well, to add as much clarity to all of these questions as we can.
Okay. And I want just one last statement, Mayor. The statement that was made about when the authority was attempting to receive a grant or receive some monies from the state. I forgot the details of it, but the issue was we were denied it. The authority, was denied it because of one of the cities had no audit.
True.
Okay, so that was 2021, is that correct? And is that still an issue? And I wanted to be said tonight that Fairburn was not one of those cities.
That's correct.
I'll answer that question. Yes, Councilmember, you were up to date on your audits. Fairburn has all of their audits, and they are compliant with all their financial reporting obligations. We are still, the city of Palmetto is overdue on audits from 2022 until present.
That's a problem.
Yes, it is. How does it hamper our ability to, go after all of these opportunities? So anyway, that's a different issue we
Yeah,
need to
I was
talk
gonna
about.
say, we're gonna have to bring that
That's
back
the
as
problem.
a discussion. My question would be, but put that in the form of a question as well, because I think when it's all said and done, all the city council members and their residents gonna want answers to the same thing that we're asking. So, and we do that, if you don't mind, members of council. Being that we're already past 7 o'clock, members of council, what I recognize, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of you here or for the here for public hearings. Can I ask you to do something for me, if you don't mind? If you've got a group of people, a lot of your neighbors and stuff, if you can pick, I guess you can choose among yourselves a spokesman or someone that can kind of speak on behalf of the community that's represented here. So that way we can get through the public hearings and here I guess you can say as much information as possible without duplicating the same questions over and over again. So just a strategy in my efforts to get all the information as possible. Members of council, we're going to have to get ready to go straight into our meeting. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, if you could give the security team, we got about 40 people in the lobby. We're going to get anyone leaving out and anyone coming in.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, if you could, I see some of you people, several people were preserving seats. If you could, please slide to your left or right so that the people that are coming in, which is a lot of them, could you please slide to your left or right so that if everybody possible can get in the room as possible.
Mayor, I think you have a lot of people that signed up on here that are
Okay.
here for public speaking,
Okay?
they're here for
Yeah.
the public hearing.
Yeah, and let me also mention, well, I'll tell them when they come in. I'll tell them when they come in.
Yeah.
That's from Mr. Brooks.
Okay. Yeah, that's my guy.
Want this pass out, one of our citizens, Mr.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you, as you come in, please turn your cell phones to the silent position.
Come on, Fairburn, y'all coming in here. I like it.
He did some homework.
He did. I've been doing some homework.
If you have an empty seat next to you, would you raise your hand? So if you have an empty seat next to you, please raise your hand so we can let the people that are standing in the hallway come in.
The staff can get over their seats.
And if some of you healthy individuals want to stand up.
Ooh, baby. It's getting hot in here, but don't take off your clothes. Give him a chair. We got some chairs. Give him some.
Tony, I think this room has a capacity issue. I'm trying to make sure we can't bring any more chairs in, but I think I'm concerned about capacity. The fire, hey, Chief, I'm trying to make sure we don't end up with beyond capacity.
Get the number right now.
Okay.
Staff, if we got some people that need to give up their seats, they got to give up.
No. Okay.
Never seen.
So-
Miss Pat, can I take a picture of this?
The chief is checking to make sure that our capacity, that we don't exceed capacity. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, many of you signed up to speak at public comment. And if you don't mind, if you don't mind, for efficiency purposes, if you would, please, you could speak during the public hearing during that issue so that the council can basically, in this case, can ensure that they're hearing your voices as related specifically to this particular issue. Again, for those that were in the room earlier, if there's groups of you for the same community, you can ask, one or two people that are very familiar with the item and the issue to speak on behalf of the group. That way, we can be efficient. We got a long agenda. We're just trying to make sure we operate as efficient as possible. Chief, you can tell me when I can start a meeting. Okay. All right, members of council, here we go. Let the show begin.
Let's roll.
At this point, I think she's trying to get clarification from the city attorney.
She's trying to tell me something, I'm trying to.
Go ahead. I was trying to make sure, you was trying to get clarification. Go ahead.
I was just talking about, you mentioned the minutes, the amount of time. So you have no less than 10 minutes for people that are in support, plus the applicant. But if you have a large group, then you can allot 30 minutes for each side.
I have to take a vote to do that or whatever.
No, that's just how the ordinance
Yes.
reads.
Okay, so I can go
30 minutes.
Total of 30.
30 minutes.
30 for each side, she said.
30 for each side. Okay. Again, ladies and gentlemen, what we're trying to do, again, if you will, if you ladies and gentlemen that know each other from your community, if you can allow your neighbors or somebody you know is a very good speaker that makes you can publicly speak what the group wants to address, that, I'm just in my efforts to be efficient. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and get started. Members of council, go ahead and,
The Honorable,
go ahead. Bring in the meeting order, go ahead.
the Honorable Mayor Pro Tem Alex Heath,
Present.
the Honorable Linda J. Davis,
Present.
the Honorable Samantha Hudson,
Present.
the Honorable Hattie Portis Jones,
Present.
the Honorable Ulysses J. Smallwood,
Present.
the Honorable James Whitmore.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. At this time, we'll have a invocation. Before our pastor does the invocation, I want to give honor where honor's due. On yesterday, we lost a legend of our city government. Miss Frankie Arnold passed on yesterday at 95 years old. She was the first African-American elected official in the city of Fairburn, and she was 95 years old. You'll see the notification on the City of Fairburn website. Details are forthcoming as it relates to when the services will be rendered for her homegoing. I just wanted to make sure we mention that before our invocation. And if you will, if everyone can, would you please stand?
Let us pray. Father, first of all, we thank you for your auspicious grace and tender mercies that you lavishly bestow upon us each and every day. Today, as mayor and council make decisions concerning the safety and the progress of this fair city, the well-being of our city, lead them and guide them with your wisdom. Your word has declared, if any man lack wisdom, let him ask. So, Father, we ask today that you give them the wisdom that they need to govern this city properly. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Members of council, you have before you the adoption of the city council, excuse me, give me 1 second. I want to adopt the city council agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. At this time, we don't have any presentations, and so our next section, ladies and gentlemen, will be 30 minutes will be allocated available for public comment. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. However, a speaker may transfer his or her 3 minutes to another speaker, but no speaker shall be permitted to speak for more than 6 minutes. In this case, if we've got more than 10 speakers, we were actually limited to 2 minutes, and no speaker may speak for more than 4 minutes. Issues raised at this time are generally referred to as to the city administrator for review, and responses provided at a later date. Again, if you will, for some of you that signed up, again, you'll have more than enough opportunity to speak during the public hearing of this item. So in this case, we'll go to the next item.
First
Go ahead.
First speaker is Ernie Brooks.
Good evening.
I just want to say that, you know, men will lie, women will lie, but what doesn't lie is numbers. And on page 62 of the financial report with the bond that you floated last meeting, on page 62, you'll see there's a conduit debt for $6.4 million for my neighbor, Landmark Christian. And I believe my neighbor when they told me to come on down and participate in the democratic process. We value what your input is. We want to see what you think and feel about our village we propose to build. This $6.4 million is for Landmark to spend that money for to construct or acquire industrial or commercial facilities. I'm just, you know, this doesn't really bother me because I know if you qualify, if you're tax exempt, but if you don't pay no city tax, no county tax, no state tax, no sales tax, no federal tax, then you qualify, I'm good with that, your tax exempt, but this is what's bothering me. They said, and they did not mean what they said, that they didn't mean what they said when they said to come on down, because in their application to rezone, they told the city through the planning department that don't pay any attention to what the community said because 1, they're not under oath. 2, they can't be cross-examined. 3, they're not expert witnesses. Bump what the community said. If you don't allow us to proceed with our special property rights, we're going to sue the city of Peachtree City. On Exhibit B, on page 3, on the bottom, it says, we're going to sue Peachtree City if you, the city of Fairburn, don't pass our proposal. Now, they also, on that paperwork, they speak Miss Brookins out of name. They call her Ms. Brooks on 3 pages. They initially, on the cover page, is Brookins. But anyway, they did a traffic study over here on Milam Road. They said if you put a grocery store over there, it's 8,000 new trips. But they want to do a traffic study at their village after the fact, after you pass it. They haven't done an environmental pact. This is a hazard to the public. All the way around, it's too much. The public, I haven't met anyone that is in favor of this. They may be here tonight, though. Other than that, when you call for the vote, Mayor, if you would, do it by a show of hands instead of the voice. So, and please vote no. I'm not in support of this zoning change or this development. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next speaker.
Lee Watson. Lee Walton, I'm sorry.
Good evening. Lee Walton, 43 Green Street. I have well-scripted comments about the courthouse that I will send you in an email. I simply want to say thank you for sponsoring the community involvement process that happened in December. It was great. Very much looking forward to reading the full details of the report. Concerned about the roof. That was discussed as a problem needing immediate repair. So I encourage, quick action on the roof. Look forward to the vision of the future. And again, thank you very much.
Okay. Next speaker.
Gina Scheinstein.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor, council members. Thank you, Ms. Davis, for taking the time to drive down my driveway when you did to check out the area. I've been in front of you guys plenty of times over the last 3 years. When I moved into the neighborhood, I was kind of the last man on the totem pole, and then I find out that some of my neighbors are doing a deal with a developer, and it caused division within my street. So after our public fighting and engaging, I went to each neighbor, and we decided to work together as a team. And the last time I met with all of you, I said, I know you want a deal on this property. Let me help you find the right one. So over the last 3 years since we've met, I've talked to developer after developer after developer that had pretty much the same game plan that the previous ones did. Like the gentleman that got up tonight and spoke, people lie. I'm not a liar. I have a great track record. I'm here today to speak the truth. So in speaking the truth, we've taken the time to vet out the current application in regards, some of the biggest complaints over the last 3 years has been traffic. I deal with it. My mailboxes have been plowed over more than once by semi-trucks that aren't supposed to be going down the road.
True.
I take pictures, we report it. It's a work in progress. I know it's hard to keep semis off the road, but we're all working together. We've spent plenty of time vetting this group out. You're very familiar with the members that have filed the application, and they're people of integrity that their word is their word. What I wanted to do tonight, am I allowed to step forward and show you a picture?
You only have 1 minute and 21 seconds.
This is basically the view from my house.
Okay.
So I'm surrounded 75% by industrial.
Oh, wow.
So when I look out my window at night, this is my view. I have spotlights shining in my yard. And this is what we're up against, being surrounded with 75% of industrial around us. So I'm asking you for help. I committed to you 3 years ago. Let me work with you. Thank you, Mr. Phillips, the same. Direction. We've been doing this for 3 years. I believe the right group that'll make the city happy, that'll make everyone involved happy. That's my request. I'm here to work with you guys. I think this is something to take a look at. And again, it's not because I am a seller in the properties. I'm one of the sellers. I want that to be publicly known. But my heart is to honor everybody involved. And it started with you guys standing here saying, let me help you find the deal that will work. This only produces 10 cars a day, where the previous
You out of town,
was
man.
250.
Next
Thank
speaker.
you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Tyrone, and I do need your full name. Tyrone,
What was the area for the previous speaker that she was referencing? She didn't say.
she didn't give an address.
Bohannon Road? Okay, okay, thank
I
you.
didn't understand the previous two comments because I didn't know which project they were.
Okay.
Okay, this is just for the public comments.
It's just
and
public
you
comment,
will
this is not
call
the hearing.
public Speaking for those items. Tyrone?
Yes.
Yes, you
Yes.
have time to talk about that later. Henry, is it Beasley?
I'm counsel for the applicant. I just signed up in the normal course, so.
Okay, thank you. Lisa Kokorian?
I'm here to represent my neighbors for the Bohannon Data Center.
Thank you. Ron Alderman?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live at 91 Poplar Street here in Fairburn, and this rezoning for the property across from Landmark High School had been going on for a long time, and I just want to say a few things about that. Most of the properties in our area are assessed at about half of what they're going to be asking for the new houses. And most of the people in our neighborhood are either single or widows, or trying to keep their houses up and trying to make a living. And what I'm afraid of is going to happen is when the tax assessors get a hold of this and find out that some of the property's been selling for $400,000 two blocks from where I live, guess what's going to happen to my assessment? And I hate to say this, but Fulton County taxes were very good this past year, but the city of Fairburn was about 6.5 times what my Fulton County taxes were. And I've asked over and over again, why can't seniors, I'll be 83 in July, and why can't we get some kind of tax break? We get $1,000. That's not very much on a house. And so I was told last time I was here that we was going to try to increase that assessment or take the assessment down some or whatever to help us with the taxes. And another problem that I see with this project is that traffic, I don't know, it's been changed, the plan's been changed so many times. I don't know how many houses they're trying to build now, but I think it's at least 30 or 32. So that's going to add something like 60-something new cars to the to come out on that road there where they're trying to come out on.
Milo Fisher.
And the problem with that is that Bay Street now during the daytime is closed. Malone Street next to the church has been closed. So all that extra traffic is going to have to be funneled somewhere. And if you try to funnel it over by the police department, come across the railroad track, that's just about an impossibility. You come out on 92, and it takes me sometimes 15 to 20 minutes to get out on 92 from Poplar Street because traffic every morning, every afternoon comes through there doing 55, 60 miles an hour. And so it just doesn't seem like this area would be the right place to put a $400,000 house. Both my kids went to Fairburn Elementary School.
Your time is up, sir. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. Your clock is out.
Time's up?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Margarita Lauren.
Evening, Mayor Reed
Yes, ma'am.
and councilmen and women. I'm here in reference to the Bohannon project. Can you hear me? For the Bohannon project, what I'm concerned about and what I don't think anybody's even considered is when I've come up from Landron to Bohannon, I have seen multiple buses almost get hit by tractor trailers. I mean, and that's the area where this business is want to go. I am totally against it. I don't want to have blood on my hands because of these children. Each and every one of them are precious. You have grandchildren, children yourself. This would be a disaster. You're widening the roads. Why? Because there's so much traffic. There's so many potholes. And I have seen buses go into the potholes, go over to its side, and more importantly, the tractor trailers. And also, I want to, that's first and foremost my most important thing, and is really laying on my heart. Down the road is this beautiful church that would be right next to it, that I hear them sing the gospel. And right next to that, most precious to our firefighters, if there's all these cars and trucks there, how are our fighters, it's a training center, you guys know that, and how are they gonna get out in time to go help people? Because there's gonna be so much traffic. But that's pretty much what I want to say. I totally oppose it. I think it's the wrong move. You're taking up our green space. But the children are my first priority, and then our firefighters, which my grandfather was a chief. But anyway, I thank you very kindly.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Noah Ballard. Thank you. Barbara Allison? No, you can wait. Okay. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, before we want an adoption of the city council meeting that commenced on January 13, 2025. Is there a motion to approve the mission?
So moved.
There's a second.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. This time we'll come up to,
Next.
go ahead.
Next item is the first public hearing. This is a Bohannon Comprehensive Council ordinance land use designation from rural residential to green space to office industrial.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Evening.
The first item before you is a request to amend the comprehensive plan. I just want to remind everybody that the comprehensive plan acts as a guide for communities for achieving goals and objectives. It includes items like vision, need, opportunity, goals. It looks at land use designations, and it guides us for future development. The vision for the City of Fairburn's comprehensive plan states that the City of Fairburn is an economically thriving community and a destination for residents and visitors of all ages. Okay, I think not really working, but I'll go off my script. It's okay. Oh, now? Well, there we go. Perfect. As you can see from the slide presentation, it's roughly about 59 acres. That is the subject parcels. On the other side is the future land use designation. Most of the parcels have the rural residential designation. This is the designation for residential character areas meant to preserve a rural feel and transition to very low density uses in rural areas surrounding the city of South Fulton, Fayette, and Coweta counties. 1 acre or larger lots are appropriate in this area. The green space designation, there's one parcel with that designation. The green space character areas for land dedicated for active or passive recreational use, as well as for green space wildlife management. In these areas, the residents have an opportunity to connect with nature, the City of Fairburn, through activities that promote physical activity and healthy lifestyles. These areas may be either publicly or privately owned. The applicant is requesting to change all of the designations to office and industrial. This is a character area that typically lies along the I-85 corridor. The area consists of a mix of light and heavy industrial, as well as office uses. The industrial may include manufacturing, process plants, factories, warehouses, wholesale trade facilities, offices use may be associated. Just to sort of connect the two items, I'll be providing the presentation for both the comprehensive. We can view of what is before you. So the comprehensive plan amendment is about the policy shift. It's asking mayor and council to go from the rural and green space to office and industrial. The applicant has also submitted the rezoning application and the use permit for the data center. Because of the size, this application did require a DRI, a development of regional impact. So developments that are of a significant size, a significant amount of units, require that the Atlanta Regional Commission and a lot of other state agencies look at the application. And after providing their feedback, and all of that was included in the packet, they do provide general information regarding things like transportation, environmental. The final report does not address whether or not it is in the best interest of the local government. That is the decision of mayor and council. The applicant did have public participation, although there was a low turnout. I believe there was about 4 or 5 meetings, and at the highest, there was a 5 attendance. I've received some emails, and I'm sure mayor and council have, with members of the community that are in opposition to it. The applicant did provide some letters of support from residents, and they also provided a letter of support this evening, but they can detail that a little bit more for you. When we're looking at a change to the comprehensive plan, we're looking at a policy shift and also looking at what is the impact. We're looking at things like infrastructure. We're looking at the surrounding areas. We have a certain amount of standards that are specifically associated with the comprehensive plan, somewhat similar to the rezoning, but just to look at the policy shift, one of the really key components of it is looking at our goals, our vision, our development strategies associated with each of those designations. And one of the things that this project does align with is bringing big business. But in terms of the majority of the goals that call for more quality of life type of things like increasing downtown activity, parks, all of those items. In that way, this application does not align with the comprehensive plan. One of the development strategies specifically for residential calls for stable, well-maintained neighborhoods. Now, I will also bring your attention to the Meadow Glen community, which is directly adjacent to this property. That is probably one of the most significant aspects of sort of looking at how the policy shift will impact those surrounding areas. The applicant did provide a significant amount of information regarding data centers and areas where they have developed these types of buildings in other areas and sound machine. One of our key components of looking at data centers requires that any applicant provide a sound plan that looks at the noise and potential impact of it, because one of the things with going from sort of rural to industrial, even if it is one of the industrial that does not have as much traffic, it is the noise piece. So they did provide that study, and that study did say that there would need to be some significant modifications to make sure that for the generators and things of that nature, that there would be as less of an impact as possible for those residential communities. In terms of the effect to the surrounding or nearby properties, this could have a negative impact depending on how it's constructed, depending on the capacity. One of the concerning pieces was with water. The city of Atlanta did provide a letter, but they did not state in that letter that they had the capacity. There are data centers that have closed loop system which do not use as much water, but if it does not have that component to the design, it would certainly be a heavy usage of water, and making sure that we have that adequate capacity is one of the questions I think should be asked as a part of the discussion as well. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed this entire application, and in terms of the comprehensive plan, they were in favor and support of moving toward industrial, but they recommended denial of the rezoning and use permit for the data center. One of the comments that came up was really the low involvement regarding community members because of how significant or how big the Meadow Glen community. I do want to mention that the applicant did provide some opportunities for public input, but there was very low turnout, and that was one of the concerns, along with the impact of infrastructure and all of those items. So the Planning Commission voted to deny it. 3 were in opposition, 2 were in support. In terms of staff recommendation, having reviewed all of the items that the applicant provided, all of the items that the state agencies provided, this development will have a level of impact on our current infrastructure and natural resources. Staff recommends that if it's the will of council, and you recommend approval, that on our part there does need to be adequate analysis to better understand the water public infrastructure, along with an analysis or special area study, so that we can look at that entire corridor if it is the will to move toward an industrial use. Regarding the rezoning, staff has a number of conditions associated with the proposal. One of those conditions is making sure that the lighting is away from sort of those residential areas. The other item is looking at, got a lot of paper up here. Let me get the right one. 1 second. A vegetated buffer shall be installed to provide visual relief. The applicant shall complete all of the required conditions in the DRI study. Any data center or ancillary equipment should be located at least 200 feet from residential or noise sensitive. The applicant does believe that can be tweaked, and I'll leave it to them to discuss how they can do that. Prior to any site disturbance, a building permit must be issued for the project. The staff recommends that all the comments from each of the department, fire, public safety, all of us, that all of those items are addressed. The parking shall be paved. Additional landscaping may be required alongside the elevations. What's presented this evening and what is actually built, sometimes there's a gap once you get into the civil plan, so there may be some additional landscaping. The applicant must provide letters of capacity and approval of the design from the utility providers. The developer must combine all parcels prior to the submittal of the civil plans. The developer must provide a security plan to be approved by our public safety staff and construct fencing along the entire facility. Required system upgrades to support the industrial development, water, sewer, transportation will be at the developer's or owner's expense. The applicant must prepare a sound mitigation plan with a final concept plan. The plan will be reviewed and approved by staff prior to the issuance of any certificate of occupancy. The sound mitigation plan should be implemented, and the applicant must submit an updated concept and site plan for the building elevation, subject to the approval of the Planning and Zoning Commission. So the first item before you is a policy decision on whether or not to go from the rural green space to office industrial. The second item before you is a request to rezone the parcel to light industrial and also approve that use permit. If it's the will of council to change that policy to industrial, then it's important, or I would recommend that your support of the comprehensive plan also align with the rezoning, so that there is that there is any change in the designation without also having that rezoning and use permit as a part of that.
Gotcha. Okay. Members of council, what I'm going to do at this time, I'm actually going to entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So move.
Second.
Motion is made and properly second. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? That motion carries. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask the men and women, any men and women here present that want to speak in favor of this item. 30 minutes will be allocated for this item. 30 minutes.
If you would, please state your name and address, so in case council needs to get in touch with any of you.
Yes, ma'am. Just so I'm clear, 30 minutes for both both sides, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. While that's coming up, good evening. My name is Henry Bailey, counsel for the applicant. I'm at 3343 Peachtree Road Northeast, Morris Manning and Martin, Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you.
Can you wait till the time starts? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you very much. Again, Henry Bailey, counsel for the applicant. Thank you, Denise, for your presentation, and good evening to members of council and the mayor and staff of the city of Fairburn. So this site, as Denise has expressed, is on along Bohannon Road, dubbed the Fairburn Technology Center. And so what our requests are threefold. So the first request, which is the first item that's before you tonight, is the comprehensive land use plan amendment request to change it from to office industrial. And you'll see in a later map why we think that makes a lot of sense. Second, there's a rezoning to light industrial. Thank you for moving the time. And then the third item is the special use permit to allow for the data center uses itself, the data center use itself. So to date, we have held a number of different meetings on this project. I think the total is 4 or 5 at this point, along the time across from when we originally filed the application till now. And as Denise pointed out, throughout those meetings, the most we had in attendance at any one of those meetings was 5. And our notification process went over and above what's required by the city to ensure that we reached as many people as we possibly could. And on top of that, my personal information was included in all of the correspondence such that people could reach out if they had questions. I believe I received 1 or 2 phone calls where there were not any questions or concerns generally, but just wanting more information. Can we get the presentation back up on the screen? Thank you. And so I just want to back up a little bit. The primary reason why we're here today requesting industrial is because that is the designation that the city has identified that data center uses should be located in. In many other jurisdictions across the state, across the country, you'll find data center uses in zoning designations such as office or things like that. So I want to make sure that you're thinking about data center as not so much an industrial use, but more along the lines of an office use, considering the type of traffic impact, the type of low impact it has on the surrounding areas, and in that respect. So why this request makes sense, right? It serves as a transitional buffer between the very heavy industrial uses you have north of the site and the residential uses you have across Bohannon Road. Now, the current comprehensive plan designates it as rural residential and green space, which is supposed to be creating that buffer, but the reality of it is it simply is not. And so what we found through our research and looking at the site and analyzing the site is that the comprehensive plan and the zoning map, for that matter, are misaligned with the current market demand, 1, and 2, the character of the area. And so we feel like a change of the future land use map to allow for the industrial use is better aligned with the character of the area to provide the actual transitional buffer that is needed between the heavy industrial uses and the residential uses on the other side of Bohannon Road. Simply makes sense. And so moving on, one of the other large components of this project is that it's a very low impact on the surrounding area. Denise alluded to it earlier. Data center uses do not generate the type of traffic, do not generate the type of negative impacts that you would find in an ordinary industrial site, i.e. a warehouse or a distribution facility or things like that. There won't be any heavy truck traffic emanating to and from this site. The majority of the traffic that you will have going to and from this site will be vehicular traffic. And despite the fact that there won't be that much traffic, the applicant at his own cost is still improving Bohannon Road beyond what is needed to serve the site. So Bohannon Road is in a state of disrepair now, right? And so as a result of this project, improvements will be made along Bohannon Road to bring that back up to code, bring that back up to standard to ensure that even without the proposed truck traffic that people like to talk about from an industrial site that won't occur from this site, you'll have essentially a road that is capable of withstanding the everyday vehicular traffic to and from that area, either via the data center or to the residential uses nearby. So again, here's just an aerial of the site that kind of shows the location. You can see highlighted in blue how it sits directly between these heavy industrial uses to the west, planned west, if you will, and the residential uses across Bohannon Road. And this is a view of the site from Bohannon Road, a street view of the site from Bohannon Road. The same thing, this is headed south, I believe, where the transmission lines are on the right-hand side of Bohannon Road. And then just to reiterate the fact that this is the current zoning plan that shows in the blue the property zoned AG immediately adjacent to M1, which is then immediately adjacent to Bohannon Road and across the street from a residential neighborhood where we believe that the light industrial zoning district makes a ton of sense given that the use itself is a data center use and is not akin to what you might find in a normal industrial setting. And then again, the future land use map reiterating the same thing that's been mentioned earlier, pointing out that the city of Fairburn owns property immediately adjacent to the south of the site. And with that, I'll turn it over to Will Cassidy, who will speak on the rest of the application.
Sorry. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Will Cassidy. I'm here representing the development team. I've been before this council a number of times over the course of the last decade. We have been developing in Fairburn for a number of years, first Solstice, then the Dillon, then Oslo, and we're here again. And so I think we have roots here in Fairburn. We've been in Fairburn a long time. We've done a lot of work in Fairburn, and we've poured ourselves into Fairburn. So we, first and foremost, want everyone to understand that we don't come into Fairburn lightly. We don't come into Fairburn accidentally. And we don't come into Fairburn haphazardly. We come in intentionally, and when we analyze this project, we started out really first and foremost by looking at how do we do something with this property that has the most beneficial impact to the community, the lowest impact to the surrounding community, and generally speaking is the highest and best use for the property. So this team of developers develops all of the different real estate asset classes you can imagine. We do residential, we do office, we do commercial retail, we do industrial, we do all of those uses. So when we looked at this site, and we also do data centers, I should mention, when we looked at this site, we didn't just look at this and say, let's do a data center there. We said, what is the highest and best use for this property given all of the attributes associated with it? We have been in hearings before in this very room where we've heard objections to industrial projects on this property. We have heard the objections about traffic, we've heard the objections about noise, we've heard the objections about lighting, all of the things. And so again, we took all of that into consideration when looking at this property. And we want everyone to understand that, again, we didn't come at this lightly and we didn't come at this accidentally. So we're going to walk through some of the reasons and some of the justifications and some of the sort of mindset that we went into this with so that everyone can really understand how we're viewing it and ultimately how we landed here. So I think first and foremost, we just want to start with what is a data center. There's a lot of confusion about what those are and what they mean, and there's articles floating around all over the place, and every time you turn around, there's one article that says something vastly polarizing in one direction, and then another one that says something vastly polarizing in another direction. So to just take a moment and talk about what they really are, I think is important. So first and foremost, what we are proposing and what this data center will be is a secure facility that houses servers, computer systems, and electronics for the purposes of processing any and everything that happens on the internet. So whether you make a credit card payment or whether you go to Netflix or whether you use any type of medical record storage, digital medical record storage, all of that stuff has to live somewhere, right? And in our increasingly digital economy, that is a growing demand. So every time we add a new device to our family, every time we add cloud storage to your photos because you got a lot on your phone, every time you do something like that, the information and the data has to live somewhere. And so the facility that we are proposing is a facility that would be a location that would house that. So I just answered when do you use a data center? I think one thing that was just mentioned that I want to touch on again is I would encourage everyone as you're thinking about this project to think about this project a lot more in the vein of an office building without the people and the traffic, not like an industrial facility. So again, where we're asking for the zoning designation, that is simply a factor of that is where the text was written. That's where the zoning text exists in Fairburn's code. But if it existed under office, we'd be asking for office. If it existed under some other special use category, that's what we'd be asking for. So we just want to make that clear as well. So what do they look like? I mean, they look like a handful of different things. I mean, it can be everything from a very modern steel and glass type look to a very traditional, brick type look. They look like a bunch of different things, and they can be designed to fit the, context in which they exist. And then where are they located? So you can look across the country, you can look in our very own city in Atlanta, and you can find data centers located in a variety of different locations. They are located next to every use you can imagine, next to residential, next to commercial, next to office, next to multifamily, mixed use. So we're going to cover a couple of different of those locations. We're not going to spend a ton of time on that, but just to give everyone an idea of what that means. So again, what do they look like? This is just some interior shots, some exterior shots, just to give everyone an understanding of what it is we're really proposing. So located next to residential, because it seems like that seems to be the most sensitive topic of conversation given the location of this project adjacent to existing residential. But I would add, again, sandwiched in between very heavy industrial, which is on the other side of this property. So as you can see here in a number of different locations, and we're only going to share 4, but we could share 40 or 50 if we needed to. There are these locations adjacent to everywhere from $600,000 or $700,000 homes up to multi-million-dollar homes. There's nothing to indicate that there is any negative impact to those property values. There's nothing to indicate that there's an impact to desirability with regard to living adjacent to those. The images on the screen here are everywhere from Atlanta to Phoenix to Virginia to Maryland. They're all over the place. And so I think if done well and if done in the manner that we are proposing, they can be done tactfully and they can be done without making a negative impact. So what are those impacts that we're talking about? Again, they're commonly situated adjacent to various uses. They can be successfully implemented as transitional buffers, and that's one thing that we continue to talk about is that again, when we looked at this site, we looked at the future land use plan and we said, okay, it is designated low-density residential, but we have heard the objections to this property being designated industrial for a warehouse or a distribution facility because there's residential across the street. We said, okay, well, if the residential across the street means that this shouldn't be a distribution facility, then by the very same logic, this property shouldn't be residential because it's directly adjacent to existing industrial. So it's an unfair characterization to say that this property should be residential in the future. So that's why we submit that the future land use plan doesn't align with the surroundings, because making it residential would essentially force someone to say you need to buy a home backing right up to a truck court. So the project itself, it will utilize significantly less resources of the community than other uses. So from a road impact standpoint, there's far less traffic. We don't anticipate more than 20 to 30 people at most on this site. So that's 20 vehicles, not trucks, not distribution, that's 20 vehicles. That's employees that are coming and going from the center. There won't be any burden on the schools or municipal services or any of that type of stuff. It will be improving the local infrastructure significantly. As was mentioned, we plan to make significant improvements to Bohannon Road. We plan to make any required improvements to any water sewer infrastructure, although from what we know today, we don't believe that will be necessary. But in addition, it will create jobs in the area. It will create opportunities to invest in the area in other ways. We're already hard at work in trying to figure out how we can benefit the community by pouring into other places, and we can get into that later, but we're already working to try to help tie in trail systems into this part of Fairburn and working with neighborhoods to try to solve some of the problems that they've expressed to us. So we are actively engaged in trying to benefit the community in other ways. In addition to that, it's a significant contributor to the local tax base. I mean, this might be one of the single largest taxpayers in the entire Fairburn economy. In addition to that, we know that there will be conversation about the power and all that kind of stuff, and so that's some questions that we certainly plan to help answer. But as it stands right now, one of the other impacts is that we are hard at work in trying to find a pathway to actually purchasing our power through the city of Fairburn, which would be a significant revenue stream for the city and would actually help to improve the efficiencies of Fairburn's sales and ability to buy down that power rate, meaning if we're a large customer, we can help get that rate down by buying a significant amount of power through the city. So some of those economic impacts, as we were just mentioning, they can have significant impacts on the economy just by virtue of all the things that they bring along with it. So again, this would be a significant investment in Fairburn, several $100 million, if not more. And with that, again, a low burden on the municipal infrastructure and other things. These also bring other industries. I mean, I think one thing that has been, made sort of nationally aware, or people are now nationally aware, is that, in regions that have embraced data centers, albeit, yes, there have been some challenges in certain places, there have been some pushbacks, but in places that have embraced them, significant amounts of tech investment have followed. There have been, in Washington, D.C., for example, there's been a number of tech companies that have located to those areas because of the ability to back their infrastructure and back their businesses. So short of having the capacity of what some of these data centers provide, a lot of these tech companies simply cannot run their businesses from a distance from these places. So these actually do serve to attract businesses, despite that, there are counterpoints out there that people would like to argue that suggest that they don't, but the truth of the matter is that they do. And again, the property tax revenue cannot be underestimated. Again, to go to the site, I think there's a number of things that we want to touch on the site. I think first and foremost is, again, one of the reasons that we really like this site, and one of the reasons we think this makes a tremendous amount of sense, is because, we were here previously listening to the water infrastructure and build out and all the concerns that come along with that, but for this site specifically, all of the infrastructure required for this project is in place already. So you can see these large transmission lines that run through the south side of the site. The way that we will procure power for this site will be directly from those transmission lines. So in a lot of instances, when you build a data center that isn't on one of those transmission lines, a significant amount of infrastructure has to be invested in order to deliver power to that site. There has been a lot of talk and conversation about who pays for that and how that's funded and who ultimately pays the price. Is it the local consumer of power, or is it the data center, or whatever? In this instance, we are already on the significant infrastructure, so there won't be any additional build-out required. Any additional infrastructure that is required for our project would be borne by us, meaning we would pay for that infrastructure. That infrastructure would be on our site, would not be expanded to off-property, and would be simply to serve our project. So we're going to talk about the site plan for just a minute. The site plan is oriented north-south, but we're going to kind of flip it so that it's easier to see on the screen. So north is toward Oakley Industrial Boulevard, and then south, as you can see, is the transmission. So a few things that we're going to do with this site that will additionally minimize the impact on the community. The first is this site will be set back over 100 feet from Bohannon Road. So in between the project and Bohannon Road would be over 100 feet of unimpacted tree buffer and buffers. We have worked with the neighborhood in Meadow Glen, so we've been in contact with Meadow Glen. We have worked with the HOA. One of the things that was brought up there was, we have a hard time turning in and out of our subdivision. So we said, okay, how can we help that? So one of the things that we did is we analyzed the road and the entrances, and the neighborhood actually asked us if we would move our entrance further north toward Oakley Industrial, which we did. So you can see on this plan, we only have one entrance to this project. Again, there's just one main entrance because we won't have traffic that mandates more than one entrance. We also moved it away from the access point to Meadow Glen, but in so doing, we are planning to install a turn lane and widen the road there such to allow easier traffic mobility in and out of Meadow Glen subdivision. So again, we are being very conscientious to try to do things that not only serve our site, but also serve the area. We're also going to set this site down in a hole. So we're going to excavate down such that the finished floor elevation or the walking surface, the parking lot, so to speak, would be 20 to 30 feet below Bohannon Road. So this would actually be 100 feet back off the road, 20 to 30 feet down below it would be the parking surface. So when you drive to our site, you would drive down into the site such that it sits down, back, and away from the road. Additionally, the way we've designed this facility, noise was something that was mentioned. We did do a comprehensive noise study. We did dig deep into that. We have implemented a number of different things that we believe will significantly limit any noise. And by the way, the noise that is spoken about would be largely generated from the emergency backup generators should they kick in. Now, obviously, we hope those never kick in, but should they kick in, they are located in these courtyards you see off to the sides of the buildings. What we've done is we have designed 20-foot sound barrier walls all the way around those. So those walls will be taller than any of the equipment in that yard, such that it blocks any sound transmission that might be coming off of those generators should they kick in. Otherwise, the only thing else located out there would simply be air conditioning equipment. So similar to what you'd find in an office building, you would just have an AC unit that sits outside. Additionally, we have, again, located this project right on the transmission lines such that we're simply going to pull power lines right off of that. We'll drop them into what you see the substation, which is on the south side. So we've kept all of the development north of the transmission lines. And the only thing on the south side is simply a substation where we would drop power into that, and then we would go underground from that location into the project to serve the project. Again, I want to reiterate, we have parked this project per code, but the parking shown on this plan is significantly more than we need. And frankly, we would say we would be totally fine if council decided to cut our parking back by a significant amount. We'd say great. So we're totally okay with that. Otherwise, again, the site itself is set down, back, and away from Bohannon Road. And the way the way we're designing this building to be constructed, this facility, is such that it blocks any noise transmission that there might otherwise be. We mentioned that the road expansion of Bohannon Road, we have designed and engineered that to go all the way from Oakley Industrial down to Landrum. So as was mentioned earlier, the thought would be that that entire road would get improved, which is a significant amount of investment in the Fairburn community. That's a multi-million-dollar investment in that road. And again, that doesn't directly benefit our project because, again, we don't have trucks and we don't have that type of traffic. But again, it's an investment in the Fairburn community. I want to speak to water for just a moment. I think there's been a lot of conversation about water. The facility that we're constructing, or that we plan to construct, should we be approved, would be a lower consumer of water than what you may have heard of. There are some what you call hyperscale facilities that do use a significant amount of water, millions of gallons potentially. Right now, we have designed this facility to be at the top end about 60,000 gallons a day, which is commensurate with a large neighborhood. So a large neighborhood with a few hundred homes uses about that same amount of water. We are also right now working, and we will work further, should we be approved, and really dive into the engineering, to go further with internal looping systems and air-cooled systems that can help further reduce our water capacity such that we might be able to get that down to even 20 or 30,000 gallons per day, which would be an even further improvement. Where did the presentation go? Thank you. So, quickly to touch on the conditions, we have worked with staff and have been, as was mentioned, we went through a full DRI process, which was, that contemplated input from a number of surrounding communities, a number of surrounding planners. We have worked with staff on all the conditions. We were simply asking for a slight modification to two conditions, that one would be condition number 2, one would be condition number 4. In the city's zoning ordinance, it requires a 100-foot buffer from a collector or local roadway, so that is already in the city's ordinance. We are simply asking that condition 4 be slightly modified to read, as you see on the screen, which would be 150 feet from any physical structure or of a noise-sensitive use, i.e. Any type of single-family residence. And then the other one would simply, the vegetated buffer is simply to give staff a little bit of leeway to determine where that makes sense and doesn't make sense, because if you look at our site plan, a number of the locations where we back up to is just woodland between us and the industrial. So we felt like buffering a buffer didn't make a ton of sense, but we just wanted staff to have some ability to weigh in on that. So in summary, data centers are an emerging and growing and necessary sector of our industry. They are happening. They're happening around Fairburn. They're happening in Metro Atlanta. They're happening, all over the place. They're going to continue to happen. I think what we can do, and our responsibility, is to do them as intelligently and to do them as tactfully as we can. That's what we're here tonight seeking approval for, is to tactfully pursue a data center location here for all the reasons that we've mentioned. Again, this will function a lot more like an office building without the traffic and without the people. I think there will be some concerns posed about traffic, but I think that largely ignores how this actually operates. Again, it will create a significant tax revenue for the city. And overall, I think we'll create a transitional buffer between the existing residential and the existing heavy industrial uses. With that, we'll say thank you and yield the rest of our time, should there be any other folks who want to make comments. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Is there anyone? Not 30 minutes, okay. How much time is left?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Is there anyone else here wish to speak in support of this?
Would you speak in the mic?
Is there anyone else here with 6 minutes left, I think?
5:15.
5 minutes, 5:50. If you're wishing to speak in support of the item only.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, I'll be brief. My name is Tyrone Hines, and I don't live in the Fairburn area. I live in the Fayetteville area, but I've been in real estate for close to 30 years now, and I was having some conversations with one of the sellers, and he asked me to take a look at it and see what I thought. Now, I know when it comes to the community across the street that they're concerned about house values and things of that sort. But when you look at the other different options, this data center is one of the better options, especially when it comes to your house values. Now, this is something that I've looked at a little bit. I'm not with the developers. I have no connection with them. This is just my personal opinion, my personal professional opinion. I'm in support of it, especially if the homeowners want to try to do the best for their home value. This would probably be one of the better options when you look at the other options that are available. So just for the homeowner to take that into consideration, that this will probably be one of your better options.
Okay. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak in support of the item? Okay. Seeing none, at this time, 30 minutes will be allocated for those that wish to speak in opposition of this item. Sir, some kind of way I knew you were going to be first.
Make sure you give me your name and
Yes, sir.
address.
Please
My
give
name's
me your
Ernie
name.
Brooks. I live at 33 Cole Street, Fairburn, Georgia. And what I want to share with you, I hope you got a copy of this. This is the article out of the AJC on the 8th of December, 24. And I brought it up at the in December, I brought this up and made reference to. And this gentleman here, Robert Baker, he worked for the Public Service Commission for 18 years. And he says that, and if I could just quote him, he says that the new nuclear power plant at Vogtle has already been capped out. They're at max capacity. They're going to have to build 3 new natural gas combustion turbines to supply the demand for electricity. Also, he says that the cost of electricity has gone up 30% this year. And one of the reasons is because, as you know, Southern Company owns Georgia Power, and you guys contract just like data centers contract. If they go through you, that's good, but the incentive really is that they get a cut rate on the electricity, and this is how much. Small businesses and residential customers pay 18 cents per kilowatt. Data centers pay 3 to 5 cents per kilowatt. So they're saving buco money. Anyway, if you Google how many data centers are in Georgia, well, there's 155 in the metropolitan area. As you know, the project sale in Coweta County where they want to put 15 data centers. Have you been on Stonewall Tell? That huge data center? I know the guy that sold him the property. It's huge. He made a killing. But the point is that taxpayers are responsible. In your tax bill, there's a portion of the money. When people think about the grid, they think, it's a big, humongous thing. It's little patchworks of different grids that are together. This is going to be a strain, and they're next to the Georgia Power transmission lines because they can tap right into the high demand of energy that they're going to need. But this is going to be a burden on the taxpayers, and this is why there's a pushback, because he's right. All over the country, this has been a happening thing because we live in a different time. But Microsoft has bought 3 Mile Island. They're refurbishing it. So they want to do what they call before the meter development so they can tack right into the nuclear power generating plant and use that energy instead of it going out on the grid and then the taxpayers having to pick up what they're not paying their fair share. Basically, the incentive is it eventually gets back to the taxpayers to pay it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next speaker.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Blue-haired horse lady here to give your favorite blue-haired diatribe.
Love it.
We haven't done this for a minute, and honestly, if y'all miss me,
You don't have to go scaring up a 60-acre data center. You could just call. Honestly, I'm happy to be here. Many of my neighbors who are residents are not able to attend this meeting, so I'm speaking hopefully as well as I can on behalf of all of us.
Can I get your name and address, please?
I'm so sorry. I know this by now. Lissa Corcoran, 9075 Galat Road. The conversation that I always bring to these meetings is about the reality that when you give up rural land, you can't get it back. And we have all, in the past few years, watched Palmetto as it has changed from being a rural community with a couple of warehouses to being a warehouse community with a couple of neighborhoods. We currently already have a data center in the works that will go in on the other side of I-85. We now are within less than a year looking at putting in another data center on Bohannon. My farm happens to be one of the properties that is on the transmission line that the data center refers to. I do not want to see our city motto changed to Fairburn, situated to be a data center. Because one of the great, charming, and truly extraordinary things about Fairburn is that we still have rural space. And the north side gave that up and can't ever get it back. We're holding on to something here that if we lose it, we can't ever recover. This is not a small decision. We're not talking about whether we're going to put in a Kentucky Fried Taco joint, like we're not making a small decision. We're looking at how 60 acres in a town that is landlocked should be allocated. And this is a choice that we're not going to get back. This is a choice that should be more than just this meeting and more than just the few meetings that happened before this, which, by the way, you know that our Line Creek community is very involved and very committed and shows up at these meetings when we're aware of them. So the fact that we weren't here, the fact that there's just a couple of us here, is a statement that we did not realize how far along this conversation was. We knew that there was a theory, knew there was a possibility of a data center going up on Bohannon, but we had no idea how far along the process was. It is a possibility that this data center may contribute significantly to the tax base, but data centers are a very new thing. And it is also possible that this is part of a tech bubble that could burst. And then an area that is 60 acres that could be mixed use, could be all sorts of things, is now a data center that is defunct. We thought that Curry Bend was also going to bring a lot to the tax base in Fairburn. But what is Curry Bend putting into the coffers at this point? So we have a process for guiding growth. We know that we need growth in Fairburn, but what kind of growth do we want to have? Are we talking about only industrial growth? Or are we talking about jobs, which we know that data centers don't contribute many of? That's why they're not adding to the traffic problem, because it's not creating many jobs. Do we want industrial, or do we want to bring in vibrant neighborhoods and businesses and community? How do we want to define ourselves? We have a process for how we decide that, and it's one that you have consistently upheld. That is called the Comprehensive City Plan, which we come together as residents and as government every 5 years to review and determine what we want in our community and where we think it is most appropriately placed. I would argue that if there's going to be a policy shift about what 60 acres is allotted to, that it shouldn't be an amendment. It should be part of the review that is happening this year. It should be part of the discussion where all of our community can come together and be part of discussing, do we want this section to become increasingly industrial? What do we want that to look like? This is a precedent-setting meeting. And if we if we change to the model of using amendments as a way of circumventing the comp plan, which is essentially what this is, we open up a very dangerous path for all of the Chris Edens, all of the people who are waiting and looking for an exception that takes them out of the cohesive vision that we've created for the comprehensive plan. This council has always been very loyal to that plan. That plan is, I think, one of the rarest, most important things about being part of Fairburn. I came here from Metro Atlanta, and if you were to sit down with a city council member in Cobb County or Fulton County, in any of the cities that I lived in, you might as well have been talking to a giraffe about the nature of Jesus if you were to talk to them about what you thought the area should look like in 10 years. The thing they have in common is they don't know, they don't understand, and they don't care. But that is what's different about Fairburn, and that is what's different about the city council and the mayor here, that you are deeply invested in what all of the residents want the vision of our city to look like over time. You reaffirm that every time you stand by the comprehensive plan. No one is saying, even those of us who want green space, even those of us who will bleed for keeping rural land, none of us are saying that we don't want there to be development or growth. We want Fairburn to succeed as much as anyone because we live here. But there's a way to do that. Growth for the sake of growth is not what we're shooting for. What we're shooting for is a long-term vision about how we use the very, very limited space that we have. I am not going to go into all of the reasons for the data center not being appropriate because I know that the city and planning folks have already done that with you. But I would say, please do not make this an amendment. Please let this, if it needs to be, if it is the right development for this area, if it's the direction that Fairburn should go in, let it be a larger conversation that is the comprehensive plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Clarl. I live at 203 Man Road, Tyrone, but I'm very close to this, I'm about a mile from this proposed center. I was personally told by one of the applicants to not raise opposition to this project. At the time, I was unaware. I didn't know where it was located or who owned the property. I just knew a data center had been proposed. I was first made aware of the location when the rezoning signs went up on Bohannon Road. I travel that road 4 times a week. It's not easy or even safe to pull over on Bohannon to stop and read the rezoning signs, but I did, and that's when I found out about it. I fully understand and respect the right of property owners to sell and profit for their land and to develop it as the law and zoning allows. However, as an American and a property owner who lives close to the site of this center, I am here to express my opposition to preserve and protect my beautiful rural neighborhood and my property value. This center will completely and irreversibly change the character of this part of Fairburn. It may be promoted as a low-impact project because, as we've already heard, it won't generate traffic, it won't impact schools, but data centers do have big impacts on communities, and I'm just going to try and briefly cover a couple here. They create massive amounts of electronic waste when servers become outdated, and Lissa kind of spoke to that. Generators must be replaced every 20 to 25 years. Electronic waste is currently the fastest growing waste stream in the world, and I've done a lot of research on data centers. They consume large amounts of water, which was already touched upon, and that aspect is still not clarified, as I heard during the presentation. So why would we approve this now if this aspect still needs analysis, as was said previously? Here's a major concern of mine. They can create low-level, annoying noise. Since hearing is subjective, some people hear more noise than others. Some people hear a constant buzz emitted from the data center, while others might only hear the noise of the generators, which must be tested on a regular basis. The thing is, we don't know what kind of noise might be created, but once this data center is built, there's no reversing it. The problem can't be eliminated, only mitigated, as we heard in the presentation. The term sound mitigation measures is vague to me. I don't know how that's quantified. But in any case, I don't want that in my neighborhood, and I would ask you to consider if you would want this in yours, especially in light of the concerns with noise. I've lived at my property for 30 years. There has been development along Bohannon Road that is truly low impact in this rural area of Fairburn. And I'm thinking of Harvest Rain Church. I'm thinking of the Fairburn Public Safety Center. These kinds of development are appropriate for this neighborhood. I would assert that this data center is not. I have been before you before in the past, and I also am grateful for the way you have all listened to citizens and have considered our concerns. I would dispute this developer's assertion that they went above and beyond to notify residents. I have spoken to a number of homeowners in Meadow Glen, on Bohannon, on Landrum, on Kirkley, and on Man Road. No one knew about this. I was told that the initial notification of the community meeting back in September went out to citizens on a Friday to notify them of a Tuesday meeting. So that's really not much notice. It's now up to you to determine whether approval of the change in zoning and the land use map is worth the concerns associated with data centers. It seems to me like rezoning this parcel is going to allow further encroachment of large industrial facilities, and it is an industrial facility, not an office building, into the existing rural part of Fairburn. So I would ask you to please follow the recommendation of your own Planning and Zoning Commission to deny this request. Please do not override what they have recommended. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
How y'all doing?
Oh.
Hi.
I'm Terry Commodore. I live in Meadow Glen, 3609 Point Court. I've been to a couple meetings, so I just want to point out a couple things to y'all. Bohannon does not have a lot of traffic. I drive that street all the time. I've been living in Fairburn for almost 20 years. The traffic is on Oakley in Sonoya, not on Bohannon. Housing problem around Fairburn, that's a bigger issue than data center and having better Wi-Fi, is which the guy mentioned in the last meeting. The warehouse thing with the trucks and stuff, if there was better signage and GPS, the front side of the warehouse is given that address, so it tells truckers they've reached their location, so that's the problem. So if they would put a sign like other areas, because I drive trucks, if they put a sign right there directing them to the warehouse, then they won't have that problem. Other industrial areas have that. They mentioned about the $40,000 houses that they potentially bought in the taxes and stuff like that. And I've lived in this area. When I bought my house, it was $100,000. The property value is not declining. So I don't feel like we even need a data center to increase the property value. So you have to kind of distinguish which hill you want to go on, you know. A rezoning, he mentioned about rezoning and giving you blueprints and different things that they want to do. They also did not give you great clarity on what exactly they want to do, so they can change their mind at any time. The guy mentioned about having a great relationship with Meadow Glen. I've never seen this guy a day in my life other than here. As far as the community, when we got mail, it looked like junk mail. I know about this because I talked to the HOA, and she's trying to get me to be a part of it because I'm, you know, that type of person. He's talked about low impacting. I think he's minimizing it. Water and power is a big impact when it comes to everything we use every day. We have kids, everybody use water, everybody use power. We already have a problem with a lot of industrial using the power in the neighborhood, so imagine what happened if we allow somebody to come in and use way more. They haven't talked about recycling of the water. They try to use the lower numbers of how much water they use per day and try to make it look like they're using what a house uses. That's not true. I don't use that much water, and I got 6 people in my house per month. I think they're like not telling y'all the truth. And I asked why Fairburn. Everybody want to say because they're attached to Fairburn, they see this city as thriving. I remember when there was woods everywhere and they started developing everything. That's where the traffic came from. But in order to create jobs, you're going to have traffic because a lot of people that come to Fairburn don't live here. I live here, so I care about it more. A lot of people have spoken. They're not from here. They don't live around here. They don't have to put the direct impact. Like the guy said, the speaker from the data center, he lives in Tyrone. Put it in Tyrone. Put it in Peachtree City. Why would you put another one that close to everybody? The roads are fine. Fairburn Streets, Bohannon, I never hit a speed bump, never hit a pothole. They just repaved our community. We didn't need their funding. So I ask you guys to think about, are you thinking about the bottom line or the company, or are you thinking about the people that actually live here, that pay taxes, that are faithful to this community? We built this community, and to allow somebody else to come in and dictate what we have directly across the street from us is ridiculous. And as far as Meadow Glen not responding, like as of 2024, the late 2024, 40% of the community are owned by companies that don't even live there. They rent out these houses to people. So no, they're not gonna get the mill. And the people that were for it was the companies that own the houses that don't live there, because the property value will go up. It's gonna do that anyway. And I just need y'all to see what I picked Fairburn. I'm from New Orleans. I picked Fairburn because I saw Fairburn. That was a long time ago. I saw Fairburn, and it's doing exactly what I thought it was going to do. And my house is increased without this data center. So that's all I'm saying. Like, just look at the bigger picture and just think, because they're not telling y'all the truth. And that's all. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello.
Hello.
Katrina McCrary. I also live at 3609 Point Court, and sorry, I had to put notes on my phone. I just came from work, so. One of the things I want to say is the English language is very powerful, and we listen to them repeatedly use the words plan and analysis. Those are not commitments nor promises. A lot of us plan to lose 20 pounds on New Year's Day, and we didn't. So that's how plans and analysis often go without a true commitment. There's no guarantee, and they can change their mind as soon as we give them what they want. He mentioned that they've done many projects around the city, such as the Dylan Apartments. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I know a one-bedroom is over $1,400. And we have a housing crisis in this community, and we cannot afford to knock down 5 homes. Because corporations are kind of coming in and doing what they want. As Terry mentioned, our community now has about 40% corporate landlords. And we are starting to feel boxed in on their monopoly board. Let's see, I took notes when he was talking. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling. That was really some of the big things, and an insinuation that we may be confused about what a data center is an insult to our intelligence. I don't think any of us made it this far in life by not understanding basic concepts and being able to look these things up. And for us to knock down 5 homes, to build a building that at most may employ 10 to 15 people, while impacting tens of thousands of residents in our community, is not in the best interest of our community, in my opinion. He mentioned that it would sit 100 feet back, I believe, from the road. That's 30 yards. 3 first downs, and you're there. That's not very far at all. Yeah, sorry, my notes are out of order. But that's 3 first downs. Okay, so just going with what they've said, the character of our community is really important. And when you give an inch, if this gets approved, then someone's going to develop the thing next to it and next to it. And Oakley Industrial really has been a dividing line, and if we go right, we know what to expect. When we come left, I feel like I'm turning into our community. And their data center, I understand people's Gmails are full, their iClouds are full, they're gonna need a jump drive or something. Because if the data needs to be stored right outside of my neighborhood, then your phone just gonna have to be full. But we don't want it. Our neighborhood did not know much about it. They talk about low participation. I'm in work clothes. A lot of us are at work. Or a lot of people feel helpless against large corporations like that. So they figure, why bother? Why show up? So I think in summary, scroll to the end of my notes. That's it. And thank you for your time. Thank you. They sent out a much more substantial notification to all of the residences. So I see a lot more people here than I saw at other meetings. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
My name is Barbara Allison, and I live on Landrum Road in Fairburn. Thank you, Mayor and the city, for having me here to speak. I am totally opposed to this data center for several reasons. If you go down 54 Highway and see the one that the city of Fayetteville has done, it's a nightmare. It's an eyesore to look at. And also, I have family in Georgia Power, and they said it's a total nightmare. Don't believe me, check with the city of Fayetteville, but they're having to do all kind of tower and infrastructure to get electricity to this data center. In fact, my family said that they're gonna take like 250 homes over in the New Hope area, and they're gonna have to put up those huge infrastructure towers to run the electricity to that data center. So it's gonna be a logistical nightmare. Talking about water and power and sewer on Landrum Road, recently the Lime Creek pump station failed, and tons of millions of gallons of raw sewage went into a retention pond right there on Landrum Road. So if we can't even stop that from the city of Fulton County, how are we going to stop all this issue with this water and sewage in the area? If you want to see a really nice data center, go down 75 South towards Macon, right at Bolingbroke, Georgia, at the, let's see what the name of the, I believe it's Rumble Road. There's a data center off to the right. It's aesthetically in the field, trees. It's low to the level to the ground. You can just barely see it through the trees. It's huge. It doesn't bother anybody. Doesn't bother the community. For us that have been in the Fairburn area for 30 years, we love our community. It's like they said, if you go Oakley Industrial to the west, it's all industrial. If you turn to the right, it's our community. So I guess this is what I have to say. I'm tired of fighting. I'm tired of talking about it. So if someone wants to come along and take Oakley Industrial to the east, all the way Landrum Road, all the way to Kirkley Road, and make all this industrial, so Fairburn will be known for warehouses, data centers, and industrial, I'll be glad to sell my property and just find another location to live in a different community. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Anyone else wish to speak in opposition? Okay. I thought it was somebody in the back. Okay, come on out, sir.
I'm Kevin Leslie. I live at 163 Man Road. I live just 2 doors down from Cary, and we bought about 3 years ago. And the reason we bought in that area because it was just vast areas of wilderness, and we wanted it to stay that way. We bought there because that's where we wanted to live our lives out. I don't want it to turn into an industrial community. We have grandchildren and children that are going to have more grandchildren. We kind of want it to be a legacy for that area. But I didn't have a whole lot of time to prepare, but that's where I stand. I'm opposed to it. I've heard a lot of reasons why, and I agree with the reasons that I heard. The main reason is I want to keep it home. That's our home. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I will now, can I entertain a motion to close the public?
The applicant gets 5 minutes to rebut.
I apologize. The applicant, sir, could you, get 5 minutes, actually, rebuttal.
Thank you. So we've heard a number of concerns, and I want everyone to know that we don't take this lightly. We understand. We understand that we're impacting people's lives and their communities, and I want to reiterate that, you know, when we entered this process well over a year ago, when we looked at this property again, we do develop all of the other types of things that people have mentioned that they would like to see here and there and wherever, and I think it is critical to remember that as developers of all of the other uses that we mentioned, we would not develop any of those uses on this property. And we wouldn't do that because we do not believe that that is intelligent, and we do not believe that that is a good use for the property. And so I think with that said, I just want to reiterate that we didn't arbitrarily or accidentally choose to pursue the project that we're pursuing. We did carefully analyze and carefully dig into what did make the most sense on this property, knowing what the objections of the community had been in the past, knowing what the objections of the community might be moving forward, and to speak to that, you know, I think we're alarmed to hear that there are people who didn't feel like they were notified, because I think we've even submitted all the documentation. We mailed hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of notices. They were all sent certified mail. They were all sent to the addresses that we were given by the City of Fairburn systems that told us who the property owners were. So we also reached out directly to the HOAs for those communities, had correspondence with those communities. I again, as a developer who has done multiple projects in this community for over a decade, I want everyone to understand that that is not the way we do business, and that is not an issue that we have typically had. So I think we're alarmed to hear that people felt like they were not aware of that. And so I think in all sincerity, we did what we thought was above and beyond the requirement to notify folks. So again, I think the only thing I would say, because we do projects all over the southeastern United States, we know that they have an impact on people and they impact people differently. We know that we can never make everyone happy. All we can do is try to do our best to find the most common ground and the most middle ground for everyone that we can. But I think that for this property and this project specifically, I think I will just reiterate one last time that we do believe that this is the highest and best use for this property. We did do a significant amount of analysis in determining, was there something else that could make sense here? Was there another investment? Was there another benefit to the community that could be, you know, invested in this area that was different than what we're proposing today? And ultimately what we decided was, no, this made the most sense because it benefited Fairburn the most and it had the least and lowest impact on the surrounding community. So notwithstanding the fact that, yes, there is additional analysis to be done, because as we stand today, we have done a significant amount of analysis, engineering, and study to get to the point that we are today. There is a lot to go between now and the time that we actually start construction, but that is the ordinary course of business for any development project. So rather than stand here and tell you that we have all the answers like many developers would do, we are standing here honestly telling you that there is some to figure out, but we are confident in the pathway of figuring that out, and we know that working with the city, as we have done on numerous occasions before, that we will get to the right answer and we will get to the right result for the community. So with that said, you know, we hope that everyone understands that, that we have no intentions of showing up and trying to push anything across anyone's desk that they don't want to see. We don't have any intentions of showing up to a community and trying to force anything down anyone's throat. That's not how we do business, and that's not what our reputation is. So with that said, again, we would just ask that the merits of this project and this property specifically be considered, because it has been before you over the course of the last 10 years multiple times. This is not the first project, this is not the first conversation, and this is not the first time that objections have been raised. And at this point, there really aren't any other options. We're kind of at the point where there has to be, at some point, there has to be an ability to use the property economically, and I think what we're saying is we believe that we've done that analysis to the best degree possible, and we feel like that this is the right way to go. So we thank you, we thank the community, we thank everybody for having us, and truly you know, appreciate this community and this council. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
At this time, ladies and members of council, can I entertain a motion to close the public hearing?
So move.
Second.
Motion is made and properly seconded by Ms. Davis. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Members of council, you have before you a comprehensive plan amendment. Request that the mayor and council consider ordinance to change the comprehensive plan land use designation from rural, residential, and green space to office, industrial. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Okay, what is the motion?
Your motion also moved to
Approve
do.
or what?
To do what?
Approve or deny? Ask- You making a motion to approve?
I did.
Okay, is there a second? That motion fails for the lack of a second motion. In this case, is there another motion? Of any-
So move to deny.
Motion to deny it.
Okay, motion has been made by Mr. Smallwood,
Second.
second by Ms. Jones. Any questions or comments by council?
I have some comments.
Go ahead, yes, ma'am.
Tonight, this community showed out strong force, and you exhibited what community really looks like. Community engagement is an issue in our city, where we have to be diligent and focused and tuned in on all governmental affairs as it relates to this community. How you all showed up tonight for a policy amendment lets me know that you do care. Not that I didn't think so, but the absence of your presence in council meetings sometimes is disparaging. When we talk about policies, I want you all to be very clear. We have to make a big shift here in Fairburn with the charter. So I want to see the same energy and forwardness and focus that you exhibited here tonight. Because there is no I in community, it's we, the people. Every member on this council lives in this community and value everything that you all said here tonight. But don't stop here. You started the year off really grand and great. Question the narratives. You elected us here to be your representation as trustees over this city. So it's incumbent that you not allow us to govern without your voice. You've heard me say this time and time again. No one gets to come in this community and tell us what to change or tell us what our options are. We get to make that decision. Finally, the comp plan, it's up for review. I need those meetings packed out just as thick as it was tonight. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Y'all just don't know. As the preacher would say, y'all made my baby jump. It did. It did. So this is what Fairburn looks like moving forward. We may not always agree on everything, but we have to work together. And your ideas and you matter. Thank you so much. This is what community looks like.
Davis. Ms. Davis, you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Davis.
In addition to my colleague, Councilwoman Hudson, I am so proud of the citizens of this city. And you know how important I feel personally about the comprehensive plan. You've heard it before when you've come before us. It is a plan that we all get a chance to have an input in. It's the citizens' plan, the staff plan, it's our plan. And we don't let anybody just come in here and tell us to change our plan in addition to a rezoning. So I'm excited for you because the plan is the plan that we, as a unit, came together with. And for the applicant, I appreciate your presentation. You knew the hot buttons as it related to data centers, and you tried to schmooze them. But one of the things that you said, that you know what's best for the property? And I have to say, no, you don't. Our comprehensive plan is what we put together, and we know what's best for the property. So thank you for your input.
Yes. I too want to say thank you for the attendance here tonight and having your voices heard. And I truly appreciate the research that was done regarding data centers. You guys articulated some very, very important issues, and many of them were issues that I had discovered as well in doing my research on how I would consider this request. And one thing that I did not hear from the applicant, and in fact I have not heard from many requests for data centers throughout the country, is the issue of fire protection. It is my understanding that data centers generate an extreme amount of heat. And because of the equipment and the wiring and all of the things that go into data centers, that it is very toxic. And that a community like ours, quite frankly, is not prepared to deal with if there were a fire at a data center. It requires another level of expertise. It requires another level of equipment. It also requires another level of fire suppression chemicals, which we as a community are not prepared to deal with. I would pray that that would never happen in anybody's community, but that is one of those things that we, all communities need to consider. And I want to say, so given all of the ideas that you guys presented and the issue regarding the fire protection for a small community like ours are the reasons why I voted no on this. And I also agree that we should not make a decision of this magnitude via an amendment to the comprehensive plan. I do appreciate that feedback. And we as a body need to be careful that we respond accordingly when we get those requests. Even though we've established a process to amend the comprehensive plan when it's appropriate, sometimes we may need that. But it is not something to be done frequently or nor to be taken lightly. So again, thank you guys for your participation. And I agree with Councilwoman Hudson that we need this level of participation. All the time is probably an unrealistic expectation, but a lot more frequently than we've had in the past. So thank you, though, for this participation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My colleagues have basically said it all, especially from the standpoint with our staff about looking at our future land use map, as well as our comp plan. And we all understand that we're going to be going through a review this year for the comp plan. So I would ask of you to stay actively engaged and involved with the upcoming comp plan review, so we can continue to map out the way we want our city to be represented in any form or fashion. The things that have been communicated with our community, I thought was great. I agree with my colleagues, and Councilwoman Hudson started it off. But the other thing is, even though I believe the applicant talked about the amount of water, but the one thing I didn't hear is the amount of the contaminant that would be going into the water, the glycerol, to keep those units cool. And when it's time to replace them, now you have contaminated water, and there's a process to clean that water before you can get rid of it. So I didn't hear any of that in the presentation, which I was surprised. But listening to the community engagement and involvement, I think is a plus. Again, we have a lot more things coming up in the pipeline for this city, and we really need your participation. We need you to show up and show out because it matters a lot. Thank you.
And what I'd like to mention, members of the public, is that in this case, I heard one of the residents mention about, actually several residents mention about our plan being tight or being, in this case, more sufficient than probably some of the other areas. That's not by accident, and I have to give honor to do in this case. During our previous administration with Tom Barber, in this case, actually Valerie Ross was a major part of that as well. Our city attorney to the right here, to my right, your left, was a major part of making sure that our comprehensive plan in this case was solid as a rock. So again, I want to actually give honor where it is due. In this case, our former city administrator and the staff, as well as Mayor Hirsch's administration that maintained the services of Valerie Ross as well during her administration. I want to also commend our current staff, Ms. Brookings, as well as our planning and zoning board. And so this doesn't happen by accident, that you've got a plan as solid as a rock, whereby that you don't end up basically being flooded. You mentioned some of the neighboring cities. I won't identify who they were, but some of their other neighbors as well. In this case, that's got very problematic areas because their comprehensive plan is so poorly constructed. So with that being said, I just want to say again, I want to publicly thank the current and former staff, and I also want to thank our former council member. Actually, one of them is actually sitting here, Mr. Ron Alderman. I'm sorry, actually it's two, Mr. Pat Palin, along with several of our other council members that was a part of that phase when we started the launching of the upgrade of the comprehensive plans in 2011 and 12. So I want to publicly thank you guys, you two, as well as all the other council members, current and former, that played a major role in that. So with that being said, I want to just say thank you because, again, this doesn't happen by accident. So with that being said, a motion is on the floor and properly second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Raise our hands.
That motion carries.
Next item is the Bohannon rezoning and use permit. There's a request for mayor and council to deny the rezoning of the parcels from AG1 to M1 and the use permit for the development of the data center. The proposed development is not consistent with the future land use map, which designates the properties as rural residential.
Hello again. Because a lot of the items were presented as a part. Okay. So you already gave that presentation.
All I need to do is take a.
It's a public hearing. It's been advertised. So just go through the process of making a motion to open the public hearing.
Gotcha.
I mean, everything has pretty much.
And ladies and gentlemen, it was just so, so that we be real clear, we don't have to repeat the last hour and a half of what just been stated, okay? I think we all understand it.
Yeah.
And so, but I got to officially open and close the public hearing, and then we'll come, if a members of council that wants to have a comment. At this time, can I entertain a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. At this time, is there anyone that wishes to speak in support of this item? In this case, actually, we're down back to 30 minutes. We don't have, I promise you don't have to take all 30 minutes, up to you. And so, okay.
What he said.
Again, Henry Bailey, counsel for the applicant. I won't take your full 30 minutes, maybe 29 of those minutes. Again, we asked for that you all support the request to rezone the property, despite the fact that you did not support the request to change the future land use map. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Anyone else here wishes to speak in support? Is there anyone here that wishes now to speak in opposition?
because the Ernie Brooks, 33 Cole Street, Fairburn, Georgia, 30213. Because the comprehensive plan was brought up, I'd like to bring your attention to page 15, other land use, paragraph 2. Keep rural agriculture field in the southwest part of the city. Page 23, number 4, foster community-supported agriculture. Make any necessary updates to the zoning ordinance to allow gardens and small-scale farming. Agriculture was the first culture. Well, maybe hunter-gatherers were the first, but you know, I'm opposed to this, and I hope that you hear me loud and clear when I say I truly don't understand how an organization, an enterprise, a religious institution who is tax exempt, and they have a conduit debt of $6.4 million, and that's taxpayer money.
That's a different one. Different project.
Different project.
So you're on the wrong.
We're still talking Bohannon Road.
Oh, we still talking about Bohannon Road? I am so sorry, y'all.
He read it. He read it.
Ernie, you ain't right.
Okay, that,
He gets on my nerves.
no one else here speaking in opposition. With that being said,
Can we close?
no one here. Oh, go ahead.
I'm opposed of the rezoning. Like we said, there's a separation. The warehouses is over there, and the housing is over there. It should remain residential. There's a lot of people looking for houses anyway, so just leave it separate. Like, it's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's it.
I'm confused. I don't know if it's opposing or deny. I don't know where we're at.
Deny.
This is an opposition.
Okay. So when I got up to speak, I was for the Bohannon project, but I think we were talking about the Landmark project.
No.
Yeah, we're still on
No,
Bohannon.
We understood you.
Bohannon, you work.
So just a final point here. My property backs up to industrial. I smell Clorox every Sunday afternoon. Residential doesn't fit there. Nobody wants to sit next to a Clorox plant that you smell their pipes every Sunday afternoon for 5 hours. So that's, everyone says, oh, put residential there. No one wants to live next to Clorox, and we have Clorox the entire length of the 60 acres.
Yes,
Good
ma'am.
luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that being said, can I entertain a motion to close the public hearing?
Move.
Second.
Properly made, the motion has been made and properly second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Closing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you closed it.
I already closed it, so now I can
That
actually.
was to close the public hearing.
Okay, so now, a motion to, can I entertain a motion for the comprehensive plan?
Mayor,
This is a motion for the,
Number 3.
I got,
the
I'm sorry.
rezoning
I
and the
apologize, I'm
use
looking at the
permit.
wrong. Yeah, before you, a Bohannon Road rezoning and use permit. Can I entertain a motion?
Mayor, I move that the zoning of the parcels from AG1 to M1 and the use permit for the development of the data center be denied.
Okay, motion's been made, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Smallwood. Any comments by council? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries.
The next item is Popular Commons Landmark Comprehensive Plan Amendment. It was a request for mayor and council approval of the ordinance to change the comprehensive plan land use designation from rural residential to town center mixed use.
Good evening again.
Evening.
I'll go ahead and provide the presentation for both the rezoning and the comprehensive plan concurrently, so you can understand both the conditions associated with the rezoning and the recommendations. The project area includes 6.3 acres of land. Property has frontage along Milo Fisher, Highway 92, East Campbellton Street. In August, the applicant sought to rezone the parcel from AG1 on R3 to RCH, which is Residential Condominium Townhome District, for the development of 31 single-family homes. The applicant is now seeking to change the comprehensive plan designation of one of the subject parcels from rural residential to town center mixed use. The rural residential designation, as was mentioned earlier, is meant to preserve the rural feel and transition to the very low-density uses in the rural area surrounding South Fulton, Fayette, Coweta County. Now, the town center mixed-use character area includes downtown Fairburn, its surrounding core. Downtown is the historic node of the city and with the traditional commercial land use, and it calls for limited residential development. The applicant has also submitted a request for a concurrent variance to reduce the required, hold on, make sure I got this right. So the comprehensive plan amendment, the largest parcel that's owned by Landmark has that rural residential designation. The applicant is asking to change that large piece from rural residential to town center mixed use. This project started with a request to build 42 townhomes. There was a community meeting that was required, and it was standing room. There were a number of residents there, all in opposition to the request. They were in opposition for a number of reasons, including property values, transportation, the character of the surrounding area. They were concerned about the environmental impact. They were concerned by the number of units and the traffic impact, considering the traffic that's coming from the surrounding areas. So the applicant then modified the development to do a higher density single-family homes. That went back to the neighborhood, and they were still strongly in opposition to it because of the number of units and also because of how high dense it was. They believed that their residential area was a bit lower density, and so they wanted to see something that aligned with the existing character of the neighborhood, and they were also very much concerned about traffic. So the applicant then reduced it to what we currently have, which is 29 units, 15 of those being townhomes, and the rest being single family. They presented this plan to the neighborhood. They were somewhat less opposed to it. I can't say the majority of folks were in support of it, but they at least appreciated the modifications to the plan. This is the item that is before you now. The current designation is a request to go from town center mixed use to extend that all the way down to the green area. And again, that's not just a decision to change the color on the map. This is a shift in policy. We have a number of items that we look forward to when we're looking at and examining some of those items were discussed with the previous application. Of course, traffic impact, water, sewer, all of our various departments had an opportunity to look at it and did not have as many concerns as it related to those items, and also recommended that if this project moves forward, that a lot of those items would be addressed with the submittal of civil plans. As it relates to the comprehensive plan amendment, you look at things like the impact to the surrounding areas. How does this impact cultural requirements, economic development? You look at water, sewer, parks, all of those items. With the rezoning, of course, there are some standards that are the same, but they're not quite identical. In particular, with this item, as it relates to the comprehensive plan, there are a lot of goals that are aligned with this request. One of those is to increase activity in the downtown area, and it specifically calls for recruiting more residential mixed-use development in the downtown area. So to a certain extent, the request does align with the comprehensive plan. We also looked at the vision and the activities that are expected for the downtown area, which is why the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of both the comprehensive plan amendment and also the rezoning and concurrent variance. We also reflected on our recently completed housing study that projected a demand of an additional 350 small cottages, small lots, detached villa homes for the next 5 years. So, staff having reviewed those recommendations from the Planning and Zoning Commission, looking at the existing use, the proposed development does align with the land use goals in the comprehensive plan. If approved, the applicant or the staff should do an additional status as it relates to traffic infrastructure upgrades to support future demand. For the rezoning, we had a number of conditions that were associated with it. just, we did meet with the community members, some of those who would be willing to come down to the office and just talk about the things that they wanted to see happen in their neighborhood. And that feedback was how we drafted a lot of the proposed conditions. So again, if council wants to change the comprehensive plan designation from that parcel and also approve the rezoning and the concurrent variance, staff would recommend approval with the following conditions. Addressing all of the comments that staff had related to traffic. We're also recommending that this applicant complete a traffic study associated with the development that should be completed before the land disturbance. A mandatory homeowners association should be developed so that we can make sure that, as we are recommending a 5% rental cap, that's something that's been consistent with a lot of the developments that have come forth. A mandatory, the front and yards have to be sided. We want to make sure that the mechanical equipment is not visible, and so they can use landscaping or other means of making sure that all of that is hidden. All parking shall be paved. The zoning district requirements are also listed, but there is a density limits of 29. That's reflective of the current concept plan that's for your review right now. Design standards, the use of, one of the things that was really important for the community was making sure that it had character, architectural standards, making sure that every single house along the frontage of Milo Fisher did not look exactly the same. That was one of the things that was really critical to them. So we sat down and looked at different houses, both in the neighborhood and different houses in the region, so that we could understand what their vision was for the community. And that's how we came up with the condition regarding no two houses being the same, but also putting in there that specifically to make sure the developer understood what does substantially different means. It means that you can add two sidings or switch up the windows or make sure that the front porches are not exactly the same. One of the things that they were really passionate about was just making sure that it wasn't sort of a cookie cutter approach to the elevations. The other items is, of course, no vinyl siding, making sure that there are heavier, like brick is at the bottom of it, just general good design standards that are reflective of the community and the existing neighborhood. Pitch roofs, making sure that there's a slope of a minimum 612, making sure that there are standards for porches, stoops, and all of those things. Also, windows and shutters, we have some conditions related to that. Garage styles, making sure that all units must have at least 2 car attached or detached, and the front entry garages are not permitted along Milo Fisher because that was one of the concerns. The initial plan did have an entrance, and the community was in strong opposition to it. There are a number of, there's a significant volume of traffic from just the general area, and so adding that entrance for the community was something that was significantly, they were opposed to it and felt like it was, dangerous to their just livelihood as they walk and ride around, which is why we also are recommending that we have that traffic study. Landscaping, making sure that we have some room to add that additional landscaping along all of the housings, especially those facing the public roads. Streetscape amenities, making sure that this applicant has a park or something of that sort. Or because they have some buffers, they can treat the stormwater detention as an amenity that could be beneficial to the people that could live there or also the surrounding areas. And the last condition is just making sure that finalized concept plan and building elevations are subject to approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission. That is the current concept plan that the applicant is presenting. Again, the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval of the amendment and also for the rezoning and concurrent variance with the conditions recommended by staff. And the applicant is here.
Okay. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, can I entertain a motion to open the public hearing?
So move.
Second.
Motion been made, Mr. Whitmore, and second by Ms. Davis. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. At this time, I'll start again, ladies and gentlemen. In this case, do I need to establish Ms.
Ross?
Ms. Ross, do I need to establish our time limit again?
Yes.
In this case?
Public hearing.
Okay, in this case, we'll go again, an hour, 30 minutes, 4.
Up to 30 minutes for each, so
Up to 30 minutes for it.
5-minute rebuttal.
Yes, ma'am, gotcha. But at this time, I'll now open the public hearing. I mean, it's already open, and so with anybody here that wishes to speak in support of this item, we've got 30 minutes allotted for that.
I promise not to leave my flash drive this time. It seems to be a problem I have. Mayor, council, my name is Stephen Jones with the law firm of Taylor English Tuma. My address is 1600 Parkwood Circle, Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. And thank you, Ms. Brookins, for the presentation. She gave a good recitation of the history. The applicant is who I represent, Freedom Land Holdings, which owns 2 of the parcels. Landmark Christian School, which my client, Freedom Land Holdings has contract to purchase from, is that back parcel that's subject to the First Amendment. Freedom has been working on this project for over a year now. You will see right here, highlighted in yellow, is the subject property. Again, that's an assemblage of 3 parcels, 2 that are owned by my client, Freedom Land Holdings, and then the third, the back, one in the back, where there used to be a pool, if that gives you any reference, that is owned by Landmark Christian School. It is in close proximity and in part at one corner adjacent to Landmark Christian School's campus. As Denise pointed out, the first request before you is a comprehensive land use plan amendment. Earlier this year, this council approved an amendment to your zoning ordinance permit comprehensive land use plan amendments. And this council recently had a discussion earlier tonight about comprehensive plans and the importance of comprehensive plans. I think when you look at your future land use map, which this body knows is part of the comprehensive plan, you see on the subject parcel, which are those 2 just to the north of the parcel highlighted in red, as well as everywhere to the north and the northwest of that parcel highlighted in red, is TCMU. And then adjacent across the state highway is the yellow, the low-density residential. But you've got this isolated pocket here of a rural residential parcel, which is the Landmark Christian School parcel. And so that's why we think when staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission looked at the comprehensive land use plan, you've got so many parcels in the city. When you're doing a comprehensive land use plan, not everyone's going to be spot on, and I think that's why this board in its wisdom saw the ability or the need to implement in the code the ability to change or amend the comprehensive plan for parcels, and so parcel specific. So when we look at the comp plan, what does rural residential mean? Well, that's the lowest level. That's meant for the outlying rural areas of the city where 1 acre or larger lots are appropriate. On the other hand, the TCMU zone, the TCMU character area, which is the one that is consistent with the vast majority of the parcels that this touches, and in the area of downtown Fairburn, it's the city's core. It's the historic node with traditional infill developments. The lots are typically smaller with 0 lot line buildings, shallow to no setbacks, fronting on the street right of way. When we look at the TCMU zoning district, which applies to 2 of the parcels, which are the subject of the rezoning, which we'll discuss in a minute, those development strategies are to maintain an interconnected grid with pedestrian circulation. Other goals are for it to become the center of daily activity. And most importantly, appropriate uses in the TCMU character area are all types of residential. What are some other goals in the downtown area? Well, it's a mixture of residences. You heard some folks speak earlier tonight about the need for housing in the city, and that's one of the things we're trying to fulfill here, is to increase the housing stock in downtown Fairburn. Your land use goals, Mayor, point on page 21 and 22 of the comprehensive plan to the need to increase the housing stock and to ensure that all types of housing needs are allowed in the city. Additionally, the community goals in the comprehensive plan speak to the need to attract a variety of residential bases that support the community's growth needs for housing of all stages of life. That's really what we're trying to accomplish with this application. The city recently commissioned a citywide housing study this is a graphic from that study. And I've got 2 slides with excerpts from that study that I want to go through. Ms. Brookins hit on part of that. First off, the study notes that in this area where the red arrow was pointing to, that higher density forms of housing are appropriate near downtown, where there's a natural mix for land uses to be joined together. Lower density housing, such as that you'd see in a rural residential character area, are located at the city's edges. And this is the part that Ms. Brookins hit on in her presentation. That housing study also says it calls for certain types of housing inventory and the threshold for those to come into the city over a period. Well, with townhomes, we've got a call for up to 26 per year. For 2-story cottages like those that you'll see are proposed along Milo Fisher in the state route, that plan calls for up to 70 per year. So as Ms. Brookins noted, the applicant Freedom Land Holdings spent this quite a while, and we really committed. Before then, we had this plan, and this was the townhome plan with 42 units on East Campbellton, and we heard concerns. So we went back to the drawing board and came back with the detached product. These were 40-foot wide. And we heard community concerns. We had community outreach. We listened. We heard, like Ms. Brookins said, there were concerns about density and spacing of the houses and making the massing of the houses, really the front facades and the spacing of the homes, look consistent with what's in the area. Now, it's important here to note what we're trying to achieve with this development. We want to fulfill the comp plan's call for housing of all types. We want these to be low-maintenance houses to fulfill the variety of needs that are needed. We are adjacent to Landmark Christian. We envision this as a communal area that we've seen successful, associated and in proximity to other private schools in Georgia and in the metro area, because it is walkable to Landmark Christian. So we see that as a big draw for parents, faculty, as well as other residents who just want to be in Fairburn with a lot that, again, these are, or I should mention now that this is intended to be under common maintenance. So this is a low maintenance product where the HOA is going to take care of the entire development. But as we listened and we heard that, trying to marry those goals of the community feedback and the type of product that we were trying to deliver for the community to accent Landmark Christian as well as downtown Fairburn, we moved to a larger product or a larger lot. This went to a 60-foot wide. Then we went to a 65-foot wide. We heard more community input from that. Still heard some concerns, again, about the massing, the density. And so one of the community members who you may hear from tonight had a great idea to move to this plan. So we've pushed to the interior of the property away and visually screened from the public roadways on the interior of the property, single-family detached to get see with a more historical product. It's a walkout, and these are in terms of street. That first townhome one, and that is to extend an existing city right-of-way that's unimproved, just College Street, and then extend that north and do an existing, church. Do a new internal cul-de-sac to the development that you'll see running along the townhomes. Then fronting to the back of all the single-family detached homes is a shared driveway, common area with visitor parking, the communal mailboxes, which are required by USPS now, and then all the garages that will be faced towards the interior of the development. So we felt like after all those iterations of the plans we went through, we really tried to listen and hear the concerns and incorporated them into this plan, and that's that plan that is before you tonight. So here's an example of the type of massing that you would see. Staff has thankfully have worked with ensure that they are and that they look as if they were organic. Described as cookie cutter. It's offensive to some builders, but we get it. Another example, again, so with staff's recommended condition, we would follow that condition to ensure that that community concern is heard and that there's a differentiation of products and that there's no repeat of homes on those elevations. And so that, you may have different porch styles, you may have different materials, different windows, things of that nature, different roof lines. Here's the rear. So this is what you're going to see internal to the community, right? So this is just, these two are just examples of the front. We may have different styles because, again, we've got to have different ones all up and down based on staff's condition that is based on community input. And then here's what a rear would look like. So these are rear-facing garages. Only people internal to the development would see them. And then here's what the townhomes would look like. These are also all two-car garages, carriage-style garage doors with that accent hardware to make them look like carriage doors. And so we feel like we've come a long way with these plans. This is just another example of the massing up and down the street with a variety of products. This is, again, internal to the site. And here's the final plan. Staff did recommend a whole host of conditions. I do want to talk about just a few of those conditions. I think Ms. Brookins and I have talked about a few of them, and I believe I have her consent on some of those. On the development conditions, the front setback, I just want to avoid any ambiguity. These are pasted from the code, but the proposal before you is a 10-foot front setback as opposed to the 20 in the code. That's consistent with the applications and the concept plan before you. So I'd ask that if should this council move to approve with staff's recommended conditions, that we modify the 20 to the 10. Again, that's consistent with the concept plan and consistent with staff's recommendation overall. And then on the land use, we say, it currently says single-family residential townhome. We just want to say single-family residential detached and attached to be consistent with the concept plan. This is consistent with staff's recommended condition, so we can move past that one. Staff recommended condition part 3, number 7.1 says that the setback shall be equal to, or that the garage doors shall be setback or equal to the front door. We just want to make sure that that also accounts for the stoop, because when you have a townhome, you want to have a covered walk-up, so when you're carrying your, I guess if you're parking in the garage, or if you've got family coming in, they can have a stoop to come into under the rain. So we would just like to add that stoop for the front door so that there's clarity that you don't have to push the front door up to the garage and not have a stoop where you could have coverage for someone to be out of the elements while they wait for you to open the door, and packages and things of that nature. And then finally, the last condition, which we're also fine with, but, and I believe this was the intent based on conversations with staff, but we'd like the last condition just to read that conceptual plan and the elevations are part of the preliminary plat process, that it's not a separate review. And I think that's consistent, Ms. Brookins. With that, I thank you for your time. If I may, sir, can I go back to the concept? Okay. Like I said, we've been through a lot of iterations on this. We've tried to hear and address every concern. We'd ask that this board, should it see fit, follow the staff's recommended conditions of approval and recommendation of approval on the comprehensive plan and the rezoning, which will come next, and also follow the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation of approval on the comprehensive plan and the rezoning. Should the mayor or council have any questions for me or the applicant, I'd be happy to address those at this time. I'm accompanied today by the engineer of record, Steve Moore. Should you have any technical questions?
Yeah, once we close the public hearing, members of council, if any questions, they will. Anyone else that wish to speak in support of this item? Go ahead, sir.
Evening. My name is Daniel Weshy. I'm head of school at Landmark Christian School, 119 Wicker Hill, Peachtree City, Georgia. As head of school, I would just like to talk a little bit about why we would be interested in partnering with the city of Fairburn in this way, and why we would be interested in selling this land. So for us, obviously, the sale of that land would be a financial incentive to us, and that we would be able to then reinvest that back into our own campus, into the remainder of our campus. So obviously that's there. So let's get that out of the way. That's an obvious piece of it. But one of the key pieces as well is, with this particular case, is that we want to be good partners with the city and all of our fellow residents around here. And one of the things that we see as a need that we've experienced and that we've heard even tonight is the need for some additional tax base and some additional housing. And so by being able to help sell this so that we can build some residential properties here, that would be able to help in that regard. It would be able to help us with our city infrastructure. I know that we've experienced situations where we've needed to close school because we've had water issues. And, you know, we've had issues where we've had electrical issues as well. And I think that that's something that I know that the city is very concerned with. And that is something that obviously the only way we can address that is through increasing the tax revenue. And so that means more rooftops. And so this is one way that we would be able to help with that. For us right now, this particular piece of property is not part of our development on our own master campus plan. And so we would want to be able to have that be put to good use and good stewardship, since we would not be necessarily at the point where we could do that. One of the things that is really encouraging to us throughout this whole process is the care that has been taken with the conversation with residents. That is very important to us. You saw the process that has been gone through, going from the initial plans of even higher density to where it is now. That's something that is encouraging to us. And you know, that is something that is really important to us along the way, because we are an integral part of this community. Myself personally, I've been involved with Fairburn as a student since the 1990s. I've been involved at Landmark since 2004. So I've seen a lot of the growth and a lot of the development. I'm very thankful for it, but at the same time, I know that it comes with pressures. So I live on both sides of that issue. And so I want to be sure that as we're moving forward and considering this, that it is balanced, but that we are able to continue to build the infrastructure of the city as needed, that we are able to build the residencies as needed. From a school standpoint as well, one of the things that we hear quite often from some of our families and then some of our faculty and staff as well is the need for, or the desire for, housing that is closer to campus. And this would be an opportunity for that side as well. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak in support of this item? Okay, at this time then, anyone that wish to speak in opposition of this item, please.
You've been waiting.
Ernie Brooks, 33 Coast Street. The city council has passed 1,809 new permits for new houses, or as you say, new roofs, in the city of, Fayetteville Road, around town, 1,809 new permits to build. I just feel that this is sort of like from the top down, and from a non-tax paying, legitimately, no problem there, but Landmark Christian currently owns 15 single-family home properties in this neighborhood with the 2 campuses, and they don't pay no taxes. My concern is that in some way, does that sort of violate the church-state, what do they call it? There's a rub there where they are special neighbors. They got special treatment from the Fairburn Development Authority and got folded into this bond that you passed. They got $6.4 million to build facilities. Is this community a part of that? That taxpayers are funding someone who pays no taxes to build something, and feels like the power elite, the economic elite, this is top down, they're dictated to us. The reason why this got started in November of 2023, and the reason why the process took so long wasn't out of concern of what the community was. It took them that long to get their ducks in a row. They put the cart before the horse. And so now they're coming to you as they're a good neighbor. If they're a good neighbor, they would open up when the school doesn't have any athletic functions and let the community use that nice track. If they're good neighbors, they could do a number of things. But I just want to share with you that city planning said do a traffic feasibility study. They haven't done it. They want to do it after the fact. They did one for the KBD over there on Milam Road. As I said, they wanted to put a grocery store in. They said, no, that's 8,000 new trips. But if you put 243 new roofs, it's less than that. They didn't say how much less, but they haven't done the traffic study. It will have an adverse effect, an environmental impact to natural resources, to the environment, to the citizens. It'll create a public safety hazard. It doesn't fit. It's not consistent with the community. They knew what it was zoned when they bought the property. It calls for single-family homes, not what they've come up with by engaging the community and trying to work with the concerns that have been brought up. So please, 15 houses already, this is going to double. If you pass, this is going to double their tax-free property. And they've already admitted that this is for student and faculty of Landmark. It's been brought up. The reason they want to build this is for the students and faculty, even though by law they got to open it up for the public to purchase a house if they do. It's just too much. It's too condensed. The traffic, everything about it, it's not a good. Please vote no on everything. Vote this down, turn it around, and if you want to develop it. And they've already threatened to sell the property. If this don't go through, you don't know what's coming down the pike. We're going to sell it. We're going to sell it, and then somebody's going to come in here and really have their way with you. So I think I'm basically about finished complaining. But it's up to you. It's in your hands. It's been a long time coming. But this is. Are we using public money, taxpayer money, to support a religious institution or enterprise? Think about it. A conduit debt, $6.4 million. Taxpayer money to fund a non-tax. They don't have no money on the table. They don't have no skin in the game. They're dictating to us what their desires are, even though they say they've taken in, and just to remind you once again, they told you in the paperwork, if you look at it, it says, don't pay any attention what the community says because they're not under oath, they can't be cross-examined, and they're not expert witnesses. So they say one thing, but actually in paperwork, if you read it, and once again, they say in their paperwork, in their application for rezoning, if you look at page 3, the bottom of page 3, it says, We have special property rights. If you don't let us and vote for us, you're violating the U.S. Constitution, Amendment 14 and 5, and we will sue Peachtree City. That don't even make sense to me. How are you going to sue Peachtree City if the City Council of Fairburn doesn't pass it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Noah Ballard, 504 Willow Creek Road. I'm speaking in opposition to this, but I do want to just make a comment on that. You're not going to hear me speak ill. Noah Ballard.
Sir, say your name again, sir.
Noah Ballard.
Okay.
I work at Landmark. I graduated from Landmark, and you won't hear me speak ill of them. I think they're great members of the community, and I think they brought a lot of value to Fairburn. But my issue with this project is the adjustment to the comprehensive land use. This kind of density is not consistent with that, and you don't have to approve that. This is a haphazard process that has taken a lot of shortcuts over the past year, and to throw that together now, that's a slap in the face to the residents of Fairburn. You know, our land use, our comprehensive plan is up for review this year. That's a collaborative process where you're going to have input from the community saying whether they want projects like this and development like this in our communities. That's the proper channel for going about making these sort of changes, not this. You know, every time this community or this project has been brought before the community over the past year, since November of 2023, there's been massive community opposition to it. And yes, the developers made adjustments to this plan. They've worked with both the city and residents to address a lot of those concerns, but ultimately this is not the appropriate approach for that. And you have to recognize that. You talked a lot about that when you were talking about the Bohannon Road project, and I encourage you to take that with you as you vote now. That's important. This is a conversation that we can have over the next year, so we consider what kind of development we want, not just in this part of Fairburn, but other areas as well. But this is not how it should be done. We deserve better as residents of Fairburn. We deserve better from our community partners, but also our elected officials. So I encourage you to vote no on this tonight. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Ron Alderman, 91 Poplar Street. I've lived in Poplar Street, 91 Poplar Street, since 1968. And believe me, I've seen a lot of change in the city of Fairburn. I'm talking about traffic, buildup. This project is right across the street from where my two kids went to grammar school. Landmark bought it, turned it into a high school. So all the people that go over there drive their cars in that parking lot at the high school. You're adding another 60-something cars right across the street from that. As it's already been mentioned that it's suicide on 92 highway. So when these cars come out of that subdivision, they either got to go straight across and try to come out in front of the police department or come down to 92. And so here I am on Poplar Street, a half a block away, trying to get out, and then 60-something cars are added to that. Plus the fact that I mentioned right in my neighborhood on Poplar Street in Greenwood, behind me, Orm Street, I can name you a dozen people who are widows, single-family people, trying to raise a family, trying to pay their bills, trying to buy groceries. And you're talking about $400,000, and my house is not near $400,000. And how many of you would want something to come into your neighborhood if you were in that position trying to struggle and fear every day that somebody's going to send you a tax bill for 3 times what you already paying? I mean, it just don't make sense. This project, there's nothing in the neighborhood that even corresponds to these houses. These are all single family where we live. And then to bring something in like this, it just don't make sense. And y'all been talking about keeping the comprehensive plan like it should be, and this is going against a comprehensive plan. So you're either for the comprehensive plan or you're not. So, and I've heard all of you say you were. So I just hope and pray that you'll see that this is not a good development for our community. I would pray that you would just think about this and think about your own self if something came into your neighborhood like that. Thank you.
Next speaker. Come on over.
Sharko at 240 East Campbellton, directly across from this development. We also own 4 acres across Pine Street that is catty corner from that, so we're kind of heavily impacted. Like I said, what Noah had to say and what he had to say, we believe 100% that we are not against progress at town. We love Landmark, but we realize where this piece of property is. I had been saying that from the railroad track all the way down to Willow Creek is a historical neighborhood. It may not be designated that, but they're individual houses. A lot of the people here tonight are here because of this. A lot of them have been here over 50 years like we have. And so we don't want to lose the integrity of this part. And it doesn't just appear over that. I mean, it completely surrounds this whole property. If you go over towards Valley Brook and over towards there, this is just really important not to lose the character of this place, and I think that's what our biggest objection is. Denise has done a wonderful job of, if this does fly, of getting some individual integrity, which was one of our biggest concerns, you know, that it didn't look like a bunch of little, you know, I won't call it cookie cutters, but houses in a row that look just alike. But we do have our concern, and we've looked really close to it, this piece of property on the back part of it, where there are a lot of bigger trees, over a foot, that might be better served as a park or a walking area other than turned into part of this parking lot. So on that tune, that's what we would like to say to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else here wish to speak in opposition to this item? Come on in. Come on up, sir.
Everybody spoke about all the little traffics and this, that, and the other. I sit up here and look at these folks, and I've been looking at this stage here for years, and only 3 of you I have some contact with. The other 4, bunch of strangers to me. But that don't bother me because I came into America here in this city as a stranger, and it worked out, and so I figured if we work together, you'll quit being strangers and that. The other question came up in my mind, how many of you been into the farm other than that young lady right there? And so, I mean, we got a farm in the middle of town. Do y'all know what we grow? Do you know what we're trying to do? What's the old statement? No farms, no food. Yeehaw. Landmark, little land, okay, bye, see you later. Don't need to be a farm no more. Why can't Landmark, keep the zoning and develop an ag program? Why can't they think outside the box? Why do they have to have this little spot here? Why don't we put an ag? I walk that property.
Ladies and gentlemen, please hold down the talking.
Now, I walked the property Sunday, Linda and I did. I know where 2 of the corners of that property are at. This young man talking, and anybody else for the thing, do they know where all the corners are at? Do they remember seeing the old man in the little house there with his can of kerosene go up when his check came in and get a gallon of kerosene and stay in that house, and that's all he used. No electricity, an outhouse out back. And springtime when the grass got a little bit higher, he got out there with a hoe, and he cleaned that whole triangle next to, I seen Milo Fisher at 92 around his house. Not a weed was standing. Come fall, he done the same thing. So this land has been farmed. This land has produced and stuff. So why can't we turn around and figure out a way to make it work? Like, there's the volume of Landmark parents in that area. Why can't they have a market? I've tried 3 times to have a farmer's market here in this town. For some odd reason, nobody wanted to hang around it. Good. I take my food and my money, I go somewhere else. Don't bother me. Because I've been here long enough, I got a tough skin, and I can live with all the craziness that I have seen over the years. Walked in here when I turned 35. Every one of those sitting up there gave me the cold shoulder and the odd look. What the heck is he doing here? I realized I was not welcomed. And so now I don't care whether I'm not welcome or not. I got out Saturday and Sunday and talked to a lot of my neighbors. I don't know if Landmark never came to my house to talk to me. Okay, now, the other question on this piece of property, how do you make money with land? I'm sticking on 4 acres there. How do I make money with that? Do I give it to the kids? Do I give it to Jimmy Carter? Do I keep farming it like I'm doing? What can I do with it? And I can imagine the questions a landmark asks about this chunk of land on top of the hill. But they're a lot younger. They got a lot more energy than I have. Got to be able to come up with something decent enough to support this city rather than a bunch of houses. Walk that. That's that. Okay, now, I think the city ought to retire for 10 years. Just stop everything and get the city into the black, get enough cash money saved up in the black, so a project like that Bohannon thing comes up, you can go down there, buy all those chunks of land which are zoned agriculture, go down to the crowds in Atlanta that have young farmers that are looking for land, get them a house, get them a plot of land there for them to farm on, and all of a sudden make a farming mecca out of Fairburn, along with the old houses. We're bringing back the old arts, start teaching people how to cut trees, how to hew trees, how to lay rocks, how to cut rocks. Courthouse over here has rocks from the Hobgood Quarry. Who in this town, besides myself and Linda, know how to go to that quarry, talk to the people, and cut those rocks and make for anything that happens at the courthouse? Old skills that are disappearing. Let's build little townhouses. Let's send people on that magic way, and don't worry about the food, where the food comes from. So I don't know what y'all need to do, because this is your town. I've worked for 25 years for myself, to find myself. I worked 50 years for this town and everybody else. It's the last 25 years of mine, and I want to go back and play on my farm and not be running around the neighborhood talking to folks to get something that was not, everybody's not happy with. So good luck in your craziness. I'm going to go back my way with my craziness.
Anyone else here wish to speak in opposition? Go ahead, sir.
I want to say my folks have owned the property down here.
Sir, yeah.
My address,
Sir,
Water-
your name and address.
Lane. Name? My name's Dwight Miles. Y'all have to excuse me because I had this eye surgery. Anyhow, I'm speaking in half of Milo Fisher. Now, we have some property on Milo Fisher. Now, I looked at all this proposal, everybody done came to the table. I don't see where it's feasible. I bought down in this, I want to see the area develop. I've been looking at this area since it's been changing up. A lot of changes y'all did was a good thing. A lot of changes y'all did was a bad thing. No, but hey, I ain't the one that said good and bad. No, but I'm the one that said, I don't think this is for us. And so, you know, I know y'all have the right to decide the vote to which way, no, but I think it's a bad vote. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Anyone else here wish to speak in opposition? Okay. At this time, since no more opposition, Mr. Developer, you have the right to come a 5-minute rebuttal.
Thank you, Mayor. Council. Sir, if I could bring the PowerPoint back up. I want to address some few things that you heard in public comment in opposition. Number one, about a traffic study. Your staff has recommended there be a traffic study done and implemented, all the results of that study implemented at the time the project's constructed. So there would be a traffic study. It was commenced, completed, tendered to staff, and then a condition of just building the horizontal development, not even the homes, would be implementing the traffic study, so, or the recommendations of it. So I think that concern is adequately addressed. With regards to Landmark, I just want to be clear. The applicant here and the developer is Freedom Land Holdings, which is my client. They're a home builder. They own 2 of these parcels. 2 of those parcels are already designated with on your comprehensive plan is within the TCMU character area, which says that the development proposed like this is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And that's why staff recommends approval of the comprehensive plan amendment and the rezoning, because the two parcels that Freedom Land Holdings owns are consistent with what's proposed under the comprehensive plan. It's only the outlier parcel owned by Landmark Christian School, which has no part in this home building activity. They are only the land seller that is zoned or that is designated in your comp plan as rural residential. If you look at this excerpt of the comprehensive plan, you will see that the rural residential character area is not in keeping with the vast swath of TCMU, which is assigned to all of the other parcels that front on Church Street or on Milo Fisher. So, you know, when you do a comp plan, you can get a lot of things right, but when you're looking at a parcel by parcel basis, there's going to be a need to change one parcel here and there. And that's why this city council adopted an amendment to the zoning ordinance to permit changes on a parcel by parcel basis, just as this. And your staff and your planning and zoning commission have reviewed that amendment, and they unanimously agree, well, collectively they agree, between the recommendation of your planning commission and your planning and zoning commission and your staff, that the comp plan character area assigned to Landmark Christian School property should be changed. Which brings me back to Landmark's involvement. Landmark is the underlying landowner of that one parcel highlighted in red. Upon successful rezoning, Freedom Land Holdings will acquire that property from Landmark. We will then develop it with horizontal development, implementing the traffic study. We will build for sale homes on it. We will sell those for sale homes to individual home buyers. Your staff has recommended a condition that no more than 5% of those homes be for rent. So they will be owner occupied homes, which fulfills the call in your comp plan for a diversity of housing needs and to increase the housing stock. So again, you've heard a lot about comp plan. We've talked a lot about the comp plan tonight. When you look at the two parcels fronting primarily at the corner of Milo Fisher and East Campbellton, those parcels are assigned in the comp plan TCMU, which says that this development is consistent with. If you, and then, you know, I do want to address, somebody said that the application's taken some shortcuts. It's not true. The application has been pending for over a year, and we have had countless community meetings, resulting in numerous iterations of plans, which we presented and showed to this council. And when you look at the development in the city, there's a reason that these three parcels have laid fallow and undeveloped. Because it's presently zoned, the market hasn't brought development to them. But if you follow the comp plan character area assigned to the two owned by Freedom Land Holdings and assign a comp plan character area consistent with those to the Landmark parcel, there will be development there. And I think, and I hope that you've seen through our presentation, that we have gone above, beyond, and spent over a year and numerous community meetings to try to refine the plan to get to a point that not only meets the comprehensive plan, it meets with your staff's approval, it meets with the planning and zoning commission's approval, and it satisfies as many of the community concerns as we heard. So thank you. I would ask that you follow your staff's recommended conditions of approval and your staff's recommendation for approval, as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Members of council, at this time, can I entertain a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is made and properly second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Members, you have before you request for mayor and council to approve the ordinance to change the comprehensive plan land use designation from rural residential to town center mixed use. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? That motion dies for lack of a second. In this case, is there any other motion?
Oh.
Okay.
What was that motion for?
Motion was to approve. It was
Yeah.
died for a second, lack of a second.
I have
So we
a
can't
motion.
discuss it?
I have a motion
Okay.
to deny.
Okay, a motion has been made to deny. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made and second by Mr. Smallwood. Any questions or comments? Ms. Davis, I'll let you start.
Well, no need for me to ask any questions. But let me just say this. This is not in alignment with our comp plan, and there's a reason for it. I don't know what the price points of these homes, but I'm pretty sure they are more, they are higher than the homes surrounded in this area. And I don't believe this is a good fit for this area. I just think we need to leave it the way the comprehensive plan has designated it. And Landmark is a great school, but this doesn't have anything to do with the greatness of your school. My daughter graduated from Landmark. It has to do with what this city has planned for that area. And that's why I don't think it's a good fit.
Now, before I go to another council member, let me make a comment too, a concern that I have. And again, with the target market, I guess technically the target market is Landmark or Christian Academy. I guess you could say too, it's not going to be the full market, but it's the target market. Here's my concern, is that if these houses, if this area ends up with 50-60% of the market ends up being Landmark employees, staffing, parents, whatever. Like, my concern, in all candor, is what happens 5 years from now when those kids are grown. What happens? And that's I'm sorry, that's just a big deal to me, because at that point, either the property becomes either it becomes a bunch of rental property, even though, and I commend the gentleman, you've gone beyond due diligence as it relates to trying to make sure you indicated that I think it was no more than 5%, which means I'm going to end up with residents selling left and right to get out of this city, one way or the other, because the lack of stability is what's concerning me right now. And so that's just a concern for me personally. But Ms. Jones, you had a question?
Yes. So I want to be clear. There are 3 parcels under consideration. Is that correct? And 2 of them are already zoned town center mixed use. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so there's only 1 parcel that is zoned rural that's being requested to match the other 2 adjacent properties that is town center mixed use.
That is correct.
And town center mixed use is in our comprehensive plan.
Yes.
Density downtown is in our plan.
Yes.
Housing to create density downtown is in our plan.
That is correct.
And could you state for me, Ms. Brookins, how do we create the lively activity downtown, the sit-down restaurants downtown that we hear ad nauseum, and that is all throughout the comprehensive plan? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so how do we create, because we can't get the activity and the restaurants and the stores and the shopping if there's no density, is that correct?
That is correct.
And do we have a shortage of housing in this city?
There is a significant demand in the city, so that would indicate a shortage.
And I will also add that we've just, all of us were in attendance at the Georgia Municipal Association's Georgia City Summit, where we were being educated and we were also speaking with our legislators. And this past November, many of us were at the National League of Cities. And housing is an issue all over this country. we have, the shortage is unbelievable. So I don't know, how do we create the things that the residents are telling us they want? But the retailers and the business owners say, well, no, we can't come to your town because you don't have the rooftops that we need, right?
Yes.
That's the way it has to happen, right?
Yes. Typically, you have the density and then the amount of people and activity in your downtown area then begins to support more commercial development.
So, I mean, I need the residents to tell me, how do we fix this quandary that we have here? How do we fix it? I need the residents to tell me. Can we have an opportunity to hear from them?
I mean, but we have.
But, and that's exactly what it does.
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
No, ma'am, that's a motion on the floor, and in this case, you can't go back and forth like that. No, ma'am, we've already had the public hearing in this case.
Rhetorical question. But how do we fix the housing? So we'll deny this project. We'll deny the next project. How do we get density downtown? How do we bring in the businesses? Because I really need guidance on what to do about that.
Ms. Jones, you willing to yield, Ms.?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. We have 3 subdivisions that's in the makings or, right, in process.
Yes, being built.
And being built. And we
Density
do have-
downtown.
She's still, so go ahead.
We have, and some of them can be, you can walk from them to downtown. You know, that is a possibility. But the price points of these homes are gonna be higher than the average price points, of the other homes, simply because where they are gonna be located. And personally, I don't think, and this is an opinion, that those homes are gonna not make a difference with the homes that we need to have people to stay downtown. I really do believe the majority of those homes will be purchased by staff at Landmark, students at Landmark, teachers, what have you. And once school is out, that's it. So we still have time I feel like we still have time to develop homes. And this is not the all in all, this particular project. I just don't feel like it fits in that rural community. It's just not a good fit.
Mr. Small, did you have some? Okay. Mr. Whitmore, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, there's a couple of things that stands out, and I know this has been going on for a while, and I kept looking for very distinctive language that would show me that everything was in compliance with law, so we weren't infringing on anybody's rights. Okay, but I didn't see that in here. There's been conversations prior to maybe the last meeting or the meeting before that in reference to this project. I even had conversations with a couple of the citizens when this initially came up. And I had my opinion, I shared my opinion, but then it didn't stand up to law. And that's what I have to go by. We asked the question, what can we do to turn our downtown into a very vibrant area that people would love to come and patronize our businesses and so forth. I think if we as staff, council, citizens would push for a lot of the empty buildings that we have downtown, we need to implement laws in our ordinances that all these empty buildings that have been vacant for a long time, no movement, nothing. That's how we start to redevelop our downtown. But we have to take a very strong stance on that and put the legislation together that will support that. I think we've been pretty consistent this evening when we're talking about changing land use maps and the comp plan and everything else. I know we're getting ready to go through another change coming up shortly, 5-year review. And that's when we'll have an opportunity as citizens, legislators, and staff. Staff will be facilitating, but that's an opportunity for us to have these tough discussions and really think outside the box and figure out a way that we will all be beneficiaries of the growth that we're looking for and that we want, and also that the businesses that we want as well. And we just have to work together. Can it be done? Yes, it can.
Any other comment? Go ahead, Ms. Hudson.
Smart growth development has always been my advocacy for this community. And one of the things that I strongly don't believe in is not including or listening to the voices of the community members here. When I first got on council, I believe Ms. Brookers will probably back this, that I began to ask her questions about what can we do as a council to formally review and start changing our zoning or the policy moves that we need to make, because our charter is grossly outdated. I understand that we have to have rooftops, but we do, as my colleague said, have some development in the making. We have a suppressed infrastructure that needs to be built up. And I don't think that it's out of the grand scheme to say, let's come back to the table. And the table that I am anticipating that you all will be at is with that comp plan, because that's the biggest bang for our buck there. We have to be very intentional about our legislative duties as council members. We, as council members, individually and collectively, have the opportunity to meet with our city attorney and introduce legislation, and his role is to help us with that. I want to see some more intentionality in our retreat about making sure that we have the right partners at the table. We have a lot of work that's moving forward in Fairburn. And tonight's show of this community lets me know that our work is informed when you are informed. I also want this community to know that change is imminent. It's hard, but it's imminent. You gave us great pushback tonight, and you gave us great facts. But the buck just don't stop there. The responsibility of this governing body is to govern through legislation. So I want to extend that to my peers, that we do a deep dive, and with the right people in place, Carl Vinson Institute, to review our policies and our procedures so that we can be equipped even more to make the decisions and inform our community on why those decisions are being made. Tonight, I supported my colleague's motion to deny, because I truly believe a community is only as strong as its residents and its partners. And I do support all educational institutions. But I find it very odd that there is no inbound interactions with Landmark in the city of Fairburn. And we are moving in this time, a dispensation of time, in critical days. Our resources, our assets, everything that we have accessible to us, we need to manage it and be smart about managing it. I support smart growth development that increases our economic viability, as well as preserve and protect our quality of life. Thank you.
Any other council members?
Yes, I think I had a minute left.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
And I agree with the smart growth. I'm sorry, 1 minute and?
15 seconds.
Okay. I definitely support the smart growth. That's been a part of my lexicon as long as I have been on council. And over the 12 years that I have served, it has been the same conversation about the need for housing, about the need for developing downtown. The problem is we can't be singular. We can't do just one thing at a time. We've got to do parallel things at a time to make all of this work. Working with the property owners for the downtown properties to open the doors or be willing to sell those properties or rent those properties for interested vendors. But we've got to help those vendors be successful in creating density, because they need people to walk through the door. It is most unfortunate that Landmark, and whatever those issues are with Landmark, has become the front and center of this conversation. Because this conversation really is about housing here in the city of Fairburn. This conversation is really about density in our downtown. This conversation is about housing being walkable to our downtown, to frequent the restaurants that we're trying to bring in.
I'm sorry, hold up, Ms. Charles, I think, are we,
No, I was talking to him, but they get 2 times to speak with 5 minutes.
okay, I apologize, go ahead, I was just trying to make sure. I apologize.
I'm done, thank you so much.
No, finish, I thought, okay.
Thank you.
Gotcha, I'm sorry. Anyone else? Well, I'll just mention this, Ms. Jones, members of council. Again, I think this city has done a great job with its relationship with Landmark Christian Academy. I deliberately, 3 years ago, went and basically spoke with a lot of staff. Our staff has done. We've gone beyond the call to duty. But ladies and gentlemen, I can't be naive and say that the target market for this particular area may be possibly Landmark. And there's nothing wrong with that. But again, my concern and my primary concern in this case is that what happens with the housing when the kids that are living there are grown in 5 years? What happens when the older staff, and again, I won't sit here and assume that I know the average age staff of Landmark, I don't. But if half of their staff, which seemed, they put out a great product, so I'm assuming at least, most of them at least 50. So what do I do, what I do, well, 55, let's say that, 55. So what do I do when 10 more years when they get to retirement age and it's time to move on? I'm sorry, that's just a perspective that as I was going through all this information this weekend, that's the area that just I can't seem to get past. But with that being said, any other members of council? There's a motion on
I
the.
just want to follow up a statement. Mayor, yes, I know you guys are upset that I'm speaking.
No, ma'am.
But what you said, Mayor, is happening right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Many of the houses that are being bought over around the Landmark area, those are Landmark parents. Those houses don't even go on the market because they sell to each other. So it's happening right now as we speak. So I think it really is incumbent upon us to try to be a part of and shape that activity that's going on.
One follow-up.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Ms. Hudson.
I think Mayor Avery will be happy to hear this. You know, we don't agree on a lot. But he hit the nail on the nose. And I want Landmark to know that I don't have anything against you at all. And I do believe they've been contributing to the educational well-being of our students here in Fairburn. But I don't think this is the last rodeo. I think what the members of this council is saying that we want to look further. So it's incumbent on you, Mayor Avery, to make sure that my requests for the right partnerships, the right partners be at our retreat. Because we got some things to iron out, even amongst us. Because tonight, I really feel a part of this council. I do, tonight. That could change. But tonight, we're going to take it one meeting at a time. Thank you.
With that being said, members of council, a motion has been made and properly second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
That motion carries. Next item.
Okay. The next item is Poplar Commons Landmark rezoning and concerns variance.
Ms. James, let me let these people, let me let them exit, because a lot of them, I think, are leaving, right? If you will, ladies and gentlemen, you can go ahead and exit quietly, if you will.
This one ain't.
Is he? KB's on it, okay.
Oh, this KB.
Yeah, that's on. Oh, well, in this case, actually, what's happened, I have to go to the second zoning.
Same process.
Yeah.
Okay, same.
Still need to open the
So,
public.
okay, no, let them leave, so that way. Okay, go ahead, Ms. James.
Next item is Poplar Commons Landmark rezoning and concurrent variance. It's a request for mayor and council approval of the concurrent variance and rezoning request for the enclosed conditions listed in the proposed ordinance.
Chief, sir, if you could just ask him to move on, and so we can, I appreciate it, thank you so much. So, at this time, can I entertain a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is made and probably second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. At this time, is there anyone here wish to speak in support of this item? Sir, please come on up.
Mayor, council, for the record, my name is Stephen Jones, law firm of Taylor & Gostuma. Address is 1600 Parkwood Circle, Atlanta, Georgia, 30339. Mayor, council, after that prior discussion on the comprehensive plan, and you've got before you on this application the rezoning and concurrent variance, I'd ask you to look at the comprehensive land use plan as applied to the majority of the parcels that are in this request. And the majority of those parcels are designated on your comprehensive plan as being consistent with the proposed development. Mayor Avery, to address one of your concerns about the market for these students, we think that the free market will dictate whether or not they are purchased by students or faculty of Landmark or folks just on the open market. In a typical home builder fashion, we likely will not build all 29 at one point. We will let the market dictate at what point those are bought, and then we will start on additional ones. So we may build 2, we may build 5 at a time, and once those are sold, then we'll start on the next one. And we'll continue to see that. I think that the rental cap too, as purchasers will be advised of that when they come and look at the property, that will be a conscious decision that a purchaser makes. And so that if that's something that deters them, the ability to resell to, let's say, somebody who just wants to be able to walk to downtown Fairburn or to be able to walk to, somewhere in the city.
Yes, sir.
That's an attraction that they'll have, and that's something that will be dictated on the open market by a purchaser. So I'd ask you, even though that you voted to defer the comp plan consideration until your update later this year, that you take a hard look at the fact that you've already spoken in the comp plan that 2 of these parcels, the majority of the parcels, are appropriate for the proposed development. If after you close the public hearing, you have any questions about the proposed development, I'd be happy to answer those, or if you have any technical questions, Mr. Moore, or the engineer of record, can answer those as well. Thank you as always for your time and your service. Have a good night.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in support of this item? Seeing none, is there anyone here that wishes to speak in opposition of this item?
Noah Ballard, 504 Willow Creek Road. Just a comment on something that Mr. Jones said several times. He says the majority of these parcels are already zoned TCM, Town Center Mixed Use, and then just one of these is rural residential. That one parcel is the vast majority of this project. He's being misleading. I don't know whether that's intentional or not, but I hope that the council can see through that as they make their judgment tonight.
Anyone else wish to speak?
I'd like to just share with you that the same signage to rezone in these variances are still up with a date of, I think, the 24th of October. There's 10 signs with the wrong date. They've been up since, well, 3 months now. So some of the signs are not even on the property. It doesn't go down to where the old swimming pool was from Wildwood when they owned it. So they acquired the 4th property, and that's been an issue back and forth. In some of these meetings, it was 2 properties, and then 3, and now it's 4 because Landmark or Freedom Builders or whoever bought in June and submitted a rezoning application. And if you make a variance of 10 feet, there's already a sidewalk there. There was a large tree that fell. I tripped and fell in the street. If you got a 10 feet variance, you could easily end up in the road, just like it was explained by the lady with the football, yardage, It's the same thing. If you make a variance so they can build 10 feet off the road or the sidewalk or whatever it is, that's very dangerous. It's a public safety. So anyway, the signs still up with October the 24th date on them. They got one sign, but it's laying flat on the ground. The signage is not on all the property. So anyway, I'm opposed to changing anything. Keep it consistent like it is. And I'm not opposed to developing downtown. Yeah, we got some vacant buildings. Turn them into condominiums. Get some down there. But you can go anywhere in this country and you see the same thing duplicated over and over again. We're a mobile city, and I say keep it a hidden secret, and it will come organically. It'll come naturally that when you want to backfill or fill in or develop downtown, don't push it. Don't push it. It's going to happen naturally as we get more and more dense. So thank you for doing the right thing, and please do the right thing on this.
Anyone else is, come on out, sir.
I want the weeds to take over. Everybody has said pro, and everybody has said con. There's nothing else more to be said other than for y'all to play the game of voting all this stuff. But for Mrs. Hudson, as I was watching in my life as things happening, we only go visit our friends. Very few people visit their enemies. So for us to come up and see you, we need to be friends other than being a stranger, because I don't know where you hail from, don't know whom you are, don't know where you've been, and you have very little knowledge of me, but I will support you as a council person because that is your job to take care of this city. So we need, all of us, I only need to signal you because you did a little more talking than everybody else, but we need to be friends between you and everybody out here, not just sitting up here with this big wall in front of you and doing your little magic. Now, with your thing on the how to develop downtown, everybody I've heard talk so far in the last 6 months or a year is we needed rooftops, we needed big stores. Little 5 Points in Atlanta has no big stores, but it is busy as heck. My daughter-in-law had trouble with the kids in eczema, built the soap that she had. We took that soap with us to the farmer's market that we was going to. Pretty soon, she's a major supplier of organic soap in the Atlanta area. She needs a storefront somewhere so she can sell out more. We need these alternative units in a small town that we are to get things going. We used to have an antique store on the main road, a bunch of them, and the parking lots were always full. So if you want people to walk downtown, you got to give them something to walk for. Also, in all these houses and all these people here is God, they're complaining, okay, the taxes are going to go up. Give them a right to put a small home in there and rent it out to a youngster. The youngster's legs and knees and elbows and the little dog that pulls them along will make it up to the middle of town to enjoy a cup of coffee and this, that, and the other. Get me to come get a cup of coffee in town? Thank you, no thank you. I'm tired from hoeing my garden. I'm tired from pulling weeds. I'm going to go home, get me something to eat, and go to sleep so I can do it again tomorrow. So figure out who your citizens are. Do they really need the fancy big stores, which we got down the road on 92 and up the road on 74? So, I mean, it's your ball game. You're in charge. You're the drum major now. I played drum major on 29 Highway back in '65. Now it's your turn to be the drum majors and majorettes. All right, that's all. And did you get my name?
I know your
Okay.
Anyone else, any other speakers? Seeing none, can I entertain a motion to close the public hearing?
So move.
Second.
Motion is made and second by Mr. Whitmore, second by Mr. Smallwood. I mean, excuse me, Ms. Davis, second the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Members of council, you have before you a request from mayor and council to approve the concurrent variance and the rezoning request with the enclosed conditions listed in the proposed ordinance if the comprehensive plan amendment request is approved. Can I entertain a motion for this item?
Mayor, I'd like to present a motion to deny
Yes, ma'am.
the current concurrent variance and the rezoning request with the enclosed conditions. Well, yeah, that's it. I don't need to put that.
Yes, ma'am.
Deny.
Is there a second?
Second. Okay.
Motion is made and properly second by Mr. Smallwood. Any questions or comments by council?
Oh, yes, it's just a couple. Mr. Charcot, you and I, we've known each other for a long time, and Linda. And I was not talking about big box anything. I'm a firm believer in small businesses, and I think Fairburn's uniqueness would be to have quaint businesses like the one you just described for your daughter. Oh, absolutely,
Sir, let's-
absolutely.
If you don't mind, sir, we can't communicate back.
Back and forth communication.
Sorry, you're speaking, sir. Yeah, speaking out of order. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
And you're right. Making that happen is having the buildings available to make that happen. And yes, we do have a problem with a property owner who owns many of the businesses downtown. Unfortunately, the city was, I don't know what happened on that one. But nonetheless, it is a problem that we are trying to deal with. And so we heard you loud and clear regarding that. But again, and you're right, let us be clear about who our market is. And when we've done numerous surveys about from the younger generation, what they said is there's nothing to do here, okay? And there's no housing for them here. They don't want the big houses and the big yards that many of us have and the reason we moved out here. They don't want that. So it's incumbent upon us to try to make, to have a mixed use or a variety of type housing. And we do have on the books already the ability for you to build a unit in the back of your yard. It's called an accessory dwelling unit. You can do that. It's already on the books. We passed that several years ago. So we are trying to bring in a variety of things so that we can have a variety of residents in this city. For our senior citizens, we approved a $25,000 property tax exemption last year. So I asked if our staff, because you need to make application now because the deadline is April 1st. And so I would ask staff if they could communicate that in our newsletter to let all of our seniors know that that is available to them. So you see, we are trying to address the same issue from a different or variety of perspectives. But it's going to take all of that if this city is to thrive. If we want trying to maintain property taxes, we've got to bring businesses in here to help support the property taxes that residents pay. So again, it's about balance. So again, I'm asking all of you in here, all who are under the sound of my voice, all who listen to this later, and if you would share it with all those that were here earlier. We need your ideas and your support. Doing nothing is not an option. It is not an option if Fairburn is to thrive. We are landlocked, so we've got to be, yes, smart about what we do in our community. And we've said that we want to progress, but we also want to maintain that small town feel. Those are two opposite ends of the spectrum. So where do we, we've got to strike that balance. So we're open to ideas, we're open to suggestions, but doing nothing is not an option if we are to thrive. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of council? There's a motion on the floor, been properly second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
That motion carries.
The next item is KB zoning. This is a request for mayor and council to table the item until February 24th, 2025.
Ms. Ross, do I still need to have, despite the request of the owner, do I still need to open a public hearing, or do I?
No, you can go ahead and just do a motion to table.
Okay. Members of council, can I entertain a motion for item number 6 of KB to table?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is made and properly second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Next item.
The next item is OCP plat. Is a request mayor and council approval of the plat and dedication of the road, utility easement, water easement, sewage easement, gas, stormwater easement, and related infrastructure.
Hi, this item has been presented before. It has the approval of staff. It is just a dedication of Renaissance Parkway.
Okay. Members of council, you have before your request for approval of the plat and dedication of the road, utility easement, water easement, sewer easement, gas easement, storm and water easement, and related infrastructure. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is made by Mr. Whitmore, second by Mr. Heath. Any questions by council? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. The next item.
Is a comprehensive plan update. It is a request for mayor and council approval to award RFP 24-15 City of Fairburn Comprehensive Plan and execute a professional service contract in an amount not to exceed $155,000.
Ma'am, go ahead.
Yes, so we are about to begin the process of updating our comprehensive plan. We have a vendor that we would like to award the contract to. That same vendor will also be doing our zoning audit. They're available to answer questions if you have any. This item was in our budget. It was approved. The funding is available to for the contract.
Okay. Members of council, you've had item number 8 for a comprehensive plan update, RFP. That was read by the city clerk. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is made by Mr. Heath, second by Ms. Davis. Any comments or questions by council?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Who is the contractor?
TSW. TSW.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions by council? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries.
The next item is the Spring 2025 Kids with Goals Facility Uses Agreement. This is a request for Mayor and Council approval of the facility use agreement between the City of Fairburn and Kids with Goals to provide soccer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This MOU is to provide soccer programming for ages 4 to 16. Kids with Goals, as you know, is a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing top-notch soccer training for children of all ages and levels. The MOU will be from February 1st to May 24th. They will utilize the grass football field, not the turf field, Monday through Friday from 6 to 8:30 p.m. The cost for participants to register is $100, and they have agreed to pay the City of Fairburn $15 per participant with a max number of 150 participants. And at this time, I'll accept any questions.
Mr. Council, you have the item before you, item number 9, Spring 2025 Kids with Goals Facility Uses Agreement as stated by the city clerk. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments by council?
One comment,
Yes,
one
ma'am.
question.
Yes, ma'am.
Just want to make for clarity, they do have insurance, right? Do we know how much?
Yes, they will have, I think it's up to $1 million, yes, ma'am.
$1 million insurance, okay.
Per claim, yes, ma'am.
Any other questions by council? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Yes, sir.
Next item is agreement between Fulton County and the City of Fairburn for the Mullen Street Pedestrian Improvement Project. There's a request to approve the agreement between Fulton County and the City of Fairburn in the amount of $195,000.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, the City of Fairburn was notified by Fulton County Board of Commissioners that it was awarded a grant amount of $195,000 for the Mullen Street Pedestrian Improvement Project on December 18th, 2024. This year's project is, of course, $120,000 less than the 2 previous years, which was $315,000, but we still received the most of any municipality. So just want to make that clear. They had a limited amount of funding. I think the maximum funding they had this year was $858,000, and the City of Fairburn received $195,000.
Wow.
75,000 more than any other municipality. So just want to make that clear. And this is pretty much revenue that would go into the CDBG grant funds. So no cost to the city. So as such, staff recommends approval.
Members of council, you have before you item number 10, that was agreement between Fulton County and the City of Fairburn for Miller's Road Pedestrian Improvement Project that was read by the city clerk. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any comments by council? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries.
The next item is a resolution approving memorandum of understanding between Georgia Emergency Management and Home Security Agency and the City of Fairburn.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. This MOU will allow the City of Fairburn to grant access to the actual system. Right now, when you go to the website, you can only see the grants. You don't get an opportunity to see the application. They require that an MOU is in place. That way we can look at potential grants that will allow us to apply for cybersecurity, hazard mitigation, security grants. But again, they won't allow us to access or view the applications unless we have an MOU on file. And these grants are only allowed or only viewable on their website.
Okay, members of council, you have before you item number 11, a resolution for MOU between Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security, GEMA, and the City of Fairburn. The item that was read by the city clerk. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Motion is made by Mr. Whitmore, second by Mr. Heath. Any questions or comments by council?
Yes, Mayor.
Ma'am.
I sat in on a session where the director of GEMA was speaking, Mr. Stalling, and he mentioned, you know, about the various grants that they had available. So I'm glad to see that, you know, we are responding to that. But one of the city of Valdosta was featured in this discussion because of the devastation from Hurricane Helene and how the state, GMA specifically, responded to them and what resources they provided to them. And there were several questions to Mr. Stallings about what it is that we need, or that they needed in terms of quick response, right? Well, first of all, they need to expand the staff, but that's a whole nother discussion. But he said from the cities and in developing our emergency management plan, that we ensure that we detail our communications, right? How we communicate with each other, how we communicate with our residents, how we communicate with our partners, and that we think through everybody that we may need to be in touch with to help us with a disaster or the other. So I'm just asking if you guys would just take a look at our emergency management plan to ensure that, you know, that communication plan is detailed to the extent that's possible, and that maybe put that on a tickler to just check that frequently as channels of communications change. Because he stressed that he stressed it a lot and with added emphasis. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Yes, ma'am, will do. Thank you.
Okay, any other? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Hess.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that I restated this. This is not a new issue. In 2023, January 2023, I came down to council as a citizen, still citizen, but wasn't on council. And I was concerned about not having this policy in place. Councilwoman Jones spoke intimately about this because of the water crisis that we had. We're far along from that now. But the policy implication, now we're 2 years behind with this. And so this needs to be a priority because one of the issues that occurred was our communications. We were flawed with the emergency management plan policy. I'm speaking to making sure that we have an emergency management plan specifically, as my colleague stated, that encompasses all of the communication. Now, if I'm off topic, then I think I brought this up in 2023.
So we do have an emergency management plan. I do believe that Mr. Phillips previously shared that with Mayor and Council, but I can make sure that we look at the communication piece and reshare that again, but we do have a plan.
So what she specifically talked about was partners. What that means, Red Cross, who calls who, when, where, who are our nonprofits are in the area. How do we execute that? And how do we get communication to our constituents who may be impacted by that emergency on the resources that they can address here in Fairburn?
Yes, ma'am. And so we did hear that from council last time we had the discussion about the emergency management plan. I know that Ms. Howe has done an amazing job trying to roll out our mass communication alert that would alert those individuals that are within our jurisdiction, our boundary areas. We've actually utilized it recently through the inclement weather that we've experienced over the last few weeks. And so that came out of that discussion that we had, but I do remember that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all.
Yes, ma'am. And I might add that the plan, which we can redistribute, which was approved by council, includes those partners, Councilwoman Hudson, like the Atlanta Fulton County Emergency Management Association, GMA at the state level, FEMA at the federal level, the Red Cross, as well as some of our homeless provisions and others. So all of that is included in the plan. To Councilwoman Portis Jones' point, it can always be revisited, updated. We've added digital communications, as Ms. Chris just mentioned, and so we will take that under advisement. We will update that plan, but the existing plan does include all of those elements currently that do need to be revisited to make sure they're optimized.
Any members of council got any further comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item is House Bill 581. It's request for mayor and council approval for the city of Fairburn to take no action and remain opted into the statewide floating homestead exemption.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're going to discuss House Bill 581. I won't go into full detail, so, but we'll discuss it. It was passed by the General Assembly during the April 2024 legislation, signed into law April 18, 2024 by Governor Kemp, approved by the residents of Georgia on November 3rd through the voting system, and it became effective January 1st, 2025. Statewide home exemption that limits the increase in taxable values of homes to no more than the CPI index of the previous years. Counties, cities, and schools will automatically opt into this House Bill 581 when the bill was signed by Governor Kemp. House Bill 581 allows the governments, counties, cities, and schools option of opting out. It also allows most local governments with new homestead exemptions or equivalent to the levy a new sales tax to be used for property tax relief. The recommendation is for mayor and council to approve for the city of Fairburn to take no action and remain opted in the statewide floating homestead exemption. So I have a brief presentation here. What happened to it? Quickly, I want to go over the background I just covered, the law, the major components, the city numbers, residential properties that we have, homestead properties, also an example calculation. What are the options for opting in requirements and for the opt-out requirements? Also, I want to talk a little bit about FLOSS, what it is and what are the requirements, and then you can ask any questions if you have any at that particular time. Okay, go back. I keep messing this up. Please forgive me. Okay. All right. Background, just discussed that. It was brought into law by the legislator back in 2024, and it takes effect in January 1st, 2025. And all schools and cities and counties opted in automatically. Statewide floating homestead exemption for all local governments, counties, cities, and schools. It's a floating homestead that is a special type of homestead exemption designed to offset or reduce increases in taxable value to the property. It is also referred to as the base year or value offset exemption. Now, who is eligible for this? Homeowners already granted a homestead exemption through Fulton County will receive this exemption automatically. So all of those that went down to Fulton County, apply for their homestead exemption when they first purchased their house or later on, then they automatically receive this exemption. Homeowners who receive this exemption in taxable year 2025 is based off the assessed value will be the 2024 assessed value. So it actually, 2024 is the base year. It rolls, your assessable value rolls into 2025, and it will be the same. And at that particular point, so the taxes that they paid for January 6, 2025, they'll pay the same thing for January 6, 2026. And then you will see a difference in the values going up after that particular year. For homeowners receiving the exemption in later years, the base year assessed value will be assessed for the immediately preceding year. Similar to other homestead exemptions, the value will reset when the home is sold and is adjusted with substantial property change. Homeowners cannot transfer exemption to new property. How will this work? CPI will control how much the value of a home can increase annually. Non-homesteaded properties, commercial, will continue to be valued at fair market. The new floating homestead exemption is in addition to and not in lieu of non-floating homestead exemptions. This will not replace or repeal any current homestead exemptions that Fairburn has. City of Fairburn's current exemptions, disability, senior, et cetera, are added after the floating homestead exemption is calculated. Now let's look at some of our city numbers. Okay. Here what you see on the screen is our tax digest for 2024, the one where the taxes were paid January 6, 2025. I know it's kind of hard to read, but what I have highlighted here in yellow is the total number of residential properties that we have within the city of Fairburn. That's 4,995 properties. Of the 495 properties, 1,963 residents went to Fulton County and applied for the homestead exemption. So that's only 39% of our residents that are homeowners are actually receiving Fulton County's homestead exemption right now. So we want to encourage all of our homeowners to go, those that live inside the house, there's no restrictions other than you own the house. We want them to go to Fulton County by April 1st and file for this homestead exemption. Also, what I have here, it's missing a page. Oh, it's missing a page. Presentation. Yeah, it's missing a page. I had here residential taxable value growth. I wanted to show in this particular page that was passed out in the package, the percentage of residential homes to our digest. In 2021, 25% of our digest was residential homes. 2022, 29% of our digest was residential homes where we collected taxes. 2023, it went up to 34%. In 2024, we went up to 36% of our digest is residential homes. So we had a slight increase over the years. How did that increase in taxable value? 2022 over 2021, there was a 26% increase in taxable value of our homes. So that was a large increase for the values of the homes to go up. In 2023 over 2022, it was a 17.24%. Now, 2024 over 2023, it dropped down to 8.81%. So our values of the homes only went up about 8.81% over from 2023 to 2024. Now, I mentioned that the House Bill 581, the increases in taxable value will go up based upon CPI index. So what I've placed in here, just so you have the historical data of the CPI index from 2014 to 2024. So as you can see, 2021, it was 7%, 2022, 6.5%, 2023, 3.4%, and 2024, 2.9%. So based upon this, you can kind of see where maybe the CPI index may be going forward. It's, from what I can gather and reading, it's going to hover around 2-3%, but we don't know that for sure.
Inflationary economy that resulted from the pandemic. So that is likely the reason why those years are distinctly higher than the ones previous and since 2023 and 2024. So I just wanted to mention that there is a pandemic impact on those CPI numbers in those inflationary years.
Exactly. Now, I had in here, you originally had two calculation examples in there. And as I continued to review the presentation, I looked and I wanted to pass out something a little bit more easier to follow from when properties start at Fulton County as far as assessable values or fair market value. So I'm going to pass out to you these calculations and we'll walk through these. I think it'd be a lot easier. Calculation 1 and 2 properties.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The one that you originally received back to Fulton County so you can see the full example of the exemptions that the residents receive. So in calculation number 1, if you look at that, it says across the top, tax collection date. That's the date in which we receive taxes collected from the taxpayer they come in and pay. So January 6, 2025 is when they paid for base year 2024. So we're looking at property number 1. When this property has a fair market value, when it starts out at Fulton County of $325,000. It has an assessed taxable value of 40% of that. So it's down to $130,000 as far as the assessed taxable value when it gets to the county. They then add the exemption, homestead exemption, where you go in and file the paperwork with the county. They get a $30,000 taxable exemption, homestead exemption. So by the time the file gets to Fairburn, then that taxable value that Fairburn has on there is $100,000. That's when we go in and we charge the millage rate of 9.6. So this particular house, taxable value is $100,000, and the taxes that will totally due as of 1/6/2025 was $956. That's if they did not have additional exemptions from the city of Fairburn. Okay? So that's for this year. Now next year, what happens next year when they have to turn around and pay us taxes again on January 6, 2026? This property, it went up in fair market value, went up $5,000, so now it's $330,000 market value. But it's a 40% taxable value of where we tax it at. So that's $132,000 is where the taxation starts for us. Fulton County, they received the $30,000 exemption. So that taxable value was adjusted for Fairburn at 102. But due to House Bill 581, the taxable value of $100,000 rolled into fiscal year 2025. So now, for 2025, the amount that's due on January 6, 2026 is still taxable at $100,000. We put the millage rate there. Taxes that are due January 6, 2026 is $956, okay? So the base year was 2024 and it rolled to 2025. So what happens the following year, year 2? House goes up again in fair market value, goes up $10,000. So now the fair market value is $340,000. The 40% valuation brings it down to $136,000. They get the $30,000 homestead exemption with Fulton County. That brings the county taxable value to $106. We had an adjusted city taxable value of $100,000 that rolled over, but because of the CPI, it increased. CPI kicks in at this particular time point. The CPI is, we're guessing at 3%. So now that taxable value goes from $100,000 to $103,000 in that second year. So then our residents are paying the millage of 9.56 on $103,000 versus the $100,000 because it increased by the index. When it rolls to the next year, what becomes the taxable value is the 103. That's where we would start with the city of Fairburn. We're assuming that it'll be a 3% increase CPI. So then that taxable value, the resident pays taxes on $106,000. 9.56 millage rate, the taxes go up to $1,014.22. Okay? Same thing, it's a higher amount. Somebody that can afford $1 million house, same process. But if you look over in the far end of this, for tax bill that's due 1/6/2028, property 2 was sold in February 2027. It was sold for $1.3 million. That assessed value was $540,000. City will then will be able to tax the new owner on the full $540,000 that year. Okay? Any questions as it relates to the calculation?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Once you obtain a certain age, like with Fulton County, I do not have to pay any county tax.
With Fulton County, I'm not too sure, but we here have
You
the
do
homestead
here, yeah,
exemption.
right.
Yes, we have the homestead exemptions here. As you see at the bottom of the page, I put down Fairburn's homestead exemptions. Right now, it's $25,000 what they had that for taxes that were due January 6, 2025. But you all signed the new resolution and a new ordinance, I think it was in August, and that amount goes up to $30,000 for the next year. So you have that, which is good. And also, once you turn 70, that taxable amount freezes.
Yeah.
Yes,
The city.
the city.
So we,
Just for the city, yeah.
yeah,
Yes,
for the city taxes, once you turn 70, your property value never increases for city taxes.
Yes.
Whatever it is at age 70, it will stay there in forever. It never increases.
Unless it reduces. Do you, what if it drops? The
So-
value drops. I thought we had a discussion about that.
Right, so if it
Drops,
drops, then it would go to the lower value,
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
but it
about.
never increases after age 70.
Right, right. No.
And so we also have the disabled veteran, whoever's disabled for at 100% disability, then they get 100% tax exempt. We also have disabled veterans that are less than 100% disabled, and they get a $50,000 tax exemption. And then we have the unmarried widow and widow of peace officer, firefighter, or military service of $50,000 tax exemption. Okay?
One question.
Yes.
If you like over past 70, and so they give you $30,000 off on your tax exemption. If you go down and fill out the paperwork and you're past 70, will they give you another 30,000
At the county,
at the county?
I will have to look into that. I'm not too sure. I'll have to research that.
Yeah. Okay. Just curious.
Okay. I'll research that. Okay.
Let me do this, ladies and gentlemen. Let me at least bring the item to the floor.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem,
I'm gonna just bring the item to the floor if you don't mind.
Okay.
I just wanted,
Go ahead, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, your last question was, does the 30,000 county exemption and the city's exemption both apply?
Right.
Yes,
It does.
yes.
No, I thought he meant,
if he can get another.
right, with the county,
With the
correct?
county, that's what he was talking about, with
The county.
So the county's exemptions are one set of exemptions. What this council put in place for city exemptions
right.
are separate. So I can't answer for the county. So I would assume, your
That's
county
what he was
exemptions,
referring to.
you'd have to contact the Fulton County Tax Commissioner. I believe that does apply. But what this council passed for Fairburn taxes is always in place. That $30,000 that you approved, that 70-year-old cap, the 100% for veterans, those always apply for city taxes.
I only had to pay city taxes.
When I do this, you're not finished yet, right?
I'm not finished,
Yeah, okay.
but I do want to mention about the floss.
And then let me let you finish, and then I can bring the item to the floor.
Okay, I want to mention about floss, because floss is important, because that's, if we decide to opt in, to stay in, then we are eligible for a new sales tax, which is floss. And it's a percentage increment, we can levy up to 5%, 0.5%, 0.05%, up to 1% in increments, 0.05% increments up to 1%. But for us to be eligible for this, both the county and all the cities within the county that levy the property tax must have, in effect, a floating homestead exemption, whether the one created by this bill or a local floating homestead exemption, meaning some of the cities up north already have a floating homestead exemption. So they don't have to abide by this particular one. Okay, how is this floss collected and distributed? Collection of the tax will begin at the start of the next calendar quarter, beginning more than 50 days after the date. The Georgia Department of Revenue sends the money to the county, and the county will be responsible for distributing the money to the cities in accordance with the IGA. That's the other thing. We have to have an IGA with the county. We'll have to go in negotiations and complete that. And the IGA is effective up to 5 years. Prior to the expiration, or if we want to renew, we have to have the passage of a local ACT calling for the reimposition of the tax, a new IGA between the county and eligible number of cities, and a new referendum to approve the tax by the voters. That's the main thing I wanted to bring up. If we go into an IGA with the county, we will have to have a voter referendum completed, separate from the general election.
Mayor, Council, I just wanted to add a little context. All cities in Fulton County and the county are all, this is new, we're all trying to figure this out. Ms. Billingsley and I attended a meeting about a month ago that Fulton County hosted with all 15 cities, and all the cities were there to kind of discuss this and how it would work. I would tell you over the last, probably since last Thursday, there have been a series of emails between all of the city managers in those 15 cities and Dick Anderson, the county manager. And the only reason I'm bringing this up as it relates to FLOST is everyone sees a lot of hurdles with this, and that it's not clear that the FLOST is even going to be a realistic option. Getting all 15 cities to agree and the county to agree, I can tell you the last communication we saw from the county manager was, I think his words were, there are significant hurdles. So I just wanted to mention that to go, it's not clear that this FLOST would even, there could be a consensus from all 15 cities and the county. We went through a local option sales tax negotiation a couple of years ago, and you all recall how difficult that was.
Yes.
And so it's a significant hurdle. So I just wanted to mention that for context. Can it happen? It is in the law. And then if all of those things happen, all 15 cities agree, and the county, and IGA, then you'd have to take it to another voter referendum for it to pass. And so I just wanted to give that some context to say that there appears to be a lot of hurdles before this FLOST could actually pass and be implemented.
Yes, and currently the date for us to opt out is March 1st. We have to have all of our information completed by then, but they're trying to extend the date to May 1st, 2025. Our recommendation is to stay opted in.
We're already opted in, all cities are. You don't have to take any action.
Yeah.
Stay in. You're already in as we speak right now.
Mr. Council, you had House Bill 581 read by the city clerk. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments by council?
The motion is to do nothing.
Yeah, okay, a motion, yes, to do nothing.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Jones.
So does this FLOSS replace the 10-year negotiation for the loss?
No, ma'am.
This is in addition to?
Right, and that's what the legislation's House Bill 581 provided for, because if it had not been for that provision in House Bill 581, then it may have affected loss because there's a cap. But what this bill did was create another 0.05% to 1% FLOST opportunity.
Right, but we've got to put it on a referendum to be able
Well,
to do that.
if all the cities in the county could
yeah,
agree on an IGA,
Exactly.
so that's the first hurdle.
Sure.
And the northern cities have sometimes a different approach to these issues than maybe some of the other cities. So it's not clear at all that everyone could even agree on this, but if there was an agreement and the county also agreed, the Board of Commissioners, and all those 15 cities in the county had an IGA, then it would go to a referendum.
And what's the impact then if we aren't able to take advantage of FLOSS?
So we are looking at running calculations now to see, based on the CPI, what impact this would have to revenues. We could come back to council with some projections on what that would look like. And we would clearly be doing that as part of the FY26 budget process, right? We would have to look at that in extreme detail to figure out what that looks like. And so all cities are trying to figure out and wrestle with that now to see what is the impact of the tax digest. And it's going to be based on whatever the CPI is for the upcoming year.
Right. And then can we, again, communication, at some point this year, have communication out to all the residents about this, its impact and what it means for us. And I guess we'll probably start paying really attention to it when it's time to pay the taxes, right?
So the opt-in, opt-out decision has to be made by all cities in the state.
No, I agree with the
But
decision, yeah.
I wanted to have this dialogue with you as our elected leaders, and we'll certainly message this on all platforms based on your decision tonight, that the city has chosen to opt in, and here's what it will mean for you as a Fairburn taxpayer.
Once we,
And then remind people about the homestead exemption too.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe in
And-
a separate communication.
And we can also use this as an opportunity, because it appears from what we see, from what the exemptions that the county offers, that not all of our residents who are eligible for those
not.
county exemptions
Not taken.
are taking advantage of it.
No,
And so
they sure
it's
don't.
money on the table.
'Cause I tell, yeah.
That residents, you know, we're gonna
There's a
encourage
lot
people as
of 'em,
best we
too.
can, please go and file for your homestead exemption with the county and the city.
Right.
Because it's money available to you to lower your tax bill. And in looking at our percentage, I think it was 39% are getting homestead exemption currently. That is lower than what it could be. So we want to encourage our residents, if you have not done so, please file for your homestead exemption with the county and the city.
And I'll just add, that during our,
You have to be the primary resident, by the way, I think you know that, but we'll
You
communicate
put all
that
the requirements
in the
there as
messaging,
well.
yes, ma'am.
and I'll just say, during our municipal association last Thursday, I guess, most of the mayors that were there pretty much echoed the sentiment, in this case, that the county manager, and that is, there's a lot of hurdles, there's a lot of flips, before we figure out how this really works. And so I just want, just to basically validate what was actually said in this case, among all the mayors. And, since I knew we were coming back to our body this Monday today, I said, that'd be great for time for you guys to hear this, but, all the other council members are being told, hopefully.
And of the cities, as I mentioned, all of our city managers are communicating around the cities. Of the cities that have so far decided on this issue, we've not seen anyone opt out. So far.
Savannah.
So far.
So far. So let me
think
qualify
Savannah.
that.
I think Savannah.
Well, I was talking about Fulton County.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
I'm
Let me
sorry.
qualify that. Councilwoman Hudson.
All right.
I was only speaking about Fulton County.
Okay, gotcha.
There, about half the cities, or maybe a little bit more, have already addressed this issue, and so far, based on as of earlier today, no one has made the decision to opt out. So it looks like there's a pretty consistent pattern.
But
so
that's
far.
an independent decision, right?
Absolutely. Every city and school board
Okay.
can make that. You don't have to do anything based on what anybody else did. All of those are independent decisions.
it's a permanent decision. You can't opt out. You can't opt back in once you opt out.
David, you
Do
have-
we have your presentation in our packets?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you.
And for clarification, Ms. Hudson, great, I'm glad you brought that up. In this case, we came together at the municipal to make sure that nobody was sitting at the table encouraging the council to opt out.
Sorry?
I was just saying, among the mayors, we were having a conversation among ourselves during the municipal association. It was any mayor, city manager recommended that they opt out. And so the answer was no at that point. All the mayors except one, so I'm pretty sure that other mayor was on board as well. With that being said, any other comments, members of council? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries.
The next item is a resolution amending the City of Fairburn Mayor and Council procedure rules for meetings. Recommendation is the recommendation of Mayor and Council.
Okay, members of council, I just want to read this statement, and then we'll, any questions or comments. The way we govern ourselves is often as important as position as what position we take. Our collective decisions will be better when different views have the opportunity to be fully vetted and considered. All people have the right to be treated with respect, courtesy, openness that we all up here value. We need to be committed to conducting ourselves at all times with civility and courtesy to each other. The Georgia Municipal Association, all of us that members of the public, we all, I believe everyone attended the Georgia Municipal Association this past weekend. This was such a very important area for them. The Georgia Municipal Association is the premier consultant, advocacy organization for all cities in the state of Georgia. Me and several other my colleagues just attended the GMA Cities United Summit this past weekend. Civility was an issue so vital that 2023 GMA established their Embraces Civility initiative. This initiative encouraged elected officials to embrace their roles in modeling open, free, and vigorous debate while upholding the high standard of honesty and mutual respect. Over 100 cities across the state, including the several non-neighboring cities, have already joined the GMA effort to promote this initiative in their public meetings. Larry Hansen, who's the GMA CMO and Executive Director, issued the following quote: "Civility fosters respect, trust, and belonging. By modeling and practicing this act, the cities and organization leaders set an expectation that vigorous debate and vetting of ideas can be respectful and productive, leading to better engagement and outcomes for all. Civil behavior and speech are critical, important, healthy, functional for our society. As Fairburn elected officials, we need to amend our procedure rules to just counteract the growing polarization and challenging causes in this particular area from the federal all the way down to the school board, while ensuring that we do so with not using disrespectful words or any type of conduct or descending activity in our meetings." And so this document, this modification in this case, ladies and gentlemen, is just simply coming in agreement with what GMA, as you saw at the conference, is promoting statewide. And so Fairburn is a great city that we both are committed to serving. Our city deserves an elected body that holds its highest standard at all costs while doing the hard work as we move this city forward as a governing body. So with that being said, members of council, you have an item that was had on the agenda for can I entertain a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
To approve.
She said a motion. Yeah, you got any questions or comments? Yes, sir. Yes,
I
sir.
was just trying to
Is that
understand exactly. Oh, you say something, Ms. James?
I'm asking, she said, so move, motion to approve?
To approve, yes, ma'am.
Well, it was
For discussion.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, we,
For discussion.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
I just wanted clarification on what was it exactly saying?
We're simply trying to, basically in this case, in the item that we read, and it's just a code of conduct that was listed in the, in the speaking out of turns, just basically respecting our peers. The same basically code of conduct that GMA has laid out, and it was in your packet in great detail. And so that's all we're doing. Ms. Hudson, you had a question? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Was my colleague done?
Who made
I'm
the
sorry.
second?
I'm sorry.
You done?
Y'all
I'm
talk.
sorry.
Okay, so I did,
Excuse me, I couldn't get the second, because it's
Somebody second.
so much talking, I couldn't get who made the second.
Who made the second?
The motion is to.
It was Ms. Hudson made
for
the motion.
discussion,
She made a motion.
Who
discussion,
made the second?
Ms. Davis.
not to approve.
right.
No, it was just,
No.
I think he opened it up and
Opened
she
up for
made
it.
the
Yeah,
motion for discussion.
yes,
Okay,
And who made the second?
and he seconded.
I'll second.
okay.
Okay,
I'll be very brief.
yes, ma'am.
One of the things that I want to point out is that we don't have to change anything that's already there. The elephant in the room that I'm proposing, that we need conflict and resolution on this council. When people assert things and they feel like they're not being heard, they feel like that when council members feel like they're not being heard, they're not being valued, I don't think respectively we should move to oppress their voices even more. Also, when we go to change rules and we ourselves have admitted to not following rules, then it's kind of hypocritical. And so before we go any further with this, we have a retreat coming up. I'm the first one to say we need conflict resolution. We don't need to be policed. We don't need our hands held. And I admit, we've had some very heated discussions. Very. But one of the things that you said, two of the things that you said was respect and trust. And so we have to go back and we have to, first of all, look at ourselves. Have we respected everyone? And as it relates to that, why don't we trust each other? So this behavior that has occurred, it needs to be addressed in a formal setting. Every council member needs to feel valued and heard. When I first came on this council, I was fighting so many misconceptions and narratives that had been put out in the community about me, and then how I was treated by members of this body as if I was a third leg that didn't exist. Went from the trying to partner with our administration to do a community development fair to a back-to-school flyer going on the website. I've been met with resistance. And at the end of the day, we have to be fair. And fairness looks like that we take the time and we iron out the issues. These discussions that got heated were simply about transparency. Documents have been asked we had not been receiving. Several emails come out with legal opinions. I don't trust right now this administration because the legal language that I got told me that we're something that we're not. So that means the training funds that taxpayers extend to us for the GMA City Summits this week and the things that I learned in the ethics class and reaffirmed, basically, to what regard is that considered, right? And so we're all adults here, but I'm addressing the elephant in the room. When you want to change rules and you don't follow the rules, then I have a problem with that. We're moving toward this year, a very important year, an election year. When you have council members who are called upon to make decisions about taxpayer finances, and we're being told that our acts for documents goes against the day-to-day, basically, and we're trying to implement investigations, that is a misconstrued statements that I find to be disrespectful. Also, I noticed, I said in the award ceremony, to be a city of civility and a city of ethics, we have to do the work. Fairburn's name is not on the map. And so that means that we have to realign or refocus or set a focus. However, but I would like, before you move forward with that, Mayor, let's get some conflict resolution in here. We don't want to just recite GMA's policies or what their character traits are for a council and not utilize the professionals that can come in and help us make the transition that we need. I'll land my plane there.
Any other comments by council?
And I will say that I do see it, forgive me, because when I looked at it before, I didn't see the item, but, you know, as a teacher, an educator, I know, and we even discussed it in our class that we were in as it relates to definitions, and I see there's definitions. So I think there's something to be said about doing this in a retreat because rude, obnoxious, slanderous, you know, it can be defined different ways. So we had a very in-depth, speaking of GMA, me and Councilman Whitmore said in the session that involved engaging our youth, and the presenter was very engaging. There was actually, her icebreaker was, is being in a gang bad? Half the room said yes, half the room said no, but when the people that said no broke down why they said such, because as the definitions go, some people, a gang is a safe place. So I'm very cautious to approve this tonight, and I do feel like it should be, have conversation about it with everyone because, you know, that's a lot of information in there and terms are in there that everybody may not agree upon or know what such is. So just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, so are you making a motion to do something with this?
Well, I think we were discussing, so I was just making, I would then make a substitute motion that we table this item and have, I know at the top of the year, we do have our council retreat so that we can have discussion in a retreat to further discuss this so that equity and all voices can be heard with this council.
A motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Any other comments by council? Seeing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries.
Look at us.
Does that mean we can go home?
He said so you can go home. Go ahead, sir.
Next item is the Finance Director's monthly report.
11:30 p.m.
Almost good morning.
My medicine.
One and 2 o'clock in the morning.
Good evening.
Good evening.
For the morning, October 31st. Good
Good. She said good morning.
Okay, so I'll go over October 31st, 2024 report, period 1 for the fiscal year 2025. Right. Okay, there we go. So in October, period 1 of this year, revenues exceeded expenditures for the general fund, $586,000. Year-to-date general fund revenues received was $2.4 million, and expenditures dispersed was 1.8. As of October, the city had collected 6.6% of its budgeted revenues, and as of October, it had expensed 5.01 of its budgeted expenditures. Okay, so total revenues compared to last year were down just a little bit, but we did not have any property taxes come in for that particular month in October because they weren't due until the following month. Total expenses, we were up a little bit, as you can see, about $600,000. So again, our revenues, $586,000 over expenditures. Our unaudited fund balance as of September 30th was $22,365,358. With October ending fund balance was $22,951,584. Again, this is just a show you where our revenues landed by classification: property taxes, business licenses, charges and services, and revenues, just to give you an idea. The largest was other taxes, that is business license, not business license, oh gosh, OS. That's the majority of that, of the 73% that came in for that particular month. And I think it was some other just miscellaneous items. As you can see again where our revenues landed from last year over this year in the far column, we're down just a little bit over the year. Okay. And here's where our expenditures were by department. $1.83 million. Okay. Now I'll move to our enterprise funds. The City of Fairburn enterprise funds for October 31, the revenues exceeded expenditures by $1.1 million. Year to date, the revenues received then was $2.1 million, and expenditures dispersed was $1.1 million. We collected 7.7% of our revenues and 3.9% expended of our expenses for the month. Again, here, as you can see, revenues were up a little bit over last year, and that's due to the price increase that we have in place that started January 1st, and our expenses were up a little bit, but that was due to the additional billings that we receive and things being coded properly in the correct areas. So our revenues over expenditures was $1 million. Here you can see, again, just the details broken out by the different utilities. Water and sewer, as you can see, year to date, that was $1 million. This is the majority, and electric came in second as far as the highest number in revenues. Same thing with expenditures. Electric was the highest as far as expenditures. Water and sewer came in third place, while sanitation was up on expenditures a little bit. Water and sewer, we received in $965,000 more in revenue than we expensed out. Stormwater, $76,000 more in revenue than what we expensed out. Electric, $43,000, and sanitation was down a little bit. Here you can see year to date over the previous year. Again, as you can see, the total revenue is up. It's due to the price increases. And as you can also see, our expenditures were up a little bit. And that is for the month of October.
Okay.
Any questions in relationship to the month of October?
Anyone have a question about this report?
I have one more in November, and I'll be done.
I wouldn't try to rush.
I'll be done before morning.
Tony,
Boy.
you won't be done before morning.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so for November, revenues exceeded expenditures by 1.5 million dollars. Revenues received in was 4.5 million. Expenditures dispersed was 3 million. The city had collected 12.3% of revenues, and expensed out 8.3% of your expenses. Here we are. We show the total revenues of 4.4 million, expenses 3 million. Revenues over expenditures, 1.4 million. Our unaudited fund balance, 22,365,000 at the end of November, 23,825,000. Here's the breakdown detail of revenues by the different categories. As you can see, we started receiving in some of the property taxes, which was nice, as well as the other taxes was high during the month of November. And as you can see, property taxes was down a little bit in collections for the month of November. Last year, we collected 1.6 in November, and this year, we only collected 1.3. Here we have just the details by the departments of expenditures. I'm going to glance over that. Again, we spent 8.3% of the budget amount, which is good. We're still below. Here are the enterprise funds. Enterprise for November, revenues exceeded expenditures by 1.5. Year-to-date, revenues received was 4.4 and dispersed 2.8. We collected 18.5% of revenues and expensed 10% of our budget. Here you can see those totals. Total revenues, we are higher in total revenues from the previous year, as well as our expenses are up. Here's a breakdown by the individual utility areas. Water, sewer, 2.1 year-to-date. Electric, 1.7. We collected water, sewer for the year so far over expenditures, 1.4. Storm water, 141,000. Electric went down a little bit. We spent a little bit more than what we received in year-to-date, as well as sanitation. And here's a year-to-date look over the previous year. We are up by about $1.1 million over last year as far as with revenues. Any questions as it relates to financial reports for October and November?
Council have a question about either of those reports?
I have one relative to, and you can provide the information later, either at a work session or maybe at a retreat, and that is our policy regarding investments. And if you can review what that policy is and make any suggestions or recommendation on how we might need to change or tweak that investment policy.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And if you could provide the numbers associated with it as well.
Yes.
Next item, oh, I thought you were.
That's what he was saying.
Oh, you have a question?
You had a question, Ms. Jones?
No, I was reading the next item.
Moving on.
City Administrator's monthly report.
You got the executive session, too.
Members of council, in the interest of time, I'm going to give a very abbreviated report if that's acceptable.
Very acceptable.
Thank you, Councilman Smallwood.
We'll read it later.
You already have the report in your packet.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
It provides the IGA between Fairburn, proposed IGA between Fairburn and Fayette County will be on your February 10th agenda. It does include, as you heard earlier from references, a $1 million gallon elevated storage tank. More on that on February 10th. Fire Station 23 construction is progressing well and is on pace for a first quarter completion. We're excited about that. Our annual holiday tree lighting event went very well. It was well attended by citizens on December 6th. Police did an outstanding job with the Blue Light Christmas event. This year, they helped over 54 children and 29 families. And lastly, on December 5th, the fire recruit class celebrated their commencement. We added 11 new firefighters, and I will conclude there. The report is in your packet. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank
At
you.
this time, I'm going
So moved.
to, This time I go to council comments.
No comment.
I'll start with Alex.
No comment.
Okay, Ms. Jones,
No comment.
Ms. Hudson.
Yes, I want to say thank you to, no, it's got to get credit where credit is due now. No, I'm tired. But thank you to the staff for how you managed the storm last week. Watched it. I mean, the updates was phenomenal. I loved every bit of it. I want to make sure that we are keeping this council abreast of legal litigation. There's some litigation that is open that we have not been made apprised of. So please, let's make sure that. When it comes to the Water Authority, we're gonna send you that information, Mr. Phillips. But I wanna make sure when it comes to the Fayetteville issue, because I surprisingly sat right next to the mayor of Fayetteville and the council person in training. We gotta keep this communication fluid, and whatever plans or conversations that you have, transcribe them to this council, all right? To our residents, thank you for coming out. We tired, but we love you. Happy New Year.
Mr. Smallwood.
No comment, just we had a good session down at GMA. I was thinking about you, Councilwoman Davis, because the seniors are your passion, and I took that class with the rising senior population. So it was ironic that we saw a lot of seniors in here this evening, and the population is growing older. So it is very important for us to ensure as a city how we meet the needs of our seniors. So it was very, very eye-opening. But nothing left for me. But if you just wanted to keep me to my birthday, y'all should have just let me know. All right, because in 22 minutes is your boy's birthday.
Happy birthday.
If that's what it was, y'all should have just let me know. But I'm over. Yes, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Davis.
No, I'm going home.
Order.
Ms. Davis.
Oh, no.
Okay, Ms.
No, wait a minute. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say no. I just want to thank our citizens for coming out and voicing their opinion on items on the agenda. I mean, such a thorough, well job done, research and everything. So keep up the good work. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Whitmore.
Oh, no comments, Mayor.
Okay, and my only comment I have, I just want to publicly thank GMA for just a phenomenal workshop, and I want to personally commend the leadership, the CEO, Larry Hanson. The customer service was second to none. I don't know how they got the venue this year, but I think it was a great choice. And so just want to, again, publicly commend GMA for always looking at how they can bring cities together and educate them. So with that being said, can I entertain a motion to go into executive?
Second.
No, I've got to go in executive session. Yes. Go into executive session for personnel matter. Is that right? I mean, for legal matter, excuse me. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, wait, now, who made, I saw her, Mr. Heath. You
Alex
made
made the
both of them?
motion, and then, no, Alex made the motion, and Mr. Smallwood made the second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, have a great night.
Happy trails.
ready? Are you ready, Mike? All right, now can we have a
You didn't get that birthday singing?
No.
Make a motion.
Okay, so moved.
Can I entertain?
But you let him make
Can I
a
make a
motion.
motion? Read the motion, Ms.
No, to adjourn.
Can I make a motion to adjourn?
So moved, so moved.
Motion is made, and all in favor say aye.
Aye. But Mayor, may I take the opportunity to wish Councilman Smallwood happy birthday?
Thank y'all.
Birthday.
Me too.
We'll be the first one. This is a new experience. Okay, you put this in your memoir.